I wake Marks.
What the hell are you talking about?
Marks, yeah. I wake up and I'm like, oh, what a day. And it pisses my mum off every time because she's like, you just woke up. I'm like, you don't understand. It's a day already. Anyway, good morning, people. It is Thursday, the 17th of October. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favourite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by the culture. And you have amazing hosts with you every single time. We'll let you know who we are.
It's your boy, 6 for Plus of Pure Temptation. Big Moss from the east side of the bridge. Morning, people.
As always, your favourite shade queen, my own royalty.
And they call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst, melanin jam-packed.
That's right. How many guests have we got today? What's this? Was this for yesterday? The spare chair?
2.
Oh.
Come together.
No, I just wondered about the, I haven't seen this in a while.
Can you sit there for me? It's me just
Of course I can.
the camera, please.
Of course I can. We're in the middle, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry. This mic moves weird. How do you even position it?
Yeah, it's like that, but it just feels weird.
Why did you do this? Okay. How's life? How's everybody doing?
Oh, good, thank you. How are you?
All right, thanks.
There's something in the air, man. They want me to be late in the morning.
No, it's a crazy amount of traffic. There was traffic as soon as I left my house.
There's just a high volume.
I
of
went down the
cars
road,
in the
I
street.
turned right, and it was just traffic. And I said, oh, okay. So it was just traffic until I don't know what's going on.
I'm doing my journey and I'm
Oh,
looking
it's
for
all
the
the
incident. I didn't even bought no roadworks. That's why it's not making no sense.
Where I
It
live,
must be
every-
like something like off my route, but close to it that's affecting it or something. Because it's not making any sense. They tried it again today. I said,
You will not get me.
nearly.
You will not get me. Anyway, we're here now.
Mm-hmm.
Brent, are you cool?
I am blessed and highly favored. Thank you very much. Good morning, chat. Let's just see who is awake.
So I can put the camera on E-Man while you just sort this out.
Good morning, Amy Snow Globe. Good morning, Timmy. Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Davina. Good morning, Philly Petite. Good morning, Dr. Armani. Good morning, Supermalt. Good morning, Curtis Jackson. Good morning, Apia. Good morning, Bex Turner. Good morning, Christy. Good morning, Izzy Bambino. Good morning, TT. Good morning, Charlie 101. Good morning, Prince Finks 25. Good morning, C91. And good morning, T. Morning, everybody.
Wonderful. Let's get into Lest We Forget.
Okay.
Nah.
Cool. I respect that.
All right, people. Happy Black History Month. And today, of course, we have to big up 2 legends. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been doing since the beginning of this month. A man and a woman. And today we want to big up the legendary Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Sounds French.
Mm-hmm. Well, this legendary guy was a key leader in the Haitian Revolution and the first ruler of an independent Haiti. So he was born into slavery in Saint-Domingue, which is modern-day Haiti. And Dessalines rose through the ranks in the Revolutionary Army during the fight against French colonial rule and slavery. After joining the revolt led by Toussaint Louverture in 1791, Dessalines became one of the top generals. Following Louverture's capture by the French in 1802, Dessalines continued the struggle for independence. And in 1804, after defeating the French, he declared Haiti an independent nation, which, by the way, was the first black republic and the second independent nation in the Western Hemisphere. This was the most successful slave revolt in history. This is why the people that be, the powers that be, always, at every opportunity, try to destabilize Haiti. You know what I'm saying? Because of what it represents. So Dessalines became the emperor of Haiti taking the name Jacques I. His reign was marked by efforts to solidify Haitian independence and economic self-sufficiency, including land redistribution policies that favoured formerly enslaved people. He's also known for ordering the massacre of French settlers to prevent a return of colonial rule. But he was assassinated in 1806, today actually. That's the reason why we're speaking about him today, 17th of October, 1806. But obviously his legacy as a fierce revolutionary and a symbol of anti-colonialism endures in Haitian history. Why is he important? He's important because he played a central role in ending slavery, of course, and the colonial rule in Haiti, leading the only successful slave revolt in history. The only successful slave revolt, right? His actions were crucial in establishing Haiti as the first independent black republic in 1804. His leadership in the Haitian Revolution not only liberated an entire population from brutal oppression, but also had global significance by inspiring other anti-colonial and abolitionist movements. His defiance against European powers, especially France, as always France, marked a critical challenge to the idea of white supremacy and colonial dominance. By declaring Haiti independent, Dessalines set a powerful precedent for oppressed people globally, demonstrating that liberation was possible even in the face of immense odds. Moreover, Dessalines sought to create an economic structure that benefited the formerly enslaved people, and his policies aimed to redistribute land, which was a significant step in seeking long-term independence. Although his reign was cut short by the haters over there, Dessalines remained a symbol of black resistance, pride, and the fight against colonialism. I want to read a couple. A couple quotes as well. He said, "We have dared to be free. We have dared to be free. Let us be thus by ourselves and for ourselves." He was saying this back in 1806. You know what I'm saying? We have dared to be free. Let us be thus by ourselves and be ourselves. He also said, "I have avenged America." He said, and this was his mantra, liberty or death. And he also said, to live free or die is the motto of us all. To live free or die is the motto of us all. And then he said this, which I think was powerful. He said, "It's not enough to have expelled the barbarians who have bloodied our land for 2 centuries. We must, with one last act of national authority, forever ensure their inability to return." So, salute to the legendary Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Before I move on, how committed would you all be in the room to never again?
To what?
To never again. Essentially,
Oh.
he basically massacred a whole set of white people.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Were they all guilty?
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those things where you might not be guilty, as in you haven't had the chance to do something. But if, say for example, there's a grandfather who's a slave owner, you get rid of the grandfather, you don't get rid of his son. The son is going to end up taking over the plantation.
100%.
So sometimes, unfortunately, sins of the fathers and that,
Okay.
everybody got to go.
All right, just in case.
Kind
How
of like the
about
French
you?
did with the royal family. If you were even distantly related, you have to go. Don't get any funny ideas around here.
You got to go. You got to go. Marks, how committed are you to never again?
What does that mean?
Basically, it's a saying that, or mantra that a whole set of Jews repeat when they justify certain things. I have crap. Why did you ask a stupid question? I wanted to go around the room first.
When I answered, just in the mix. The heck?
So you don't know about that never again thing?
I do actually, but I've never heard it. I've never heard it branded as never again.
Okay.
But I know that
How have you
over their
heard it?
dead bodies
How
will
have you
things
heard it?
happen again.
What,
Just
is
they
that
wouldn't
a-
like things happen again.
Is that a phrase that for like everybody, or is it?
Just focus on the question I asked you.
No, what I'm saying is something that's something that everybody uses. Is that something that everybody uses, or
Essentially, what you might have just read is that Jean-Jacques, he basically just massacred all the whites that were there, the settlers, just in case
On account of
basically
slavery.
grew up, or even just got together and basically just repeated.
History.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How committed are you to basically never again?
Are you saying would I have done what he done? You're saying?
100%. That's why I asked the question.
Absolutely, though.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm a general. So
Yep.
it was
Yep.
wartime as well, so it
In
makes sense.
general.
Yep. Even though all of them weren't guilty,
Huh?
or may never been guilty, or never be capable of doing what it is that he thought they would.
It was the purge though. I think it was different for them in the situation that they was in still.
Yep.
For the thing what they thought they had to live to, what they had to live through, what they was going through.
Yep.
So I think it was there weren't no room for
Sentiment.
there
Grace.
you go. Yeah.
Mercy. All right.
Because it wasn't
Mercy.
afforded to them, was it?
Okay.
Word.
How about you, Manuel?
Oh, God. Just answer the question.
As far as I'm concerned, they're all guilty, man. Like Orwell said, war is war. There's no sentimentality. The only good human being is a dead one.
The only white people that would have
You know what I'm
left
saying?
there.
There was
So-
no beat there.
Eh?
There was no beat behind that.
No beat behind what? Oh,
Those bars, man.
You're such an egg.
Ethos.
so as far as I'm concerned, yeah, 100%. Like Esther said, they would have just repeated the same thing.
I find the
And
only
they've
white
been there
people,
for 2 centuries.
yeah, and the only white people that should have been left off were the white people who were known to not stand for slavery.
Yeah, but there was none.
So,
Yeah, 100%.
Cool.
what would
So
you?
the
You would
ruling
never
power
get that.
basically just wiped out the remaining settlers.
A second.
The ruling power wiped out the remaining settlers.
But they weren't the ruling power, though.
They weren't,
Remember, these people were enslaved. It's one day they came together and said, we've had enough.
So how was he able to basically massacre everybody without being the one in power?
Because God gave them the power, man.
Nah, they weren't the ones in power, but they could galvanize.
Yeah,
because they would have been. They would have because you're in their land, and they would have been the majority. So the people that came in, you would never. There would never be more that comes. Well, in that scenario, I would imagine that the people that came in weren't as many as people that were enslaved. However, the people that are enslaved, you don't. It's one of those things where you don't realize your number until you start talking about revolutionizing. Then it's like, actually, we're bigger in numbers. If we all do this, then this is what will happen. So I feel like that's really. I don't feel like they were the ones in power. It was just a case where they were slaves, and at some point they woke up and realized, actually, this is our land, and whatever may come, let's run it.
100%.
Yeah. I hear that is what happened, but now that you are in power, because you've overthrown the rulers,
Yeah.
you're now the ruling power, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking to Emmanuel, by the way, because you would a lot, and whilst Esther was talking, right? So the ruling power then massacred the rest of the settlers,
Okay, cool.
and then he said, "I did this for America." That's what you just read.
I did this for America.
That's what you just read.
I avenged America, yeah. But it was, you remember the French, it was the French that was in control at the time. Because it was the French colonies that were there.
So the ruling power
Yeah.
massacred the remaining settlers.
Yeah.
All right. So do y'all agree that it's justified if you have a fear that history might be repeated, that you just wipe out?
I think it depends.
population?
I think it depends on the context though.
Yeah,
Because
man.
some people, they just go and start something. And then it's like, okay, we won today. After you've gone and initiated the problem, right? And then obviously when trouble comes your way, they're like, oh, we don't want this to happen again. But these people were minding their business back home in Africa, man. They got transported somewhere, robbed of everything they knew, their identity, everything, and were there enslaved for 200 years, man. You know what I'm saying? 200 years. And then they came together and said, no, we've had enough. And so they wiped out everybody. Yeah, 100%.
I don't think you should go off fear. Like that's wild.
But
People are scared of
justice,
stuff all the time. Like you can't. I don't think going off fear is the way to go. You know, not to use a specific example, but you know, given what's going on in Gaza and whatnot, and some of the celebrities that came out to speak about the fears that they had, we haven't seen those fears come to pass. But had they decided to act on those fears, no one would be around at the moment. So you know.
Want to offer a parting thought, Mags? Now you've heard all the information. You've heard the plan. Nope. Sticking with it. All right, then. Next one.
what about you, Brent?
Trust me. Are you a never ever? What was it? You asked? Never ever. Never again now. That's it.
Oh my gosh. All right. Was it a female this time? A woman?
Which one?
Celebrant.
The next person.
Oh, yeah,
He's just-
yeah.
he's just answering
More
the
than
question.
celebrants, man. Celebrants.
Well,
You
what?
are a Nigerian, actually. You're definitely Nigerian in your blood. Even like Tinubu himself.
All right. So our next person, a legend as well, right? Today we've gone back in history. A legend. And this woman goes by the name of Harriet Tubman. I feel like
big
a
up,
lot
sis.
of, everyone's heard of her, but do they know her? You know what I'm saying? And she, for those who don't know, was an African-American abolitionist. She was born in 1822. She transitioned in 1913. She was a humanitarian and a Union spy during the U.S. Civil War. She was born into slavery in Maryland, and she escaped to freedom in 1849. So that she would have been about 26, 27 years old. But she did not stop there. You know what I'm saying? She returned to the South multiple times, risking her life to lead over 70 enslaved people to freedom via the Underground Railroad, which was a secret network of safe houses and routes. During the Civil War, Harriet Tubman served as a nurse, a cook, and most notably as a spy and a scout for the Union Army. She was instrumental in military operations, including leading a raid that freed over 700 enslaved people in South Carolina. After the war, she continued to advocate for African-American rights, including women's suffrage. And she's important, of course, because she symbolizes the relentless fight for freedom and justice. Her courage, her leadership, her strategic brilliance helped dismantle the institution of slavery, and her efforts significantly impacted the abolitionist movement. She remains a powerful icon of resistance, resilience, and the pursuit of equality for Black people in America and around the world, to be fair. Here's some quotes as well. She said, "I was a conductor of the Underground Railroad for 8 years, and I can say what most conductors can't say. I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger." Powerful. She also said, "I had reasoned this out in my mind. There was one of two things I had a right to, liberty or death. If I could not have one, I would have the other." Liberty or death. See, that's a similar mantra to the legendary Jean-Jacques Dessalines as well. And she also said, "Every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars, to change the world." And she said also, "I would fight for my liberty so long as my strength lasted. And if the time came for me to go, the Lord will let them take me." And I think this last quote, a lot of people have pretty much heard of this one. And this is one of the most powerful ones, which resonates, I think, throughout humanity, and probably will do. And she said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." Big up the legendary Harriet Tubman and Jean-Jacques Dessalines.
Big up them. All
All right.
Let's get into our headlines.
All right, people. So our first set of headlines, trigger warning on this one, big trigger warning. I'm pretty sure everyone's heard of this, man. This is about Liam Payne, who rose to fame in the pop band One Direction. He passed away at the
Excuse
age
me?
of... What happened?
One Direction, Liam.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
Yesterday,
on your
man.
wood?
You know you do word on. You know you.
Shut up. I'm grieving.
Let's keep pressing.
You
Let's keep
mugs.
pressing.
Go on, what's my word on road? What's my word on road? Go on.
She said, "Shut up, I'm grieving." No, she said, "Shut
No
up, I'm."
way. I'm actually
She
done,
said,
bro.
"Shut up, I'm grieving." Yeah.
Sad, man.
That is-
We've had
When
a-
I go to
we've
sleep,
had a
yeah, there's certain
whole
things that
12 hours.
hasn't hit the news yet. So when I wake up in
That's
the morning,
true.
I have to
That's
go
true.
over the word on road again, you smart asses.
Yeah, it was
Because those
last.
segments is done for you. I have to do my own fucking segment. No way. I'm really sad about that.
I sometimes think when I go to bed, everybody else goes to bed. So if I'm checking and I'm seeing 2 hours ago such and such has dropped,
Yeah.
the world knows about it. But I go to bed like 2 a.m. So it's crazy. You obviously
No,
go to
I
bed
don't.
early.
I go to bed at 10. Oh my gosh, seriously?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he fell off a building or the balcony or something in his hotel, something like that.
Oh, did he kill himself?
They don't know yet. They're not calling it suicide yet, but I see some pictures going around.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
of his hotel room. I don't know if it's real or not. But then again, usually when they're fake, Twitter community guidelines and stuff, innit? So maybe it is real.
TMZ put his pictures of his tattoos on their article. Everybody's trying to flame TMZ now.
But this happens every time
What
someone
do you mean
dies.
pictures of his tattoos?
His tattoos on his body.
As in his dead
They
body.
don't- Yeah, dead body. They don't normally put the dead body on the article, innit?
Oh, it's the dead body on the article.
Yeah, I guess it's.
Oh,
just to
that's
prove
really
that
broken my
it
heart.
was him.
Oh, that's really sad.
Yeah, man. 31.
Oh, that's really made me sad, you know. Oh, dear.
Yes, very sad.
First of all, I can't believe this is what's happening. The first thing you guys said is what's on your radar, right? Just can't
What's
get
on
the
your
tea.
road?
Shut up. Not Liam Payne. Nick Jonas is on there though.
Ah.
Wait, is he dead?
No, he's alright. The T4 they were gonna kill him. That's really sad.
Yeah, man.
Okay, sorry.
Police and paramedics were called to the hotel in the Argentine capital, Buenos Aires.
Sorry.
Yes.
Esther, can I just ask who are the faves, the fan faves from
Well, Harry,
One Direction?
look at me. You
Is
didn't
he
finish
the
the
best?
sentence. Zayn, well, Harry.
Okay.
Obviously, as an ethnic, Zayn was my favorite because he's the ethnic one.
Okay.
But I would say Harry was the most popular one, definitely. He's your typical white boy, looks like Zac Efron kind of vibe. When they do that to the hair. And then I would say Zayn. And then Liam. Liam is one of the favorites. Liam is one I went out with Cheryl Cole, I swear.
Yeah, were they married?
No.
They got a baby, though.
They got a baby. Oh, them poor
Yeah,
babies.
they got a baby.
Is he the one that was with Caroline Flack?
I don't know.
Or was,
No, that's somebody. No, I don't think any of them was with Caroline Flack.
or was it a different group?
Yeah, that's a different group. So Liam and Harry were like the heartthrobs. They're like the ones that the girls literally throw their pants on stage for. And then I would say Zayn, because Zayn's career, I feel like when he was in the group, before they had their solo careers, Liam and Harry were the ones, because they're your typical white boys, do you know what I mean? They're like the buff white boys. And then when they had solo careers, then Zayn definitely picked up a lot of girls that are just losing their pants over him. And there's the Irish one, I can't remember his name now. It's not helpful.
I forgot that was another one.
Louis, something like that, I don't know. Is that Louis Walsh? I don't know. But yeah.
Louis Walsh. Isn't he
Yeah, he's a judge. He's an old man.
Okay.
He's a miserable old
He
man.
was part of the group?
No, he was. I think he
Did he
was.
make them?
Yeah, I think. No, Simon made them.
Oh.
Yeah, but he looks over after the groups in X Factor, something like that. Anyway, that is very sad.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Liam,
man.
Harry, Zayn, Louis Tomlinson.
Yeah, Louis Tomlinson.
Tomlinson and Niall Horan.
That's it. Niall is the Welsh one.
I never heard of that guy.
Well,
So what, there's 5?
yeah, there's 5 of them.
Oh, okay.
But you only really know about Liam, Harry, and Zayn. The other
But
2 are like extras.
This Liam guy, he didn't really have a good career, did he? Like, as a solo, did he?
No
only-
one knows Liam. Everyone just knows solo career wise, Harry Styles and Zayn. The rest of them try to do music, but no one's
Good
checking.
sing out of them. Just Harry and Zayn?
You know them ones when you don't let other people in the group scared to sing, so you don't really know.
Oh, so you don't even know.
Oh no, Harry can sing for sure.
Yeah.
Zayn can definitely sing.
Yeah.
But I think Liam can sing. Liam can sing as well.
I don't know.
I think they all can, you know.
I would collect a paycheck.
But you just yeah. But that's it. See, you know, people talk about in a group and no one else getting paid. I don't care. As long as it's split 5 way, and my job is 10%. I don't mind.
Yeah, my
That ain't no
business.
problem.
Yeah.
I do it, Michelle. Michelle said her accountant ain't saying Paul Michelle. And word. I don't need to do all of that. Pussycat dolls, yeah, Nicole, you sing all the parts. But when the money comes, when you're spending the money, spend 5 way. Because I was here. Oh, that's so horrible.
Yeah, man. It's unclear whether he fell accidentally or he jumped. Reuters news agency, they're citing local newspapers and they said that police had received reports of an aggressive man who could be under the effects of drugs and alcohol at the hotel. This is prior to his death. Police were called to the hotel at 5:04 p.m. local time, which is like 9:04 our time. And he was pronounced dead like 7 minutes later, 5:11 p.m. Yeah, man. Alberto Crescenti, who's a spokesperson for the city's ambulance service, said unfortunately the injuries he had suffered as a result of the fall proved to be fatal. There was no possibility of resuscitating him.
Wow.
Yeah. It was the 3rd floor though. I'm pretty sure I read it. 3rd floor.
Yeah, but it
somewhere.
depends what you're meeting when you get down there. It's not a sofa floor.
For real. He was thought to be on holiday actually in Argentina with his girlfriend Kate Cassidy, who's an online influencer who he had been dating since October 2022.
So devastating.
Sad. Next headline, and Sir Keir Starmer is facing backlash from senior ministers over cuts to their department's spending planned at the budget. Concerns about the spending cuts have been raised across different government departures. Concerns about the spending cuts have been raised across different government departments. Several senior ministers were reported to have voiced concerns at Tuesday's cabinet meeting about Treasury proposals to reduce some departments' spending by as much as 20%, this according to the Times newspaper, and have since been followed up by formal letters to the Prime Minister. Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, told ministers during Tuesday's cabinet meeting that plans to fill what Labour calls the £22 billion black hole in the UK finances will be enough only to keep public services standing still. The Treasury is said to have identified a far larger £40 billion funding gap, which Ms Reeves will seek to plug to protect key departments from real terms cuts and put the economy on a firmer footing. Now, our last headline takes us to, well, actually, there's a bit here and in Russia. But The Guardian basically revealed that counter-terrorism police are investigating whether Russian spies planted an incendiary device on a plane to Britain that later caught fire at a DHL warehouse in Birmingham. Nobody was reported injured in the fire on the 22nd of July at the warehouse in the suburb of Minworth that handles parcels for delivery, and the blaze was dealt with by the local fire brigade and by staff. The parcel is believed to have arrived at the DHL warehouse by air, though it's not known if it was a cargo or passenger aircraft or where it was actually destined for. There could have been serious consequences if it had ignited during the flight. The incident was only disclosed after joint inquiries by the Guardian and also German broadcasters WDR and NDR, prompting questions as to why the authorities did not reveal it earlier. The Met Police counter-terrorism spokesperson said, "We can confirm that officers from counter-terrorism policing are investigating an incident at commercial premises in Midpoint Way, Minworth." British investigators suspect that the incendiary device is part of a wider campaign that Russian spies have been carrying out across Europe this year, which has been condemned as rash and careless by spy chiefs in the UK and elsewhere. And that's it for our headlines.
Sorry. It's really sad. I really love One Direction, you know.
Was it?
Not like my sister. My sister had that posters and crap, but I really like their song. Like, I really like their songs, actually. Anyway. One of the greatest bands. They broke records as well. Why are you laughing? Because you don't see me as a person that likes One Direction.
Nope. And because you said they're one of the greatest bands.
Sorry, what other bands have I lived through? I love Jagged Edge. I'm talking about British. British bands. I don't know of JLS.
Yep.
So my time in life was JLS, One Direction. I can't think of no other bands.
Yo.
Minus Behaviour, but I didn't listen to them much.
Minus Behaviour?
Who's that? That's a group.
Yes.
Them little kids, ain't you like busted them McFly and all that?
Nah. It was not my time.
Name some more. There's some more white bands that are massive.
Or British?
Yeah.
Blue.
I didn't know one of them because he went a Big Brother.
Come on.
What wasn't just? Was Justin Timberlake in one?
Damage.
That had that Irish...
Damage was good.
No. The one that had an Irish fella in it.
Boyzone.
And he was part of X Factor or something.
Boyzone.
Oh, take that. Gary Barlow.
It's not Gary
was my
Barlow. I
time.
thought you were about Ronan.
Who's that?
Ronan
Yes, you
Keane.
just mean two.
Yeah, Gary Barlow's going to take that.
Let's not take that. That's
Boyzone.
Boyzones.
He already said this. But I didn't listen to that.
And then the other little ones underneath Boyzone Soldiers, they was called. What's the Irish boys called?
Didn't take that.
No.
Oh,
Westlife.
Oh, West.
You see?
Singing Without Wings, that one.
Westlife.
That one. Flying Without Wings.
I'm flying without
McFly.
wings.
That's the one. No. That's,
No, move on. This is
And what
crazy.
about that
Wow,
one?
these people.
You may have already said it already. That one where it had that white guy who went on to do other things solo. He was massive.
Blue.
No.
Robin Williams.
Yes.
Take that.
Let's take that.
Right.
Take that. Got Robin Williams and it's
One
got Phillip.
Direction. The massive white band.
No, but congratulations to them.
Yeah, all you.
But in
grew
not
up
my
on One
time.
Direction.
Not in
Yeah,
my life.
that's-
I only know
that's
Gary Barlow from being on what's it called? X Factor. And then when they're trying to make a comeback, release a single, then they subject the X Factor audience to listen to their new single. That's the only way I know them.
But One Direction's not a white band though.
One Direction is
Yeah.
definitely a white band because they got one Asian boy in there.
Zayn, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, back in those days, he was not the focus of the band. He was there for just a sprinkle of diversity.
Okay.
Is he like full blown Asian though?
Yeah, he's definitely, yeah. Because my University of Kent, I'm ashamed of them. When it was Black History Month, tried to put Zayn up. Talking about his BAME. No.
Terrible.
But no, yeah, man, that's just sad. And the thing with One Direction, like, I feel like when it comes to like stands, their stands, because I've been trying to think, so while you've been talking, I'm trying to think that there's one of them that's been getting cooked recently. It has been Liam.
Oh, is it?
I reckon he killed himself. Because he's been getting cooked a lot recently. He was at was it Harry's show the other day or someone's show, one of the other boy bands or whatever, and he was in a section, like, you know, like the box part. And then there was some girl like filming or whatever, and then he was just like doing little funny things. And basically people online were cussing him, saying, oh, look at him, he's always just after attention, blah, 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 blah. And I'm reading online now that apparently his ex-girlfriend wrote a book. And in the book, she talks about how basically like, so basically there's a whole thing about he's obviously his career hasn't popped the way a couple of them has. So he feels left out from the band and blah, 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 blah. So in the book, she was writing about how he's like, she had to break up with him because he's always on drugs. And he became abusive and whatever, and he would threaten to kill himself. So
Zayn is Pakistani and white British.
it's mixed.
Yes.
Who would have thought? It's interesting.
He's quite light skinned though.
No, he's not.
Zayn.
Zayn.
For Asian man,
I've not seen him for a while. Though,
Can you put a picture up of Zayn, please?
he's not. He could be.
He's more or less white.
He's clearly mixed. He's not like straight Asian.
He's
Oh yes.
definitely
Do you know in
Turkish.
my mind he was my colour? Oh yeah, that man's mixed. Yeah, in my mind he was my colour. I don't know what I was thinking about. That's actually very sad. Damn. But yeah, he's been getting cooked a lot on socials.
That's what happens.
And apparently there's a Spanish voice note flying about from one of the housekeepers, one of the hotel staff.
Wait, so you did that in 2 minutes?
Yeah, because you guys want to doubt my skills. Don't play with me.
That's impressive.
You ever play with me?
I bet you've
I don't speak
translated
Spanish. Anyway, man, RIP, man. That's very, very sad. Love and light to the boys. Let's get into what you're saying typical today.
Right.
All right, people. So today's topic of the day, generally, it will be a quick one. Right. Brent, can you play the clip, please? I want to ask you guys a question. Yeah. Do you feel like there's a double standard? So a lot of the time, yeah, we kind of compare. Okay, you know, a black person does the same thing as a white person. Obviously, you can kind of throw in race. Okay, a man does something the same as a woman. You can throw in gender. But in this situation, you've got Phillip Schofield, you've got Hugh Edwards, both white men, both similar sort of crimes, if you want to call it a crime, right? Trigger warning. And why is one being treated in a particular way and the other completely different? But I just want you guys to hear Phillip Schofield.
One of them's a legend,
His
one of
take.
them's a reality TV show. Stuff.
Exactly.
Schofield's return, he said he was thrown under the bus by his colleagues, and even his daughter has come out and saying, hopefully,
Well, if
this
I'm one
can
of the people
draw a
that threw
line.
him under the bus, I'm very proud to have done it and protected children, people who are underage. And people seem to be forgetting this, and they're making it out to be one situation, one kiss, one relationship. Believe it if you want, fine. But I think he is where he deserves to be.
He obviously stresses that this wasn't illegal, but it was ill-advised. Lots of people will be tuning in.
Why do we keep going back to this? It's not illegal.
Well, 'cause
So he
it's a legal point.
fertiles with an underage boy, and you can work out when this started or not. There's all sorts of talk as to when these relationships started or not. But you know, coming on and. This man is addicted to fame, absolutely addicted to fame. And funny, nobody's going to put Hugh Edwards on a desert island and say, Hugh, tell us about your experiences. But they will put Phillip Schofield on.
Phillip Schofield's return.
So yeah, what do you think about what you said, man? You're speaking facts.
Yeah, Hugh Edwards again.
The man that...
The
I said the man says this is CNN. No. He does the BBC version of that. That old man that announced the Queen's death.
Yeah.
That legend. Well, was a legend.
Yeah, he got convicted of child...
Images.
Yeah, child images. Making indecent child images.
The BBC man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what point is he trying to say? What's he trying to say?
So he's basically saying Phillip Schofield, because Phillip Schofield's now got a new show, right? He's on some desert island talking to the camera and reality TV bollocks,
Castaway.
right? Thank you very much. And you got Hugh Edwards, who's not in prison, but he got suspended sentence. Still went to court, still had certain things happen to him. Still the public's kind of throwing stones at him, rightfully so. But Phillip Schofield seems like his career is somewhat coming back.
What's the distinction he's making between the two of them?
He's saying, why is it that Phillip Schofield's kind of getting this sort of treatment when everyone knows what he did? Like, this was an underage boy. Same way Hugh Edwards was looking at pictures of underage boys.
But I'm just trying to say, like, what is he saying is the difference between them? That's two white men.
No, he's not making it. I'm saying, why is there double standard between the two? This is two white men, two similar crimes, kind of. One, in fact, Phillip Schofield was actually physically with the boy. One, obviously, is,
But then, so this guy on the news, was he on Phillip Schofield's side?
No,
No, he was against Phillip Schofield.
Yeah.
But did he bring up Hugh Edwards?
Yeah, at the end. He said nobody would be having Hugh Edwards on the island filming him and stuff.
So then he's saying that Hugh Edwards has it worse.
Yeah.
Can you outline the
That's interesting.
differences, please? Don't just say similar as. Outline the
Okay,
actual
so
differences.
okay, so obviously I'm being flippant in that
I am aware.
These are young boys that are in it. But Hugh Edwards' crime was he had indecent images of young
And
boys.
it went to court, right?
And it went
Yeah.
to court, yes. It got found out and it went to court. Cool. Phillip Schofield, his one, it got found out and he came out and said, guys, I'm gay. So nobody focused on the fact that the boy that he was fraternizing with was a boy and he was potentially being groomed.
He was a boy when he started dating him, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there were rumors that he started dating him
Yes.
early. But it wasn't proven.
Well, I mean, the images was there. There's a picture of them on a date.
You're talking about a video of them on a date.
Yes.
But that's
But
not
then-
when he was young.
But wasn't there
Oh, yeah.
information?
It's
He
not
was
when
like-
he was underage.
He wasn't he like 16 or something.
When he was on a date, it was when that stupid prankster guy was like,
Yeah, but how when was that though?
no, that was when it was he was overage.
No, no.
It sounds
It
mad.
was legal.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
So that's why that was in
That
public.
huh?
That's why that was in public.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But we know
And
that
then, huh?
but we know that the
But he
boy
was his
was
runner
silenced.
for time.
What do you mean?
He was his runner, and then
Yeah,
people started
yeah.
basically saying that everybody knew in the office that
Yep.
like they were doing something this and next. But
I don't think they can hear you on the mic properly.
when it is that they were pictured in video, I don't
Mm-hmm.
think they were underage. That's not my.
But if I'm not mistaken, the boy came out and said something though, right? And then they silenced him. I'm pretty sure there was something where the boy came out and said, "Oh, there was
I
something."
think it
There
was
was
like his
something
family
though.
or something like
Some-
that.
yeah.
But there's also a whole thing about people. I can't remember where this came from, but it was a thing about he would basically get the guy, because remember the guy worked there for a while as well,
Mm-hmm.
and he'd get him a different car to work or something like that, or something to do with transportation, which implied that there's people around that actually knew and they facilitated for those shenanigans to be happening. I mean, both pedophiles, to be fair, allegedly.
Yeah, see, look, Natty said, I think he was 14.
Let's
on
double
day.
check that,
Let's-
please.
Yeah, let's double check. 'Cause I
They
feel
haven't
like-
got no proof of the grooming.
And
No
you've-
hardcore evidence that they can.
and
that they
you've
can.
called it a date because you saw them eating at a restaurant.
Why are you eating with a little boy that should be in school?
No,
No,
And
it
you're
weren't
not
at the
his dad
time.
taking-
At the time, I think he
And
was
you're not
older.
his, no, but you're
I
not
don't
his
think
dad
he
taking him
was,
to the
you know.
dentist.
I need to find this.
That's creepy.
He gave
man.
him like a job or something, or some money or something
He
when
was
he
a
was
runner
young.
for time.
Yeah,
Huh?
he was his
He's a
personal
runner
runner.
for time. And
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is he went into
He
Phillip
went to
Schofield
school
went to a school
when he was
somewhere,
young.
found a
Yes.
youth when he was like 14, 15,
that's
and
precisely-
give him a job and bring
Yes,
him
yes,
with
yes,
him,
yes.
and he's been patting him up since then.
Yes,
basically,
yeah.
that's what he done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think when he went to the school, I think the boy was even younger than 14, 15.
Okay.
I think he was younger than that when he went to the school.
Let's just find the information, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Ed, where you at? Help us out. Ed's the guy, man. Actually, Chichake, he knows everything. So, wonder two. But yeah, all right. Let's just say it was this situation that we're saying, right? And the boy was younger or whatever. They started seeing each other prior to him being 16 or 18, whenever the legal age is, right? Is it right that, like, why is Hugh Edwards being treated this particular way? I'm not trying to defend Hugh Edwards.
Yeah.
Remember,
Why-
you was calling Phillip Schofield a hero
No one in
and a
No,
brave,
no
and
one
a
in
brave,
this room
and a
did.
brave man.
no one in this room.
No one in this room did.
But the people in Britain, some people was.
But that's it,
his
yeah,
co-host.
because he quickly came out.
That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, it was a secret.
They found out. He came out and said he was gay, and everyone
And
forgot
I was like,
about.
oh my
the
gosh,
abuse.
how brave of you. Whole time he'd been fired from the show, you know.
Adultery, you know.
Can you, like, anyway.
It's very, 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 very brave for Eamon to basically do that on national TV.
Yes, it is.
Right?
He's very brave to do what?
What he did.
No, it's not. That's to say I'm gay.
Because he basically just...
No, not
keep-
Phillip.
just
The guy,
keep this
the guy in
energy,
the
though.
clip
Can you
that was
imagine?
hotting
Oh,
up
I thought
Phillip.
you meant Phillip.
You never
No.
really see that kind of stuff
No,
on
you don't.
national TV.
He's gonna have a word. They're gonna have a word with him.
Because there's no alleged that he threw up there.
What
He
TV was
basically
that?
said he did the same thing as the other fella.
Was that ITV?
ITV.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
And
Well,
this
he
is
did
whilst
it on
he's
what-
on Castaway.
He owned up to being gay. He weren't nothing to do with it. Was it?
Yeah, what? Yeah, when it came out to divert everyone away from the boy.
But what I'm trying to say is, was his announcement of him being gay, was it just I'm gay, or was it I'm in a relationship with this youth that you're saying that?
No, it was like,
I've been gay with this youth. It wasn't nothing about
No,
the
it was
youth, innit?
nothing about the
It was
kid.
just
It was
about
just
his
like,
sexuality, innit?
Yeah, it was about I'm
That's
gay,
what I'm saying.
and it was about I've spoken to my wife about it. I spoke to my kids about it, and they're standing behind me as a lovely family and all that kind of crap.
Yeah.
Oh, but remember, this is why Eamon said he came out and said, he did confess that he was with that boy, but he said it was ill-advised but not illegal. So we started dating after he was legal.
Okay.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah,
so that's
just
what
like
he confessed
Tiger
to.
was dating Kylie after she was legal.
There you go.
That was crazy that you don't let Tiger do that. Tiger said he's gonna wait
We
for
didn't
her.
Tiger do nothing.
Tiger said he's
We
gonna wait for her.
French.
Tiger was rolling with her, talking about, oh yeah, I'm just waiting.
I wasn't. Can you imagine?
Waiting.
What a sicko. I was on Angela White's side. If you don't know who Angela White is, that's Black China. That was on her side. That's crazy.
So
Because he was undoubtedly smoking her.
Bro.
he met him when he was 15 years old in a school visit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at no point in time was he 14. That we knew about, by the way.
Well, he wouldn't be 14
That we
at some
knew
point.
about.
That we knew, okay.
And then apparently he started dating him after he turned 18. That's what he said.
You're lying in wait for 3 years.
That's
Boy,
a lie.
bye.
That's a lie. This guy was
Phony ass.
doing stuff.
It's
prior to that.
nasty.
Yeah, let's keep it to
Allegedly.
the facts that we yeah. Let's
Yeah, but nobody knows. Okay, allegedly.
yeah, but then what's
right,
what we doing there?
I find it interesting how you would find like somebody, fancy them, and you wait 3 years.
3 years. This guy was allegedly.
That's basically a 3 year talking stage, and not a 3 year non-talking stage because y'all ain't talking allegedly. Okay, pedo ass allegedly.
You know what I'm saying? So, but now this guy.
To be fair, actually, yeah, because do you know what it is? When I saw Phillip Schofield's new show, I couldn't believe for the life of me that he has a new show. They're working him back. He's gonna have his own like TV or something, his own show at some point, like a Piers Morgan on YouTube or something. Because I couldn't believe for the life of me that they actually gave this man a show.
Well,
but then
I'd
what's
be
happened to
shocked.
Hugh Edwards? Though?
It's an,
Hugh Edwards,
it's an agenda. He's never been the villain.
they just fired him, yeah. But then what happened to Hugh Edwards though? Because he was retirement age anyway. He only came back to announce the Queen's death.
All right. The boy was in his early 20s when they were seen together in a restaurant.
Wait, that little video?
Yes.
Bollocks.
You said that.
Why do you say bollocks? You've asked
Where
Ed
you
to do
reading
it.
it
Ed's sleeping. Or is Ed not on the call?
I
So I've
trust
just
Ed.
gone to do it myself.
I trust Ed.
All right, then. I'll wait for Ed then.
They're in the chat saying he was 14 when he was on the date.
That's what he
was a
just run
kid.
with. That's what he might just run with.
I could be 20.
You're so
I could be 20 and look like that.
Google's there.
20. Ah,
Mad.
that's a malnourished 20. The hell?
I just find it so interesting that Eamon did it. That's
Yeah, big him up, man.
That is crazy.
That what?
I don't think any of them actually knew he was going to go off script like that.
Oh, E-Man.
The man.
Eamon.
Oh.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yeah, buddy.
Amen.
Eamon.
Yeah, that was cold that he done that.
I
I've
think-
seen
I
that. I've
think
seen
they're
that.
gonna
I've seen
word it,
that
that's
from
crazy.
before.
Do you think he's going to keep his job?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because you can't fire him of that. Because
He done
then
that
it says that
he done
you're
that weeks
pro-
ago, you know.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
I still got his job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the news that you've decided to put up for today. Weeks ago news.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen this.
Payne.
They're going to be in pain. Let me have a therapy session. That's what you could have done.
Past.
But you know what? Something like that, yeah, you can't fire some. Okay. To be fair, that's how you dance some of those songs. You put your flashlight on.
Have you been to one of them concerts?
You do this and then you.
But they had some bangers. Them white boys had
They
some
have
bangers.
bangers!
Them white boys had some
Bangers!
bangers, man.
Are you joking? I'm gonna listen to it today.
Gonna be home.
R.I.P. That's my
Alright,
way
we'll
of
be
pouring
back.
some down for a real one. But you can't fire somebody. Yeah, you heard what I said. You can't fire somebody after something like that because it's just like the message behind it as a company is poor. You have to just let him run, even if you can have a word with him.
Oh, amen.
Yeah, amen. You can't fire him after that. So it says you're pro pedophilia.
They're gonna be on the wrong side of history. They can't get rid of
Yeah,
him for
exactly. You
doing
could
that.
never get rid of something like that.
And I think they like Eamon's a legendary figure though. Like they no chance. Like he knows what he's doing.
Is Eamon Holmes bigger than Phillip Schofield though?
No,
Because Eamon's a serious name
I think
but
he is, you know.
I never heard of that man's name. But I think though as well, it shows though that because there was a lot of conversation about people like ITV enabling it and whatever. Because remember again, there was that whole thing. What was it that Phillip Schofield allegedly had a monthly direct debit for?
Oh my days, I forgot.
What
about
was
as
that?
well.
Wasn't like
let
a
me
private
find
investigation thing where he was
Yep.
paying for the news not to come out, something like that. So when the whole Phillip Schofield thing happened, there was a whole thing about ITV knowing for years and whatever, allegedly. So I feel like Eamon is one of the people that didn't know. That's why he's fuming like that.
he would have known, man.
He threw him under the bus again.
His team would have knew. His PA and all that. The people
Eamon?
that's
You think so?
Schofield's.
No, I'm talking about Eamon. I'm talking about the reason why he has so much vim for Schofield. Because,
No, but
because he didn't know.
you've seen the morning show, man. That's what I'm trying to say. His team would have known. Yeah. His
'Cause
PA,
Holly tried to add that
his
she
PA
didn't know.
and that would have known. The one that was arranging the cars and all that kind of stuff for him to pick up the unit and that would have known. His makeup artist would have known because the makeup artists hear everything when they're talking. Yeah.
True.
Just like on the morning show.
Morning show, absolutely.
So the makeup artist know everything. Then the makeup artist told the other makeup artist. Then they
And to the
then
hairstylist.
they told the hairstylist. The hairstylist would have told Holly Willoughby.
Yeah, that's nailed it. That's exactly her name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man said Hollywood and Willoughby.
With a movie.
The Wolves of Willoughby Chase.
So then all that the presenters and
would've
that would have
known.
like the people would have known,
You
innit?
think so?
Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? This is how this stuff happens in the thing. Like people know it, they're not gonna say nothing, but because
But then does Eamon
the
have like
whistleblowers
a
get treated worse than
True.
than the people that do the crime, innit?
True.
So when you're in them communities,
that
you're in them
environment anyway.
industries and all like that. Nobody, the most heinous acts, bare people know, you know. Like I'm talking like the craziest things about people know. But what are they really supposed to do? I'm supposed to come out here and do what? And
Stand for something.
ruin my livelihood in the name of justice.
You got to stand for something. You don't stand for something, you fall for anything.
That is bollocks.
That's a bar.
That is a good bar. That is crap. I'm not throwing away my livelihood because he's nasty. Like, what's that got to do with me? Remember, look how they treat whistleblowers. I'm in a nice lofty position here in my job. Yeah. So I'm supposed to come out here in the name of justice and
But if I blow the whistle,
ruin
though-
my life
But if I blow the whistle,
because he's
yeah,
nasty. What the hell's that got to do with me?
No, but if I blow the whistle and I get fired, for example, like I'm blowing the whistle even harder then. Like I'm taking my whistleblowing to the next level.
But you've got to know
Write a
that.
book.
You've got it's just for real.
I've got to make money somehow.
You've
you
got to
think-
know the public are on your side though. Because if
Absolutely.
you're not, then what's the point?
Yeah, it's just awkward. But yeah, it's sad, man.
Regarding that, the money that you're talking about,
Oh yes.
it was paid to the boy. So basically, he paid in a substantial payment, right, to a colleague that he had an affair with. They signed an NDA, 6 figures.
But he will say it's
what
because he just cheated on his wife. Like he would say it's only because he was cheating on his wife.
And according to this article, they're saying that
I think his wife knew anyway.
that he was gay or about the boy. Yeah,
I think his family knew would have allegedly known for years, but it's just a family secret. When Bruce wore a dress, that was not the first time that he'd been seen wearing a dress.
Who?
Bruce,
Who's that?
Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh yeah.
Crazy how now you know her more as Caitlyn than Bruce.
It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't the first time the families know stuff.
According to this article, yeah, he met the boy when he was 15, obviously, like Brent said. 4 years later, he then helped him secure work experience at the show this morning.
Of course.
So 4 years when he was 19. And then the relationship began a year later when he was 20.
Oh wow.
This is just lying to us. What is this? And then, at that point, he was given a job as a runner. So yeah, that's why he's saying it was never illegal. It was just ill-advised.
There's no way he waited till he was 20.
Why did you get fired then?
Just ill-advised. Maybe work relationships. I don't know.
Why did he get fired? People don't get fired for having affairs.
Did he get fired or did he leave though?
I mean, some people
said
you
he
can
left,
get fired. You
but-
can get fired for having an affair.
Did it?
Yeah, what?
You can get fired for
If
having
it's like
an
a
affair.
church, yeah. The whole world is a hole. It's that,
There's code of conducts, man. You can get fired for having an affair in bare workplaces.
yeah, but
Yeah, especially you can get you can go to a workplace and sleep with a married man. You can get fired, 100%.
the point is, married man in my workplace.
Yeah,
That's fine. We're both getting fired. Because the justice, no
Yeah, it
peace.
can't be.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
No, I've known certain organisations that's got rid of the girl and the man still work there. He's higher up.
Maybe because
in-
he's higher up in it.
He's higher up in the thing, yeah.
Can you imagine?
They
That's why
slept
you got to
together.
sue.
They slept together. The companies found out they've had to pay her off
Okay, yeah. Fair.
and move her along.
You got to pay me off and give me a good reference for next
Yeah,
case.
all that stuff.
It'd be
Yeah,
silly.
I've definitely seen it happen before. Got rid of her.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have gone fired though for an affair, especially when he tagged it to being gay. So why did he get fired then? Because I think he said he quit or whatever. But did you?
It would be though, wouldn't it? The guys on his staff or like underneath him, innit? And the scandals come out and stuff like that.
They might say the whole power play stuff.
Yeah, it would. That would be the reason.
fair.
That's good enough grounds, no?
Where's this show airing anyway? On ITV.
Ooh.
Bianca says, "Can Esther give us hair details, please?" Oh, but the person that died, it no longer works. My hair was the last gig she had, and it was made by somebody who didn't really do a great job. So I have no hair details, basically. Sorry, I don't want to promote her services. She's very silly. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have new hair on Monday. I'm so excited to get my hair done.
Question.
Oh, you. Oh, sorry.
Obviously, what's not good for me may be perfect for somebody else, right?
Absolutely. In terms of what I'm thinking about food, like I'm thinking of light things because I know your brain is not working on light things.
I'm thinking my hair.
You see that?
Oh
in-
yeah.
You're not recommending her because she was rubbish for you or whatever. But she might be perfect for her.
You see
Yeah,
that
but
any
she's just
job?
annoying. I don't want her to get business.
You see that any job you do, like even if you was in retail, JD Sports, or even if you was in Greg's or something, do you have to go to HR if you want to date one of your employees?
Some of them, you have to report it.
What, someone that's
You
low
have
level
to-
stuff
you have
like
to
me?
disclose it.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that-
not doing that. If I'm dating the guy who delivers the sausage rolls, I'm not wasting anybody's time. I'm not wasting nobody's time, dude. That's a very silly conversation.
But should you have to? Are you supposed to though?
I don't think so. I don't, because I knew hella people in retail. When I worked in certain retail places, that were sleeping with each other.
Yeah.
And I bet you HR did not know a damn thing.
No chance.
But I don't know if you're supposed to. But in the office, I would expect you should. You absolutely should. Because I'm not trying to, get stationary. He's all up in there.
If you say like you work in Top Shop, and but you're the manager,
Do you know how long that is?
you can't sleep with one of the staff though, can you?
No, you can't.
If you're the manager,
No. Unless you were already in a relationship before you guys started here.
Yeah, you got to do the Phillip Schofield thing. You
But
gotta-
we say that.
Like you knew before.
We say that though. I have no managers that have done what they've done.
would you snitch?
No, that's not me.
If a manager,
I never
is,
snitch about
if a manager's linking someone of your colleagues,
Yeah.
but she gets extra 15 minutes break and thing, and no one ain't saying like for some reason her setup's just, and you're not
Clean.
stupid. I could do the maths. You know what I'm trying to say?
The joy is, yeah.
She just gets away with a little bit
Nah,
more.
man. The
Are you
Nigerian
snitching?
in
Are you
me,
snitching?
I'm not snitching. But what I'm doing is letting you know that I see what you're doing. And in order for this to stay within just this three of us, you might want to put me on too. That's what the hell you want to do. I'm not snitching. I'm blackmailing you. For sure. For sure. 100%. Do you want this out or not? Like, and I would say stuff like, "Oh, how's things going with da 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 da?" You'd be like, "What? How do you know that? How do you know that?" I'd be like, "Oh, how many people know?"
That's crazy. And I was like, what?
Like, how did you know that? And I'm like, "Oh, you know, I just know things." Did the manager know about stuff like that? Oh, you're allowed to do stuff like that at your level? Oh no, I'm not. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll keep that secret. By the way, I can't work tomorrow. Then I just drop. Oh, by the way, I can't work tomorrow. So yeah. See you Monday instead. Let me hear you tell me that I must work tomorrow. Let's see how that goes. Nope. You gotta play smart, man. What use is if I whistleblow, then they're both fired, and I'm still in the same position I'm in, working silly shifts. No.
Has everybody in here done retail?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
You've never had long a job, have you? Special, man. So special, so special, so special.
Is that special?
A job? You mean a retail job?
Nah.
'Cause all this camera work is doing.
I went past retail.
You ain't a hobby.
That's true though. I'm holding down a job now.
Word.
I had a job. What was my first job?
I don't know where this is going.
Korean.
Korean. No.
Korea.
No, that sounds like a.
No.
National whistleblower.
Producer.
Oh, you're trying to find out what your role is now?
That was my first job.
Oh, yeah.
Producer. So just
Yeah.
happened. And they hired me. That was my first job. That was what, 2 years ago.
And you put the company down, didn't you?
No, I made them thrive. COVID and Ukraine war popped the company down. Nothing to do with me.
What's good? What's Ukraine got to do with them?
It's just messing up oil prices and stuff.
Fair.
And
Oh,
the
yeah, fair,
containers and the crates and it's just got crazy.
Fair.
Don't spread false rumors, Brent.
So, man, what's the craziest story you've ever heard in retail? Because you've been not backstage, but in the cloakroom and them things there. Back room.
In the stock room.
Stock room, yeah.
Oh man, I'll have to think about something.
How about you,
Nothing comes to
Esther?
mind.
Any stock room
Yeah,
shenanigans?
people be having sex up in there.
Have you ever seen them? Have you smelled
No, I
it?
couldn't smell it. No, I couldn't. I couldn't see
What
such a
line
thing.
of questioning? Brent is
Wild.
sick.
You could smell sex.
I don't know what smells like. Sex smells like.
And in that musty old stock room where there are no windows.
I think who's that? Also, but I feel like I feel like with retail, the crazy things tends to happen in what's it called, Christmas parties. That even in the office, that's where it goes off. You
I've
see
heard
who's
about.
sleeping
I've
with
heard.
who,
I've heard about that.
who's doing what and doing that.
I've heard Christmas parties are a thing.
Christmas parties, like some companies have to give you. They have to be like, hey, y'all keep it in your pants, please.
Apparently,
That's-
Stephen tells me it happens every single year, right?
Every year.
Like all of the wild ones, right? They just wait for the Christmas party.
Yeah,
And
let
then
loose.
they just unleash.
Then they let
and then
loose.
Come New Year, they pretend nothing happened.
No, it come the next day, Brent.
Crazy.
The next day, people will act like I didn't see you doing what you were doing yesterday. And the people who slept together will act as though like they've never, like people just go back to not talking to each other. And then next year, we'll link up again.
That's mad.
It's sick.
That is mad. Because he's a married man, do you understand?
Yeah.
So he has to avoid.
I can
certain
imagine.
people. And he would have never gotten their heads up beforehand because they're acting normal.
Yeah, because at normal, you don't know they fancy you until the Christmas party. And you just see them flirting with you a little bit too much. Next thing, hands around the shoulders. Before you know it, some people are in the toilet making hand
And he
noise.
said that they're bare people like having sex. And then
Sex
the
is
next
the
day,
sex is the number one
there's
go-to.
bare people in HR.
You see, yeah,
What?
because you see them lipsing. That's the thing. HR people never get drunk. People don't peep this, but they're too drunk to clock that HR is not drunk. So so you see them lipsing first of all, as if they said that's your last meal ever on earth, and then next thing you know, they're just having sex all over the place, or they go home with each other and whatever else, and then everyone just comes to the office as if nothing happened.
I've never worked in
Sodomy.
corporate, mate.
This doesn't matter what. It's not corporate. It doesn't matter what. But you can't put humans together. If you speak to anybody from any workplace, office folk, man that work in the gym, people that work in
Yes.
retail and stock path, people that work in the kitchen, chefs and that, like the gym, any community, you can't. You put man and gal together in close proximity. Anywhere. Look what the police do. The nurses, the doctors, Dr. Armani. Sorry, it's just timing. It was just timing.
hell?
It was timing.
Do you know what Dr. Mani says there? That's wild. You did that to her. People have their annual sex at the party and go back to hope this email finds you well the next day. Word. That's what I heard they were doing.
She said first-hand experience, yeah.
No, everyone knows this though.
I've never experienced this, so I don't know this.
Have you ever worked in an office?
No.
So what are you talking about?
I've never experienced it.
Why would
That's
you
what
have experienced it?
I said I've never experienced it. I've never.
But you said that as though like you've been in the office space and you've never experienced this.
Oh, is that how it is? He took
Yeah,
it?
that's how it's, yeah. Because you said, oh, she's speaking from first-hand experience. But no, yeah, everyone just knows this is what happens in the office spaces. I can imagine anything worse going to have someone that works in the same place as me. Ugh.
Has it ever happened to you? Being accosted in Christmas parties?
Love it.
All right. I think we can wrap up topic of the day there.
Thank you very much. Let's get into our next headlines.
All right, people. So, two unions have announced that tube workers in London will strike next month in a dispute over pay. The strikes will take place from the 1st to the 16th of November after members of both ASLEF, the train drivers union, and RMT, which represents most other tube workers, rejected a pay offer from the TFL. London Underground drivers, instructors, managers, and engineers who are ASLEF members will strike across 4 days between the 1st and the 16th of November. They will also not work any overtime on different days, depending on their jobs. ASLEF members voted overwhelmingly for the action, with 98.8% wanting strike action, with a 68% turnout. Next headline, and Elon Musk has donated $75 million to a campaign group that he set up to support Donald Trump's presidential bid. The donation to America PAC, which was made in several payments over the summer, has been revealed in new campaign finance disclosures. Around $72 million of the $75 million has already been spent by the group on canvassing efforts to encourage people to vote. America PAC has been hit by problems with hiring campaigners in recent months, having fired 2 major contractors since July who were tasked with knocking on front doors. Following the disclosure, Musk wrote on social media that American PAC was just aiming for common sense, centrist values. And our last headlines, Diddy's back in the news, and apparently, according to Manhattan federal court documents, he wants prosecutors in his sex trafficking case to disclose the names of his accusers, basically. Sean Puffy Combs, who's 54, needs to know the identities of his accusers to prepare for the 5th of May trial. This is what his legal team argued in a letter on Tuesday to the judge. They said this case is unique, in part because of the number of individuals levying allegations against Mr. Combs due to his celebrity status, wealth, and extensive media coverage of lawsuits and other legal proceedings against him. They also said this has had a pervasive ripple effect, resulting in a torrent of allegations by unidentified complainants, spanning from the false to outright absurd. They noted 6 people filed civil complaints against Combs on Monday, and all of them are anonymous. His team also said that, Combs' lawyers said that they had asked prosecutors to identify all of the government's alleged victims because of the number and anonymity of the accusers, but the prosecution opposes disclosure of alleged victims' names at this stage. And that's it for our headlines. It's time to pay the bills.
All right, let's get into some word on road. All right, not much for me today. Nick Jonas was performing in Prague. This is so scary. But basically, he saw a laser pointed at him. That's why I said he thought he was going to, I don't know. I don't know whether, Anyway, he saw a laser pointed at him and he basically ran off the stage. And obviously that's news because that's just crazy. But then I don't know whether, I reckon probably just somebody in the audience that just had something or whatever. But I feel like there should be a lot more work that's done about stuff like that. Obviously, we've seen so much and so much stuff happen at concerts and whatever. But yeah, man, that must have been so scary. So there was a video of him online showing him running off the stage and getting security and literally just done with the show. So love and light to him. Hopefully it is just something that, someone in the audience had. It wasn't anything more crazy than that. Also, what's next? Hold on. Oh, DDG, yeah. I don't even know anymore. Basically, he's doing his music thing. And he's basically doing a BBL giveaway. And I just think that, black people, basically, he's doing a BBL giveaway. He's teamed up with some doctor, whatever. So, yet again, he's being cooked because what foolishness there is. So basically, he posted a thing talking about, in honor of his new song, What You Bad For, that's what the song is called. He's going to help women look and feel amazing. So he's decided to partner with a doctor and they're going to buy 2 lucky fans a non-surgical BBL. So the procedure uses filler to sculpt their bum and make it look perfect. This is what he's saying in his caption. That sounds about DDG, doesn't it? Really and truly. So yeah, he was getting cooked online for that because that's just stupid. Quite a long story, just stupid. Also, speaking of stupidity, this is not the person that was doing this, but basically there's a CBBC presenter, black guy, his name is Rhys Stephenson. And he's on a show, right? And he's doing like dance moves or whatever. And I just thought this was really out of order. People were laughing at him doing the dance moves and whatnot. And I just felt like, how are we in a place in society where we are laughing at people who are making a genuine living? Like, I don't understand. I just don't understand that mindset. But anyway, he responded to the video and he basically said, first of all, what are you guys doing on the CBB side of things? You're grown adults. So focus, mind your damn business. And he was like, also, it's Black History Month and he's teaching the kids that what CBBC, black dance moves.
It's the dancing man.
Dancing man. Who was it that danced one time that used to really piss me off? It was Love Island. It was a Love Island, wasn't it? It's like a black guy.
With the white girl.
Who's a white girl?
The Love Islanders, they used to dance all the time, is it?
No, not Danica.
No, man, the one...
There was a guy that was dancing.
And they done it for the Love Islander.
Yeah.
And he's with that white girl, the olive skin looking girl, the black I can't remember them. They came out of the house and they couldn't stop dancing.
Yeah.
I don't know their names.
I remember the girl though. She looks like a Shanice and something.
I can't remember. They couldn't stop dancing. They're probably dancing now.
All they did was dance. Then they broke up.
Oh,
they danced.
They're dancing individually.
They broke up. They danced away. They used to. Do you know what it's about dances? But I was talking about this every day. Like the vim I have against dancing is just so funny.
Dance, you know what it is, yeah? Because people say to me like, oh yeah, like what can give you ick in the girl, or what gives you the ick? What kind of icks you got?
Dancing.
Yeah, and I don't really have those kind of things. Like I don't really subscribe to those. I don't know, like whatever. But if I sit down and I think about it, yeah,
A dancing girl.
You see a dancing girl, TikTok dances, yeah. You can lose me, you know. I don't care how long you. If I see you doing the wrong thing on TikTok, we're done. We're done.
It's I can't. Do you know, like my worst fear here is being at an event and I can't find my man next to me,
And
but he's in the middle of the circle dancing.
That's
My gosh. You're going home by yourself. Like, I'm going home without you.
I don't know why they want to do these routines. These guys are supposed to be leng, you know, and on the camera. What the fuck? I'm saying, no.
Nah, man. Do you know what it is? I feel like, do you know what it is? What's weird? I don't even, like, I feel like a TikTok one is not bad because it's like a little cute little challenge. When you see the people that take it like, you're seriously dancing?
No, but if you're a serious dancer, because like a girls like I've even followed girls that like dance. They're dancers. They put their heels and their tracksuits on and go and do routines and stuff and all that. And it's not the. But I don't hold it against you though, if that makes sense. Like that's because that's what you do. They're dancers. But I'm talking about just civilians dancing.
Non-dancers dancing.
You get what I'm saying? That.
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that's worse than a dancing boy is a dancing girl for sure. That's a double standard I'm happy to uphold. I just think it's just, well.
A dancing man stinks though. Have you seen Dancing Brethrens? Like two men that do it in the club.
I couldn't see that.
Like,
synchronized dancing.
Synchronized,
Do you know
man.
the
You know, like the
only
routine,
dance
man. They are crazy.
Do you know the only dance I don't mind is actually when Jamaicans dance? You know, like when
obviously,
because
yeah.
it's so like it just looks so cool. That's the only dancing men I don't mind.
No, but they do synchronize. Have you been to Jamaica?
No, I haven't. I can't wait to go.
When you go to Jamaica,
I want to see the dances.
So when the locals come in it, yeah, and then they start dancing in it,
that's
yeah,
what I want to see.
So all the girls just think that you don't know fully well these are Jamaican men.
I think that's so sick.
It's as bait as day because they're in a line, there's like 7 of them, and they're doing their routine and they're going for it. All of the Jamaicans and then the women out there just there melting. Oh, Jamaican men dancing.
Okay, I'm not melting. But
foolishness.
It's just
you
like,
would melt. It's hot
I
over there.
No, shut up. I said it's hot.
So then you know,
those
and
are
then
the
you
only
go get yourself a
dances I
Jamaican
don't
man.
mind. Do you know another one?
Even then,
ick?
I don't like it either. It's crazy.
Do you know when it's an ick there? It's gonna Stacey mute the show for a second. You see the sorority men dancing?
What's it called? When they
When it's her doing all of this.
stamping and things.
Oh my gosh. Sorry. It makes me want to throw up every single time.
It's Stacey in the chat. Let me go in there.
Step in.
Steppers. Is that what it is?
Step in,
Crumping.
popping and locking it. No.
Wait.
When it comes to dating American men, that's one of my fears about dating an American man.
So it's just on camera because you'll be dancing.
No, but that's the thing though. Like, there's dancing that you do at the club where you're just chilled vibing. There's dance vibing and there's dancing.
How do you dance at a wedding?
I ain't breaking a sweat.
Serious?
What am I breaking sweats for? Am I the bride? That's my own.
Damn it! Isn't supposed to be a celebration?
No. But you can do it. But that's fine. That's dancing. I mean the serious. That I'm taking this
choreographed
serious.
stuff.
Yeah, like I'm taking this seriously. That this is like my rent is due. I'm taking this seriously. I can't do that.
It's funny how
Oh,
you're saying all
Danica is
this
a
when
dancing
Gina is-
girl. You know, Danica is a dancer.
Danica would dance to your flipping
Danica?
silence. The
The
girl
little thing
from
from
Love
Love
Island.
Island.
All she did was
Priscilla's a
dance.
dancer. Sorry, she's a dancer.
Priscilla,
From Love
that
Island?
that dated Mike that time.
Should we had her up here? Up to that.
Yes,
I ain't seen her
we can't
dance.
talk about
I ain't seen her.
dancing anymore.
I don't think I've seen her dance. Did she dance with Mike?
She
on the...
danced with Mike and it goes viral every year.
That was the
Someone
one
brought up-
time she danced.
Someone brought up 2 days ago.
I haven't seen her dance since then. That's the wickedest thing. That's not fair on her.
I'm gonna film you on next Friday and then tell people. I'll clip it up. You there cussing dancers dancing, you dancing.
Me?
But
You're
that's
dancing with everybody.
No, but that's vibing though. That's not the dancing we're talking about. Maybe we need to find another word for the dance we're talking about. Because like when you go to an event and you like I dance at concerts and stuff, but there's another level of dancing.
Like,
where
my
it's
dance
like,
is not offensive
Yeah,
to
no, but-
nobody.
There's a dance. I'm talking about the dancing where it's like I have one minute to shine. Like this is it. Like I'm gonna get signed off this dancing I'm doing. That's
You're
the kind of
auditioning for
dancing.
Strictly.
Yeah, and I just not even strictly because those are the keys, salsa dancing, but it's just
How about that salsa stuff or that kazumba stuff?
I want to do that. I want to do salsa dancing actually. I want to try it. It looks like a very fun activity to do on a Friday night.
Ballroom and thing. If you had to go on Strictly and learn and dancing, that's calm. Because
think there's a
it's
lick.
just pattern up. That's
A
calm.
lot of skill.
So white man dancing is fine.
That's your business. That's the version you want to go with. That's not what I said. Anyway, Kyle Walker. His wife has finally had enough. Finally had enough of his bullshit. Basically, cut long story short. So if you don't know Kyle Walker, he's an England player. What other team does he play for?
Man City.
Okay, yeah. Well, so he plays for Man City as well. But basically, he's had this ongoing court case for a while now. Let me tell you what it is. He's married to his high school. Well, we don't have high school here, so what would we call them? Secondary school, like your childhood lover, basically. And they've been together for years and whatever else. I think they've got like 3 kids. I think they've got kids, but they've been together since they were teens, basically. This guy decides to cheat. And one thing, I like when men that cheat, or anybody that cheats actually, I like when they cheat with people that are not quiet. Because they will take you through the mud and it will make you question why you ever did this. I like it when people, because obviously when you cheat in an ideal world, you should have moments of feeling like, oh my gosh, I should have never done that. I feel so bad. But some people don't because they go back. But I like when the participant of the cheating is somebody that will make sure every single day of their life, they will make you question why you did that. That's who Kyle Walker cheated with. So anyway, he cheated with this woman. They had 1 child. He decided that they were going to court and whatnot about like child support, pay this, don't pay that. She wanted this amount of money because she's saying you earn this much, so you're gonna give me this much, blah 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 blah. He's trying to fight it, wherever. Anyway, I think she ended up winning that. Cool. Obviously, he's like to his wife, I'm really really sorry, blah 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 blah. This man cheats again.
Same
But
kind.
not only does he same woman, not only does he cheat again with the same woman, he has a second child.
Yeah.
So after his wife took him back after the first time, so I don't really take cheaters back. But that's the story for another day.
But you can't be linking them gal with premium women like that. Like, because like,
Very fertile woman.
yeah, like that's crazy. You can't be risking that after she got pregnant the one time.
Bro, he cheated again, and then this time there was more evidence to show for the cheating the second time. So anyway, his wife decided that she's going to leave him. Basically, she said, what sources are saying, there's always one source that's out there talking to the newspaper. I don't know whose side they be on. Talking about, basically, she can't forgive him for what he's done. And essentially, anyway, to be fair, since they kind of been separated-ish, or not been on good terms since December, apparently, where, they just don't really talk to each other as much anymore. She's struggling to forgive him. And yeah, they were sleeping at separate bedrooms, all that kind of stuff anyway. So that's what's happening. Meanwhile, the cheating participant, she's on her podcast talking about people keep cussing her for sleeping with him twice. And she's like, just because I have 2 kids doesn't mean that's the only time we slept together. No, what I mean, sometimes, people just have the day they deserve. And it just sounds like Carl with this woman. literally got the day that he deserved with her. But love and light to his wife, man. His side piece will have the day she deserves as well. Because I don't know, something about you intentionally going to sleep with a married man don't sit right with me. But anyway, that's what's happening on
No
their
one
side
likes
of town.
homewreckers.
It's not it, man. It's not it. But yeah, that's what's going on their side of town. That is it. Let's get into people's journal. Okay.
All right, people. Welcome to the
gonna eat 'em.
People's Journal. Where I give you the news from an economics point of view. First thing I want to talk about is something that we mentioned already in the headline. This is just about the tube strikers. The tube drivers are going to be striking over pay, and this is what ASLEF Union has announced. It's going to take place from the 7th to the 12th of November. So the ASLEF has said that train operators and management grade staff will be striking from the 7th. We'll be striking on the 7th and the 12th of November, and those in the engineering section for 24 hours from 6 o'clock in the evening on the 1st of November. So guys, bear that in mind and obviously plan accordingly. 98.8% of those voted in favour of striking, 68% turned out for the vote, but I mean overwhelmingly, that's crazy. 98.8% are all saying, look, we need to strike and make sure that we get the right pay. ASLEF is seeking a pay agreement with London Underground, TfL, which has offered a 3.8% pay rise and a variable lump sum. But Mr. Brennan, who is ASLEF's full-time organiser on London Underground, said that the offer would leave members on a lower salary than drivers on other TfL services, such as the Elizabeth line and the Overground and things like that nature. So why should there be that disparity? Obviously, they're doing different lines, but still, he's just saying it doesn't make sense, especially when some of the other train operating companies gave their members gave their staff like about 6% or so, or something at least in line with inflation. So they're going to be strikers. So guys, like I said, plan accordingly. Next thing I wanted to mention is UK inflation fell unexpectedly to 1.7%, 1.7%, which is crazy. This is the lowest rate in 3.5 years. So that's good news, man. So it means that basically the annual rate prices are rising, and it's now below the Bank of England's 2% target, which is paving the way for further interest rate cuts. At least that's what we're hoping for anyway. They should be meeting, like first week, I believe, of November. So we'll see if this does have an effect on the base rate and if they lower it. Right now, I believe I told you guys last time when it happened, it's currently at 5%, and they made the first cut back in August, but they decided obviously to hold onto the 5% for another month in September. So we'll see September and what month are we now? October. Yeah. So it's still 5%. So they dropped it from 5.25%. It's already well expected that they will be cut in November, but this definitely does help. You know what I'm saying, to bring it down again. So again, this will have an impact on mortgage rates as well. So again, for those who are looking to buy properties, get on the property ladder, this may be beneficial. But at the same time, guys, remember there's a balance. When the base rate drops, when inflation improves, people will likely go out and start buying. You know what I'm saying? Your money can stretch a bit more. And so this is why Nationwide and a couple of other lenders have reported that house prices have increased. You know what I'm saying? So there is a balance. Next thing I wanted to mention is, you know the whole subscription thing, yeah? Have you guys been caught up in that trap where you want to buy something or subscribe to something, and then let's just say, I don't know, maybe you only want to do it just as a trial for a month or something, and then before you know it now, you're stuck there subscribed for like 3 months and you're not even using the service.
There's things I've been subscribed to for 3 years that I ain't using.
You know what I'm saying? So exactly. So that's the sort of situation. The America's basically saying, look, we've had enough of this. And what they're trying to do, FTC, which is the US Federal Trade Commission, has adopted a click to cancel rule, right? Which aims to make it easier for people to end their subscriptions. Yeah. So it's basically going to force companies to make subscription signups and the cancellations straightforward. Because sometimes it's easy to click a button, you sign up.
I've had
to cancel. You got to call up, you got to do this, I've
had stupid money come out of my account.
There you go.
So I forgot to cancel.
So they're basically saying that it's as easy as it is to subscribe, they're going to make it a rule where it's just as easy to cancel your subscriptions as well. So it's going to apply to businesses, obviously including retailers, gyms, and basically all them companies where they have to get consent from customers before renewing subscriptions and converting free trials into paid memberships. All of those things are going to come into effect in around 6 months' time. Just what? Roughly about 6 months' time anyway. And the last thing I wanted to mention, this is kind of like a little bit of a rumor because I'm only seeing the Financial Times talking about it. And basically, apparently Uber is looking to buy Expedia. So long term, I'm not too sure if this is a good thing or what it may mean for the industry. But yeah, man, it's looking like Uber, they're interested in buying Expedia potentially. So we'll see what if that is actually true. The market cap for Uber is $173 billion right now. Expedia's market cap is just under $20 billion. So yeah, I didn't even think it would be like Uber's was that big, but that's crazy. 173 billion. But yeah, long story short, they're basically saying they're looking into it. Expedia has had some lower forecasts at different points in the year. In the first quarter, they mentioned how there was a slower than anticipated recovery in their vacation rental booking brand called Vrbo, VRBO. And in the second quarter, they was talking about a challenging macro environment and a softening in travel demand as well. So obviously that's going to affect their intake. But yeah, long story short, it's looking like Uber's looking into it. So if it does happen, I'll let you guys know. But that is pretty much it for the People's Journal.
All right, should we do our last headlines?
Let's do it. All right, people. So, Israel has launched a series of missile strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut, for the first time in 6 days, as it faced pressure from the US over aid to Gaza. The country's military aimed their attacks on South Beirut yesterday, after the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected the idea of a ceasefire in Lebanon that would leave Hezbollah close to Israel's border. And an AFP journalist saw black smoke billowing between buildings in the capital's Harik area, following two strikes, which hit shortly after an Israeli military order for residents to leave. Israel's military said about 50 projectiles were fired from Lebanon at the country's north without any reports of casualties.
You're sitting there.
And our next headline, a Met policewoman accused of posting a torrent of offensive messages on social media and failing to disclose her relationship with a female jihadi will face a misconduct hearing later this month. So PC Ruby Begum was allegedly in contact with a woman who had joined the Islamic State in Syria and had expressed an interest in the teachings of extremist preachers. The 29-year-old, who worked in the Met's territorial support group that deals with public order policing, is also accused of writing discriminatory and or offensive comments on her Twitter account between 2013 and 2019. And some of the posts insulted Jewish people and mocked the 9/11 terror attacks. Apparently, they remained visible on her account after she became a special constable back in 2016. She was placed on restricted duties 3 years ago when the allegations first came to light, and then she was suspended by the force a year later. Between October the 21st and the 23rd is when she's going to be facing a misconduct hearing. And our last headline, an Italian naval ship carrying a first group of migrants intercepted in international waters docked on Wednesday at the Albanian port of Shenanigans. And the arrival of the group of 16 people, which includes 6 Egyptians, is part of a controversial deal between Rome and Tirana. Under the agreement, thousands of male asylum seekers will be processed outside of Italy's borders. It has built 2 reception centres in Albania, which is a non-European Union country, where the men will be accommodated until their papers are finalised. They will then retain their rights under international and EU law to apply for asylum in Italy. Cases will then be heard by video from Rome. If their asylum request is granted, that's when they'll then be sent to Italy. However, if it's rejected, that's when they're going to be sent back home. The plan is the first by a European nation to divert migrants to a country outside of the bloc, and it's already been widely criticised by human rights groups. Basically, a bit similar to the whole Rwanda scheme. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the headlines. It's time to pay them bills.
Sure is. Let's get into our interview.
Let's do it.
I'm going to be sitting over there.
Yes.
Okay.
Lovely.
thought you didn't want to come on.
Nobody
I
knows
just-
how this works, you know?
I just
When
thought-
you're just like, this live, I don't want to F anything up. Let me just be as quiet as possible. So nobody knows who can see what, who can hear what.
Yeah, fair.
So I'm just trying to,
No, lovely.
knock anything over.
Are you comfortable there, Grace? Or do you want to move one of the... I always feel like those pillows like prop you up so forward.
I don't really use them. Them man, they sit on them.
Or people sit on them?
Yeah, for that.
It's only loons.
Okay. Why is Luz always catching straight in this flipping show?
He said, "Them man, don't bring anybody else in it. Nobody else does
So
that."
that's plural. That ain't it. Okay.
Okay, even though the podcast is called Journeys of Grace, you just call Gigi.
Oh, Gigi.
Yeah, Gigi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you not like called being Grace?
It's not that I don't like it. It's just
You go by
Gigi
Gigi.
is what people call me.
Fair.
My Nigerian name.
Okay. Lovely.
Tops.
Duki, you're so excited to say a Nigerian name. So anyway,
I know all about it now.
you're too funny. How are you, hon? Oh, your mic.
Oh, just might talk to you. Bit
Can
closer.
I
Do a test.
Got it.
how's it sounding?
Well, 'cause you're so annoying. How does that inconvenience you in any way?
Feedback from
It's touching me.
Just keep it there. It's fine.
How are you doing?
You're very sweaty. Is this already recording?
Yeah, you're live.
Girl, it's live.
You didn't tell me.
No, Brent, this is stuck.
Serious.
That's
Yes.
because it shouldn't be recording. That's why.
Sorry, people. Just trying to get settled.
So when we're setting up, is that just live?
Yeah, like it's all live. This is
People just saying,
yeah.
okay.
Like, we've been live for the past since
No, I
8.
know, but as in, like, I didn't know, like, what they see. I thought, we'll just
Oh no,
turn
they've
up to a
seen
commercial break
every
and then
single.
we'll come back.
Oh no,
Okay. So wait, they've seen everything.
every single thing.
This whole conversation we're having now, they're just watching it.
Yeah, basically. But if she didn't say anything crazy, I would have stopped you. To be fair, I would have said, hey, we're alive. But how are you anyway?
Oh my gosh, my big full name.
No.
Oh my gosh, I wanna. Oh no. Anyway, I'm good.
Should we, is that going to distract you?
No.
Are you sure?
You want me to change it? Yeah, I'll change it.
What are you changing?
Just to Gigi.
Okay, all right.
That's cool.
How are you though?
Yeah, man. After all that, I'm good.
Yeah,
I can't
good.
complain. Had a little bit
Lovely.
of traffic on the way down, but I'm good.
Yeah,
How are you guys?
We're good, thank you.
All good.
Yeah.
How long you guys been here from? What time did you start?
We start at 8.
So 8 is just YouTube. It's live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't always like that.
Oh, word.
First of all, you know when we have visitors,
Give
You've never heard-
15,
Don't
20
tell the
minutes.
visitors the
Wow.
truth.
thank you.
I'm telling everybody.
No, now you started.
It's always,
because
it's always
did
been
they say that
live
in the
on
Caribbean
YouTube.
household?
It's always been live on YouTube. Don't listen to Brent. Talking nonsense.
Okay.
That's not what it's all about.
I know it's not.
He knows.
But-
But it's all right.
Is that a thing in the Caribbean household actually?
As in, don't talk people's business.
Don't talk about people, your family business
Yeah.
from the company.
I feel
Is
like
that Nigerian
is-
thing?
I feel like that is a
I feel like it's a black thing.
Yeah, it's a black thing.
Jamaicans don't snitch, but Trinis are different. So.
oh wow.
Yeah. Well,
They're gonna
that'll
come-
do it.
They're gonna come for you.
That'll do it. Danny's back. Hey girl, how are you, babes?
How am I? Yeah, I'm all right. All right, you know, I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
You look good, so that's good.
Yeah. I thought I'd make an effort.
We appreciate you, girl. What a babe. All right, so Gigi, sorry to make this worse, but basically, with all our guests, we do a quiz with them.
Listen. The hour of the morning that it is, a quiz cannot.
Listen,
work.
it
too
has
early.
to. And we have a leaderboard. I'm so sorry. To be fair, you should have told her.
I
'Cause you knew
to be-
this.
I think you did,
I
though.
did tell
You
you,
did.
but
Okay.
I was just like,
But we
it's
just
just gonna have to. I'm not good with general knowledge, and I'm not good under pressure.
To be fair, you had a Johnny last time as well to help you. So
It's
fair.
not to help me. He was just doing his
Yeah, but you were
thing.
team there. Do you get what I mean? So that helps a bit.
Okay, but he's
So
competitive.
wait, are we gonna
I'm
do this
not.
together?
Yeah,
So
we
it's
can
like
do
a
it
duo?
together.
Okay, you can.
Alright,
You can.
'cause The
Okay,
tired
fair.
that I am.
Why are you looking like no? No, they can't. That's not how this works.
It was us to be embarrassed.
We're making up rules as we
And
go.
ourselves.
But no, it's basically going to be general knowledge questions
Yeah.
and then this or that, like black or blue.
Okay.
Yeah. So the quicker you answer them, the more points you're likely to you can get.
Just-
And if you don't know one, just say pass.
okay.
Yeah. Also, it's 1 minute because sometimes I think people think it's 1 minute.
Is tired an acceptable answer?
Not unless it's a question.
Okay,
No. Okay, you ready?
Nope.
Say nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Gigi?
I'm not ready. I'll never be ready.
But here we are. No, you're Nigerian. No, you're always ready. Always ready. Excuse me.
I'm ready.
Can you imagine?
I am ready.
This is a shaking in their
Sorry,
brain.
sorry, my night. I'm
Thank you very
ready.
much. Thank you.
Go on then.
Eman, Brent, Mugs.
Let's go.
All right.
All
We'll
right.
start. Yes, we'll start with
Alright,
you.
cool.
Wait, they what?
What happened?
He's finding it hard to read the question or understand it.
That doesn't give them much hope.
That means
does it?
we have
Yeah, we're already at deficit at this point.
Ah.
You got it now. Okay. I hope it's your question. I hope you didn't.
Yeah, but
read.
then is it going to be able to be explained to us? Because as long as it took you, that's us running out of time.
Again, you can pass.
We'll fuck around and find out.
All right, ready, everybody?
Let's go.
All right, Brent, let's go.
All right. 3, 2, 1. That's the wrong button.
Gosh.
3, 2, 1.
Lagos or London?
Oh. If A is the first letter, G is what?
6.
7.
What is it?
If X equals 1, 3X equals what?
3.
Public school or boarding school?
On what continent is Kuwait?
Is that even a continent?
You gotta be quicker.
You made me quicker. Okay, go on.
Bugs.
Marks.
Gigi is the logo for what Italian brand?
Huge. No. Yeah.
Spring or autumn?
Sorry.
Spring or autumn?
Autumn.
Ghana has what in the middle of its flag?
Star. Black star.
Gillian Joseph presents the news at 10 on what platform?
Who?
Gillian Joseph?
The news at what? I don't know. ITV.
No, Sky. I don't even know who Gillian is. I don't know Gillian McKee.
Clearly, I'm doing this by myself as Dani as a
Well,
sleep.
yeah, because I was just like, everywhere I was like,
No,
well, you
she actually
answered
gave me
it.
the
You
7.
answered the next question. I was thinking, okay. So
She gave me the 7.
No, but we have
Who's
to
Gillian
read.
Joseph?
Yeah,
I don't
this-
have a clue.
please, you guys should admit that question in the beginning.
Who's that?
No,
Yeah,
he
who's
doesn't
that?
even know.
Don't people that know.
But you know,
I just don't watch
I
Sky
know
News.
faces. I don't know names.
I don't watch Sky News. I watch TDA. I get Manny's from here, child. So I don't need to know. Ask me who Manny is. I can tell you who that
You
is.
guys are wicked.
Where's my phone?
You lot checked us.
No, but to be fair, Danny helped because the letter G is the 7th.
That's the only thing that she's answered now.
When
But
you
you said
answered, then they
6.
asked the next question. So I thought you weren't even waiting for my answer.
This is
So I
a
thought, cool.
collaborative
Cool.
effort.
But it should be. So you said Lagos. I would have said London. Then how does that work? So what is that?
I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Why did I just speak with the hat? She was like, this is collaborative to come together. Anyway, we're here now. It is, it is what it is.
Oh, we finished.
Yeah, that was it.
With that
60
segment. Yeah, with
seconds.
that section.
Are you
yeah.
finding a picture of her?
No one's never seen this woman.
Let me see.
It was a woman. Oh, yeah, Gillian. Duh.
No.
Let me see.
No, don't know who that is.
I have actually seen her, yeah. Is
There
this
you
her
go.
name?
Let me see
I
her.
did not know that was her name.
She ain't seen her.
Yes, I've seen
No.
her. She's yeah.
Nice. She's like
Oh,
a number.
y'all know Gillian.
Don't stop the foolishness.
Oh, come on.
No one
So
knows.
she's on Sky.
Yes,
No,
all the time.
No
I
one,
don't
watch
no
Sky.
one's seen
What
this.
time?
No one's
I
seen
think
this
it's on
job.
the
At 10.
It's at 10.
Okay, well, you know me.
No,
You know
I'm
me.
watching that.
I'm sleeping.
No, no one's seen this thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No, I
big
don't
up
know.
Gillian.
Tell me about thing.
Yeah,
That's her,
come on.
that's her auntie. Going her thing. That's so rude. That's your auntie. Talk about it. Still want to see this thing. Anyway, yeah, I've never seen a woman a day in my life. Big up her though.
Yeah, man.
I love
Big
the
up.
black female presenter.
Yes, Gillian.
Anyways, do you please let our lovely audience know about you? Please tell them some stuff about you. What do
Me?
you do?
I'm a songwriter turned podcaster,
Lovely.
and yeah, I write a few songs here and there for a lot of library music, a lot of TV.
What's library music?
Library music is pretty much music that you hear in TV,
Okay.
sometimes in radio, series
Oh, okay.
and stuff. So it's the songs that are not, they're not fillers. I don't want to call them fillers, but you might have a song that is the soundtrack song. I mean, a soundtrack of a or theme of a show.
Yeah.
And then all the songs in the middle might be library music.
Oh.
So rather than them having to go to a big artist to go and get them to use their music, there's library music, and then it's cheaper. It's much cheaper. It's like stock. Imagine stock photos.
Yeah.
These are like the stock music. So yeah, I do that quite.
Oh,
a
that's
lot.
how did you get into that?
I've been doing. You didn't listening to the podcast. You never listened to the podcast.
You know what? I actually did. First of all,
All of it?
not all of it. No, I
Okay.
missed 2 episodes.
Which episodes did you miss?
I missed.
Did you tell her?
Which
Oh,
one? Which
Seven
ones did
and
you
eight.
miss?
Teacher's Pet. What episode was this on? Was library music on?
No, it doesn't matter. Which ones did you not listen to?
6 and 7.
Oh.
Don't
I
let her
had
lie to you.
8.1 and 8.2.
I did 8.1 and 8.2.
You said lie.
I had to.
Ah, fair.
I had to.
I was on like 1.75.
I was 2.5.
I can do it.
I was 2.5. Yeah, so because we listen to
We had
things
late
very
notice,
fast in the space.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. We listen, yeah, so,
Speed it up.
yeah, like shows, whatever, like we're speed up.
So you,
Wow.
yeah. I don't
So we
think
catch
you
things,
would've
yeah.
listened. Yeah. So how did I get into it? So I done Pop Idol.
Sorry,
which I
first of all,
mentioned.
sorry, no.
Pardon me, go on.
Before you came here, basically, I found out here, because this is where I get my news, that Liam Payne had died.
Yeah.
And these eggs, well,
Yeah, I saw
but
it
to be fair,
online yesterday.
Yeah, he died yesterday. Very sad,
man.
sad news. And then these that were like, you do wear the red. How did you know that? And then,
Keep the camera on there.
but then, so I think it's crazy. I've asked another question today.
Wait.
And then you're like,
She's
you
processing.
listen to the thing.
You need the time. 1 second. Wait.
Give her
Fair.
time too.
To grieve.
Yeah.
Liam Payne.
From One Direction, yeah, passed away.
What?
He fell,
He fell off a third
allegedly fell off
floor
the balcony.
of his hotel.
Where was he?
Argentina.
Argentina. Yeah, just last night.
Yeah, very sad.
That is so sad.
Yeah.
So young.
I need a minute.
No, that was me. That was me. But my
That-
lovely co-host wasn't going to give me a minute.
For real, I do.
Because he wanted to cuss me instead.
Why would you want to gush you?
Because, well, I lead a segment, a little segment.
A little segment.
It's called Word and Road. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm meant to be abreast of celebrity stuff and whatnot.
Oh, and you didn't know
Sometimes
And I
even
didn't
before
know
it
that.
happens.
Apparently, I should know things before it even drops. And I do. But this one I missed because I was sleeping.
Sorry, was he drinking?
Yeah,
Was
so apparently he was on. So he's dealt with like drug abuse. So basically what the reports are saying is that he was on drugs or something, but he was moving erratic basically, like breaking his laptop. Then they had to carry him to his room, and then that's So they basically they don't think it's
Wait, Liam has the chart kid with Cheryl.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh dear.
that's it.
Yeah, she's
Cheryl
like,
who?
Cole, Chow, she's like Agbaya. Yeah. That's what she was doing.
Oh my, that's not.
Yeah, that's really sad. And
This
I'm not
was
even
like-
a One Direction fan, but when I saw it, I was like,
That's
oh,
just terrible.
that's I shouldn't be hearing this about you. At all.
Sad.
Only 31.
Only 31. Sorry, I think I've dumped in the media, but I brought all of that up just to say that I don't like how everything about me is being questioned today. That was questioned. The library music is being questioned. Anyways, please let people know.
Wow. Sorry. How
Yes.
I
Yes.
got into it.
Yes.
So I done Pop Idol, which I
Yeah.
mentioned in the podcast.
That's episode 6.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would done Pop Idol, and off the back of Pop Idol, I just used it to kind of talk to everybody. So I just went around trying to see who would kind of, because at the time Pop Idol was a big deal.
Yeah.
So I just kind of used it to just see who would let me,
Yeah.
kind of
Network.
buy in, do you know what I mean? Buy into me. And I called everyone. I remember I had a directory, the music directory back in the day. I called everyone. And then these people, I don't even know what they're called. I don't know what they were called at the time. But anyway, Delicious Music. They answered the phone. A guy called Ollie answered, and I just begged him. I said, Ollie, I've just done Pop Idol. I need some help. I write music. And he was like, you know what? You sound cool. Come down. Went down. They were in Acton at the time. And that was kind of how I got in. Went down, played them my music, done a track with them. And then like months later, I was doing like songs for adverts for Huggies, the Pampers.
Oh yes.
So yeah, that was my entry point. Years ago. Feels like years ago now.
So does that include you having to actually play the music as well?
No. So I will go in, I will write the lyrics, but I will also write the melody.
Okay.
Pardon me. So I'll write the melody as well. So you're not really. I mean, the music is part of that though. So people think it's just the production.
Yeah.
But actually, music is 50% lyrics, and it's the composition. So the composition is the melody as well as the production. So yeah, I do the melody, I don't really ever. I can produce, but I don't ever really have to produce. There's people that are better than me.
Is it hard to do that though? Like, do they give you like a subject? So with the Huggies, for example, do they give you? Do you have to come up with everything, or do they tell you like a theme they kind of go for, or what kind of ad they're trying to do?
It depends on what we're doing. So usually with library music, we would get like a brief. It might just say we're looking for a sports album. So this has got to be winning. They might give you keywords: winning, champion. So you might know that a new competition's coming up, or Champions League might come up, whatever might come up. So you're thinking of what to write. So they'll give you a few tips, and then you write the album. But in other cases, so when I do, like, I've done a Samsung, I think it was Samsung. I done Samsung recently, and with that, they knew exactly what they wanted. So their theme was circle it, because they had this new circle it AI thing, and everything I had to write was about circling it. So the adverts like circle it. So sometimes you get briefs, sometimes you don't. But yeah, I do need to come up with it by myself. But I've done it for so long, it's quite easy. Do you know what I mean?
And do they like get different people, different artists to do it, and then they pick the one that goes? Or they actually just commission you to do it?
Yeah. So the company that I write with, everyone's in house, so they can all produce. But I'm probably the only one who can rap, sing, and write, so it's easier.
Triple threat. Okay, girl.
Come on. Yeah. You lot gassed me, yeah. So yeah, for when it's things like that, I mean, I can do it still. So.
I always find stuff like that very fascinating, because you know, like when people talk about wanting to be musicians, people tend to just go for like what people tend. I feel like career-wise, people tend to go for the career that they can see is popping or whatever. Like you don't really hear many people say, "Oh, I want to be the producer," or "I want to be the one that does the cameras," or "I want to be the one that writes the script for how the ad is going to go." So I always find that so fascinating when people go in that other realm.
I think when you're coming into, I can only speak for this industry, but when you're coming into it, as a kid, all you see is people singing. That's all you know. So for me, I'm like Mariah Carey,
the end product,
all these people. So I'm just thinking that's it. It wasn't until I done Pop Idol, started going over to Delicious and seeing that there was a whole different, like they were doing I believe they used to do or they contributed to the theme for, there used to be a theme that used to be on like BBC on the news. It was just that little,
the clock thing.
Yeah, I think like they some them or their people did that. So things like that, the ID for EastEnders, all them kind of things that I didn't realise that they used to do them kind of things. So yeah, it was very new to me. But once I got it, I thought this is sick.
It is.
Oh, you enjoy it?
Yeah, man.
So what would, because obviously if you start up as an artist and you want to make music and you want to make circular music and stuff like that, and then obviously you go into a different territory, like you're saying, you didn't realise people do all this stuff. Do you still get the gratification making music, or is it just the monetary side of things that like subsidizes, makes up for it?
For me, that's a good question. For me, it's still satisfactory to me because I'm making music. So as a kid, I thought I wanted to write music, sing all these songs and do all these things, and I'm kind of still doing that. I don't want to be an artist, but I sing the songs that I'm writing, or I rap the songs that I'm rapping. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's cool. I think it's good. The flip side is when you're writing music for artists, it's cool and it's great. You're in sessions and I enjoy doing that. But you'll know, but like you write about, you can have 100 songs just sitting on your laptop. Maybe one might see the light of day. One. Do you know what I mean? Or there's been times I've been told to write a song. So on the same song, like I got a song from Potter Piper, when was this? Last year or the year before. About 3 other people would have gotten that song and we're all going to write. And then they're going to pick it. And then they might not even pick you. They might just go, do you know what? That bit sounds good. And get their own writers to do it. So as much as that is amazing, that is nice, doing songs that I'm writing, that I enjoy, that I know it's going to go somewhere, that is probably a little bit more, like that feels better. It feels way better. Because I know people that are writing songs, they've had a hit and it's taken 10 years to get the next one. And in that time, I'm flipping having library songs I'm just hearing. Like sometimes people hit me up in Nigeria, Saudi, wherever they are, go, is this you? And it's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's there.
So I think that's cooler. I think that's better. Yeah. And also no one needs to see your face. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're an artist, people need to see you. I don't.
They have to market you.
Yeah, and that's I don't want to be seen really. This is hard, isn't it, Dani? Tell her.
She was like, when I said, I'm going to show you what it looks like, because I know when we were looking for the promo, she was like, so how about we mask me out? And we were like, no. If people need to see the person that's on the podcast, she was like, okay, cool. But what if I'm like a silhouette? And we were like,
no, girl.
Again. Right. So then when it came to this, I was like, okay, I'm going to show you a clip of how close it is. And she was like, whoa, what? How did you just zoom out? I'm like, there'll be no zooming out.
Not zoom out.
This is what it is.
Is there a reason as to why it is that you scrub yourself on the internet?
Are you supposed to be asking questions?
I told you I know everything about you.
I was like, girls, it's a team. Everybody get questions from all angles.
Even a question
just take
about...
time.
Sorry.
Because before you start saying, Dani can ask if she wants even what? No, please,
even
what?
a question that he just asked you about writing, I believe that you fell into that, right? You realized that wasn't working anymore.
No, I've been writing since I was 6 years old.
No, not fell into that.
The library music.
Oh, library.
You wanted to be an artist.
Yeah.
And you basically tried to hustle. You even left to go to America to basically make your way. And yes, you were incredibly talented and everything, but you weren't getting that particular chance, right? People couldn't find the perfect spot for you. So then you're like, all right, let me lean into the thing that I've been doing for all this while. And then I guess you realized that was your pure love, innit?
Yes, sort of. But I kind of was doing that before I went off to America. So like, I was getting deals. I mean, you heard this. I was getting deals, and a lot of them I just didn't. It didn't feel right to take the deals. It just never felt right. And music is those contracts. You have to really understand it. Do you know what I mean? So it didn't feel right. But it wasn't like because it wasn't working. I was already doing the library music, and I just wanted to express. So it was good that I was able to just. Any different song, I could just do it. Whereas when it was label stuff, I'd go in and they'll be like, well, you could do acoustic. Do you know? I'd be like, cool, because I could play a little bit of guitar and I like doing it. But then they'll be like, oh, you could do R&B. Whereas when I do library music, doesn't matter what genre it is, I can do it and I enjoy doing it. So I just get to do what I enjoy doing. It's so restrictive when I'm doing like artist stuff. Do you know what I mean? It was very restrictive. But yeah, I wouldn't say I fell into it, but it was something I didn't know about. And then once I was exposed to it, I really enjoyed it.
Beautiful. So after the ego death, did you then decide to scrub your internet history?
Nah, you're not serious.
I'm not.
He's very serious.
There's so much juice in that podcast. Crazy.
Thank you. Nah, when ego death happened, that Bufo only happened in the last 4 years. So I don't know if you guys know, but Bufo was something that I'd done. It's a psychedelic, and you squeeze the venom from this toad, and so I take this.
Do you squeeze it?
No, I didn't.
I would have failed at that part, boy.
Listen, I couldn't even. I couldn't
kick my ass out
doing all of that. But yeah, when I did take it, I was gone for a good while. But that wasn't the reason why you don't find much about me on the internet. You just don't find it because I just don't want to put much up there.
Fair.
You know.
We're going to get into the Bufo things. I think on the podcast you mentioned it's 6 times stronger than ayahuasca, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wild. When you said that.
That's the final like boss.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because obviously the ayahuasca's the mother.
Because ayahuasca sounds scary anyway.
It is.
Exactly.
But then they tell you that Bufo is the father. That's what they say how it is. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, cool. So yeah, but mind you, when I done it, I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, did you not? Okay.
I had no clue. I tried to read, but yeah, it doesn't give me any guidance on it.
I want us to kind of go back to the beginning, yeah?
Sure.
Because obviously, like you said, you're a songwriter, you was a singer as well, artist, but then you went into script writing, which is the reason why we're here with Jonas with Grace, yeah. Can you tell people how you basically got into this part and what kind of led you there? If that makes sense.
So what got me into this part? At uni, I'd done one dead little script. It was just a page. It wasn't anything major. And it was I think it was something to do with our final dissertation or whatever. But yeah, so I'd done that, and that was my only, I guess, experience of doing any sort of script writing. And then when this came along, I was actually trying to raise money for the health stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember my guy Mosh, So Soft, Sons of the First Tribe, him and his boy, they were supposed to be helping me. And I don't know what happened, but it was the middle of COVID, so I just think it just was a bit, you know what I mean? Everything was going on and they couldn't really do it. And one of the guys got sick, so I was thinking, what am I going to do? So I was looking online on Spotify, and I'm talking a lot about me wanting to do this podcast. So I just think, the algorithm, the phone, the internet, it just showed me this, what was it? An initiative by Sound Up by Spotify. So when I saw it, I was like, then why not just apply? I applied, done the normal stuff, applied for it, went back and forth. And because it was in COVID, we had to do the course at home. So we didn't go. I think we would have went to a hotel, but we done it at...
I'll also add it was specifically for new Black female podcasters.
Okay. So anyone who identified... Sorry to cut you. So anyone identified as a woman or a person of colour or something. And So I done that. And the long and short of it is we got down to what? The final
10?
I think 50 first and then 10. I feel like
it was
because it was
50,
out of
30
England,
and then
something like that. It was out of England and it was the UK and Ireland. And we got down to, in the end, it was the final 10. The final 10 had to go and do a pilot. And then when I won the pilot, then it was time to write. But that script, that first thing, Dani would tell you, when we first done the first read, I really, you see, obviously you've heard the podcast, I was really trying to talk that out live. Like I was really do you remember? I was really trying to talk it out. It just didn't work.
No, like, we need to write it down, honey. You can't just be in the booth and we were like, nah, just structure.
I really thought I was going to, which is what I thought I was going to do when I first started to produce. Don't know if any of you guys can produce in here, but when I first started to produce, I didn't loop it. So I just put the whole thing on record and was really trying to quantize myself, like putting the kick, trying. And then I realized, it was terrible. So so that's how I kind of got into it. It was, I was learning on the job. I was a complete novice. And I think I knew some stuff, but doing it yourself, like actually doing it, was when I was like, okay, I kind of know a little bit. But then obviously I had Dani to help me and a few other people. But in terms of writing the script, it was my first major. My first major
And also
thing.
when we were going up for it, so when it was the final 10 and we were doing it, we got told that our project probably wasn't going to win because it was just too, I don't know the exact word. I don't want to say it was too ambitious, too big or whatever, but they were like, we're not going to go for it. So I was like, cool, we are going to make this with their money as good as we can. And then we're going to shop it out, because I could just, from when I spoke to G the first time and she told me her story, I was like, this has got legs. Like this is a winner. Yeah. And then, so when it came to it, then it was like, oh, you won. And we were like, oh, the one that you said wouldn't win.
Look at that.
Right. So, yeah.
So you guys won from the pilot, right? And then you went in.
Yeah. We won from the pilot.
So how much of the entire podcast was in the pilot? Was it just like the first episode?
It's
or?
literally
Sorry, can we tell
them
what the podcast is called? Sorry? I don't feel like people watching have context.
Journeys with Grace.
Journeys
with Grace.
Yeah.
Check out, guys, Spotify, Journeys with Grace.
Yeah, it's available on all streaming platforms.
All right.
Why are you saying quiet? Let the people know.
It's available.
Was it like, is it basically episode 1 that we hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the end of episode 1, what we had done. So in the first one, obviously we were trying to win and we were competing against 10 other pilots. So we knew we wanted to just make it as good as possible. So that even if they reject it, they said, listen, this is sick. And they know that it's got legs. So we made sure we just went ham with that first one. But when we did realize we won, it was like, well, you don't want to put everything in that first one. So we cut the end of one and put it into 2. And that's why it has that, it ends on that. I forgot. I have whatever it is, I can't remember.
Oh, what the F is a boss.
Yeah. So it ends on that and then it goes into the other one. So yeah, we kind of put everything into that first one and then just stripped back. Because it just made sense after that, because now you know you need cliffhangers. Now you need people to come back. Now, do you know what I mean?
So obviously, I don't want to spoil it for the people yet, but again, people, trust me, it's worth.
Definitely check it out. It's a great storytelling.
It's amazing.
I love stuff like that.
The detail as well.
Yeah.
And there's so many different things that obviously, as Yoruba people, we relate,
get.
innit?
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to speak about you going back home, going boarding school.
Anyway, I have a thought on that, and we need to explore that, because justice for the people, man. I think it's our Buddha.
But in the first episode, obviously you speak about having Crohn's disease, right? Firstly, can you tell the people what that is?
So Crohn's disease is a disease of your bowel, like it could be your small or your large intestine, and it can affect anywhere from your mouth to your anus. It sort of is comprised of like inflammation, diarrhea, spasms, sometimes reflux, blood in your stools. It can be quite a lot of stuff. So yeah.
And it was just a random thing that kind of, well, obviously, as the podcast goes on, you kind of link it to other things, right? But at that point in like when it happened, what was you thinking that made you think, okay, cool, I need to speak to the doctor? And also, how did this come about?
I mean, I knew something wasn't normal because every time I would eat, particularly like spicy food, so in that...
So that's every day in a Nigerian household.
Exactly. So when it's time to have stew and rice and egba and rice, I mean, egba and stew, that's when it was causing me lots of issues. So I guess I told my mum and then eventually went to speak to the GP, but GP weren't really... I don't think the GP really got it. Yeah, GP didn't really get it. But between that and a bit of... stress, I kind of feel like it was that and stress. Obviously, I was running away from home. I was getting into a lot of trouble. So between that and food, I think that was what was causing it. But yeah, that's the reason I went to speak to the doctor, because it was causing a lot of issues. Do you know what I mean? Like it was really painful. And I knew something went right.
I just thought of the arthralgia as well, yeah. Can you tell the people what that is as well?
Listening, isn't it? So arthralgia is... So 30% of people with Crohn's disease, and I think it's any IBD, like any irritable bowel syndrome, I think they all get, not all, 30% of them get get arthralgia. And arthralgia is really just arthritis, but derived from, IBD or Crohn's or colitis. So then I got...
But that's the first thing that you kind of noticed, isn't it? Because... if I'm not mistaken, you noticed that while I was playing football, innit?
Yeah, I noticed it. But the tummy stuff was obviously the first thing I'd noticed, that and the diarrhea and stuff. And then when I was playing football in the colder months, I noticed that my joints would be really, really stiff. And then that's when I realised that, the Crohn's disease caused the arthralgia.
That's mad. Because like in the winter, remember I always talk about it, my hands...
Yeah, this one's always going through it, man.
Really?
Yeah.
He's always
We
going
got to
through
talk.
it.
I'll give you some tips.
Yeah. I did like that you did that though. Like throughout the podcast, like every health situation that you brought up, like I just like how in depth it was. I feel like in recent years we've had a lot of conversations about black people. Just because you grabbed your mic and leaned back.
I'm just waiting until you finish. Patiently, obviously, you can see I'm eager to continue, but go on.
But we had conversations about how important it is for black people to kind of advocate for themselves.
Sure.
And I think those conversations have kind of gone one way. Like in my mind, I never would have imagined that people would have to do that even when they have cancer. And like the way they're spoken to and just like blurting out, well, you got cancer, like just like no empathy, no nothing. I would have never, I don't know what, I just never would have thought that. So I like the fact that you explored, that you really went in on how important all of that stuff is, and just also kind of giving health advice throughout about how it is that we take care of our bodies and how stress can, how all these things are linked and the food we eat and all that. I just felt like it was it was really, really great that you did that.
Thank you.
And I find that season 2 is going to be more powerful than season 1 because it's going to have all that information in it, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I said, oh my gosh.
It will do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you currently writing for season 2?
Pardon me? I haven't started. I've got an idea. I've kind of mapped out what I want it to look like. But I haven't started because you have to get that money.
When you started writing, did you? Because I'm always interested in how people go on to like seasons. Did you write with season 2 and 3, and what other seasons in mind when you started writing?
I didn't write with season 2 in mind, but I always knew. I know my story, so I knew that it was going to end before now.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I knew that there was more to,
There's gonna be more to come.
To come.
Yeah.
It just depends. It's more like how more. Like how do you do more? Like what does more look like? But yeah, I kind of knew, but I didn't write with that in mind. No.
When's it going to be adapted to like TV?
Yeah, go and give me the money now.
So yeah, go back.
And
that's the thing. Everyone says how visual it is, which you never really hear those words in a podcast. You don't hear like, oh, it's so visual because of the sound production and obviously how you tell it and stuff like that. And people said it could be a play, it could be a book, it could be a TV series,
Animation too.
Yeah.
And you can get that done reasonably
you can
cheap.
get that now. I mean, listen, we're having very early conversations about adapting it to picture and to screen. So let's just hope that it happens.
Yeah.
Amen.
No, that's all we can do.
Yeah, there's no hope of it. There's prayer.
There's
and
prayers.
Action.
No hope.
Action.
I want to kind of go back again, to like your childhood and stuff, because obviously you raising Brixton, innit?
Sure. Yeah.
She said, sure. Sure sounds like, okay.
And the other day we were chatting about, well, we just kind of mentioned it flippantly, by the way, about what's that show on Netflix where, remember I mentioned it about the Nigerian, the whole farming thing. Remember? Is it Black?
Oh, Black Nanny's White Child?
That's the one.
Oh, White Child, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, the director should be coming on the show soon.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
White Nanny, Black Child.
Yes.
I said that so
Don't
wrong.
look at Esther.
Something like that.
Yeah, like, you know, it's just, my seat today, something about the seat today is just not working my aura. I don't know what's about.
You know, Andy Munn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody.
But yeah. Oh, but he's coming in. That's good. Nice.
Yeah.
It's such a.
I need to watch that thing.
No, it's a
Yeah,
very
Put that in
good.
the group chat, please, so I can watch it.
documentary. Very good.
Thank you.
But yeah, I mentioned it obviously because it happened to your sister.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
It
yeah.
happens.
Yeah. Can you kind of like, how did that affect the dynamic in your household and stuff?
It's hard to tell how it affected us because we're so young
So young.
and we don't
quite remember.
always remember. I think really it's when you get older and you use hindsight and you start to realise, oh, this and this. And then you can piece things together when you're older. Well, at the time, it was just like, my sister doesn't live with us.
Yeah.
We get to go and see her. That's fun. Do you know what I mean? Me, my cousin Manny, my sister will go down there on a trip because they lived in Margate. So that was a trip.
That's a trip.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a Sunday or a weekend out. So we'll go down there, hang out with her. I knew that there were other children there.
Okay. All in the
it
same
was-
house?
Yeah, like it wasn't just my sister. There were other children, other Nigerian children, other just black African children. No, other children. I think there might have been a white kid as well. So there were other children there, and I understood that Mummy Dawn, that was her name, she was looking after my sister and
kids.
these other kids, and we'll just get to see them sometimes, and it was cool. So for us, it didn't really mean anything, but then I did know that my big sister may have had like a nanny, and I had a nanny, like we had nanny. So to me, it was just like, well, my parents need to work, and you know, that you send
Convenient.
and that's it. And then when my sister came back, I was just like, yo, this is sick. I got a little sister in the building, and we just caused mayhem.
How long was she gone for? Or did she live there for?
Really know, but I feel like she was about 5 or 6 when she came back. But I feel like she was with us in the early years of her life. Like obviously, like my mum's probably got her to maybe 2, 3, and then maybe she goes off. But I don't know for sure. I don't really know.
Do you feel like does your sister like remember those experiences?
My little sister remembers it. She remembers it. She remembers it as a fun time. But she herself was quite young, so I think even her, what she remembers versus what I remember, even though she was the actual person, I probably remember more because she was just young.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So she just thinking, well, we just went to Mummy Dawn's and we had, you know, we were there, we had fun, we played out, but she doesn't know. I don't think she knew at the time the weight of what that was like. And if you asked her today, she's like, oh, I just had a good time.
How old were you and your older sister when she went?
How old were
you?
I don't know. Well, I
Have
don't
you got
know how old.
you're three.
There's three. I'm in the middle.
So you're the middle, and you had an older sister,
Yeah,
right?
I've got older sister.
So the younger sister is who went.
Yeah, my older
Yes.
sister. My
So
younger
how
sister
old-
went. Yeah.
So do you remember how old you and your older sister were when she
I
went?
don't know because I don't know exactly how old she was when she went.
Okay.
I just feel like she was about. She came at maybe 5, so she probably was there 3, 4, maybe 5, and so I would have been. I'm a couple of years older than her, so I would have been what?
I'm just wondering why you guys didn't go with her.
I think by that time we're in school, so she at
Okay,
the age
yes,
she
yes, yes.
was
Oh,
probably
she's like nursery.
she's
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
at nursery.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So that means actually now she probably came like around reception. How old is reception?
5.
Yeah, I think
She
5.
probably
5,
came back
yeah.
at reception
Okay,
when she
yeah.
could go to school with us because
Okay, yes.
once my mum, because my big sister, who's a couple of years older than me, she used to take us to school when she got to secondary. So by that time, my sister would have came to me. Both of us would have been able to walk to school
Okay,
together.
yeah. And she's
So I
in
guess
full-time
they
school
would've-
then as well
yeah,
the
so
whole
I
day.
reckon
Okay,
that's
that
how
makes
they would've
sense.
done it.
So interesting.
So at what stage then did you get tricked and taken back home?
I was going into year 9.
Oh yes, I remember you
So,
said.
so it was a
For you
summer
must be a big
holidays.
girl.
It was a summer holidays. It was was going into year 9. And I'll never forget my big sister. I think that year, my big sister, she went to a school called Dick Shepherd. That's in South London, like Tulse Hill. It was actually the school where, do you remember a teacher called something Lawrence and he got stabbed? Do you remember that? So a head teacher got stabbed at a school years ago, like Dick Shepherd. I can't remember his name, but something Lawrence, but he got stabbed. But that same school, my sister, and she's gonna brush. I don't know. Will she brush me for this? No, I've said it already. She's her and her friend. I think they burnt a part of the school down, like the blackboard or something like that.
You know, people said something so light. I didn't think that's where you were going with the story.
Listen, that's what they done. They burnt part of the
and
school.
And you're wondering why? How did you guys not know you were gonna get shipped?
Whoa. I did not burn it. My sister.
But you know you're one person doesn't all of you
and
did
I
it.
thought my sister was going, not all of us. Like, what did we do?
Nah, man, they're gonna prevent you from burning anything down.
That's how they collected all of us
Oh
together.
my gosh.
Pew, and they just took us one time. But yeah, she done that. And I remember that my parents saying, yeah, like,
this is too far.
You're
done.
You're like doing too much. Meanwhile, we're all running away from home. We're stealing. We're getting into all kinds of trouble. We're coming home late. Someone's eyes is red. Someone's dad is going, you're smoking Igbo.
In this house.
In this house.
Igbo is weed, by the way, people.
So it was only a matter of time. But we thought we were going to my grand's birthday party. That's what we really thought. Yeah. And we were excited. I was thinking, geez, this is sick. And we got there and it was a bit of a headache when we got there, but when we finally settled down, it was like,
let's party.
This was dope. And it just dawned on me one day that we still hadn't gone to
this
the party.
I
just remember it one time, just thinking,
wait a minute,
not been to this party one. Yeah, but you're young, innit? You're just still enjoying yourself.
It's so funny because I actually don't like this arrangement thing. I think it's very cruel for kids. Like, I don't think it's nice.
Cruel.
But I'm just remembering how your grandma asked you that you want to stay. Oh God.
Yeah.
And they thought they had to say it. But the reason why I don't think it's nice, because I have a thing about like disappointing kids and like I just don't think it's nice. I think especially when it's like when they're old enough to have friends and stuff like that, and you just it's very violent in my opinion. I feel like it's just you just violently snatch them away from the life and the environment they've known, and then they've just got to just live this life, and no one ever has a conversation with you about it. About like, oh, how do you feel? Like, there's no conversation. It's just your kid. You shut up. You do whatever your parents have said, and this is now your new normal, and you have to like adapt to that. And then being in a different, it's one thing to change schools in the same country, but like being in a whole other country. And coming from here to Nigeria, going from Nigeria to here is fun. Coming from here to Nigeria, where the discipline is different, the way the teachers talk is different, the education system is different. I just feel like I'm not for it.
Yeah, it's
like I get why they have to do it, but then I do wonder though, like if, for example, say your parents did actually tell you guys and you guys ran away or told teachers at school or whatever, would they legally be allowed to take you guys? Because obviously you're British citizens. So would they have been able, so maybe that's why some of them don't tell the kids. Yeah. If your kids are out here doing what they're doing, I wonder what the legal implication of that is. Because then they'll just say, if you can't take care of your kids, then we'll put them in foster care. So it's tricky. Because then if they're British citizens and you say you're going to go and put them in another country, they're going to live there, can you?
I think you can though, because as long as both parents sign off of it.
But that's the thing though. But if in their case both parents came here,
well, my mum was in Nigeria with us. She was in Nigeria with us. We just
she
got
left
shipped
after 6 months.
She left after a while, but initially, so I think initially they wouldn't because they see that there's a guardian or a parent there with you, right? But I don't know. I'm not sure what the ramifications for that would be. But what I will say for the beginning part of what you said was, as much as I can see why it happens. I can see
why it happens.
You're not
I
innocent.
was
waiting.
I can see what happens, but
terrors.
Okay. Well, I can see what happens, but I think that I just don't think it's nice. I just don't think it's a nice. I think there's other ways to go around it.
I hear that.
I think they can sit down with the kids and say, "This is what we're dealing with.
But
you have to go back." And
you've
that's
got to appreciate. My parents would have done that with us. They would have told us. I mean, we were taking a piss. Like I can't even lie to you. What we were doing. Like my niece and nephews now, my younger sister's kids, and she ended up being the worst out of all of us.
Your younger sister?
Yeah, in the end. But like, if when she says her children are doing this or doing that, they're not even bad. But compared to what we were doing,
Have you guys ever apologized to your parents?
Yeah, we say sorry,
No, you
but
don't.
it's no. We've like I've said for me, I feel like I've acknowledged what happened in the podcast, and I do say, well, as much as they dealt with it this way, I do understand why they've done it.
Sorry.
And hold on, I accept why they've done it. I appreciate it, and I don't think it was a bad thing for me.
As in what they did.
My
fair.
experience, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
And then also you got to think of the flip side. If you don't take your child, we were going to prison. My younger sister was just on her way to prison. I don't think she's gonna mind me saying that, but she was very as 14. Do you know what I mean? So for me, I think it was probably the right thing to do. Maybe it didn't. My big sister probably, she had a partner at the time, so she would have been maybe 17, I'm not sure. So I
that's
think for
tough.
her, that would have been quite difficult.
Yeah.
She's much older. My younger sister, she was in primary school, so she doesn't really
Remember all that,
yeah.
yeah.
Whereas me, I was in the middle, so I had a bit of, I understood what was going on. I didn't like it, but at the same time, in hindsight, I just thought it was the right thing to do, man. Like a lot of my friends, when I came back,
Your lives are different.
yeah. And then a lot of my friends later on went on to, do 25 inside or get killed. So I think the way that we were hanging around, the way we were moving,
Why are you proud of that?
it was
No, I'm glad that she mentioned it. I was going to mention it.
like,
What, her friends been
The
in
entire
25?
crew. That's the company she was keeping.
it was the right thing to do. And I've grown up in Brixton, so I'm around at the time all kinds of foolishness.
Yeah.
So you've got my parents trying to instill that West
so hard,
African discipline
Yeah.
and their culture, and they keep telling me, if you don't do this, you'll take you back to Nigeria. But at the same time, I'm thinking, but I'm here. You've brought me here. Like, I've been born here. And so I'm trying to battle with the culture that we have here.
But then what's the culture at
versus
home?
what's going on at home. And in a way, that was my saving grace, even though, because I was in my top sets of class, I was very smart. I just was a bit cheeky.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do what I wanted to do. So I always knew in the back of my head that, they've told me that I'm getting sent here, or the beats I'm going to get when I get back. So I always had it in my mind. And I really think that was the reason why I didn't go completely off the rails, because you just knew that everyone at church, my parents at the time went Sele is the white
Yeah, the white
garment.
garment church, yeah.
So
Sele.
everyone that
You gun fingers,
I don't know
big
if
up
it's-
the church.
Sorry.
I'm taking nowhere. I don't care anymore.
Crazy.
Can you imagine if I put up gun
I don't know
fingers?
what happened.
Big up.
and I was there gonna follow. I'm so glad I didn't. But yeah, so everyone would have been talking about it. Everyone, everywhere. So yeah. I think it was, it is what it is, man. It's what it is.
But do you find that with African discipline though? Because it sounds like you guys, the discipline was there. Do you think it works? Does discipline work if it doesn't deter you from doing that which the discipline is meant to deter you from doing? Because you guys just still ran away
think
and
it
still did
works.
everything. So how effective is African discipline when we really
I think
think about
it works. I think it's effective. I think there's a spectrum.
Yeah.
Because, beating your kids just to the point of abuse, obviously that's questionable,
absolutely.
and people need to address that. But in terms of that culture and that respect and that, I don't want to say it, but almost being scared of your parent, that is really important. That there's ways you can, for me, it's not going to get the belt, but your child being scared of you and just having a little bit of fear of, actually, this is my parent, this is this is the authority.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's important, because when my friends were telling their mum, shut up and F you, kiniko. The only time I don't get me wrong, I did try to join
I
them.
talk back and stuff, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And you're talking back or whatever. But
You always do it and you
I
learn.
think give it a go. Give it a go. We're like, I'll just try this, and then
They would have laughed at me to try it again.
and then you'll know about it.
Literally.
So I do think it works. I think there's different ways, but I do think it works. And like I said, I feel like for me, yes, my parents were trying to instill that discipline in us, and we were listening. But you're also a kid, so you have the mind of a kid. And so processing that wisdom, that understanding, you don't quite have it yet. You know what you've been told, but you don't have it yet. And it actually took me for us to go to Nigeria, see how children were living, for me to go,
I thought that was really, I thought that was very...
this is what's really going on. And even then, it took for me to come back home. I still went and ran around with the man them when I got back. But I started to see, start to see, and it probably to maybe 19 when I started to go, do you know what? And I was still running around to 25. But I knew. It wasn't like I knew better. I'd started to make my decisions a bit different and started to think about my parents and not embarrassing my parents. You can't do that at 7. You don't have the mental capacity to do that at 7 years old. It's not possible. So I do think the discipline works. I just think there's got to be different ways to get it into the minds of children, because children they're just different.
And one thing I will say, like the thing I noticed about my parents is my mum was very much just like beat on every syllable, and I had that fear of my mum and all that sorts of stuff, or she would give me the silent treatment, whereas my dad would like give me one slap because he was a big man. I had 5 minutes to go upstairs and cry. Then I had to come back downstairs, sit with him, and he would explain to me why he did it, what I did wrong, and he would always be like, but you know Daddy loves you. And I didn't get that from my mum. So I feel like sometimes some parents will punish you, but there's not that other caveat of, let me talk to you why I need to do this. Yeah, let me tell you why I need to instill this in you, that you cannot do this, why you need to listen to me, why you need to trust Mummy and Daddy for your safety. I think there's that conversation gets missed. It's just, you've done something wrong, I'm going to punish you, and we move on. And then missing that, whereas I found, so with my mum, I probably stopped lying to my mum when I was like 23. But my dad...
23?
Yeah, because any little thing you're just thinking, she's going to go mad, so I'm not going to tell her.
I'm not going to bother tell you.
Whereas my dad, I stopped lying to my dad at 14.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Because my dad was just like, I trust you. I know the daughter that I have, so tell Daddy. Because he would always talk to me about it, and he'd be like, okay, that's a bit mad. So if I said I was going to my friend's house, I was, but then I was also going to a party. So my dad would always be like, okay, but can you tell me exactly where you're going to be? So that, because if you tell your mum, if you tell your mum you're in Lucian, but really in Woolwich, and there's a fire in Woolwich,
we don't think about you because we don't think you're there.
Right. Whereas if I'm doing it, then that's fine. I can be like, oh, actually, Dani just texted me and she told me. So actually, so one of us knew. So, but we always had that understanding. And I think sometimes in terms of the discipline, that's where it gets missed, because there's not that conversation afterwards. But then I don't know if my dad's different, but I don't know if many, and obviously I come from a Caribbean household, if they had the language, the understanding to even have that conversation, because they're just going from what they got taught from their parents.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think and that's the thing with African discipline, because I think I always say that people don't treat. I have a thing where I say people treat kids, like babies anyway, as an accessory, and I feel like the older they get, they don't treat them like humans in terms of having conversations with them, and not like have conversations where all sorts of foolishness can happen, but it's like that thing where there's a lot of people that grow up where you just get smacked for stuff, but as a child with the brain level that you have, I don't know, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's easy for me to repeat this same mistake, but in something else. Because when I did it here, you didn't let me know that this is what's wrong with this, and this is why this is an issue, So then, okay, I just won't do this then, but I will go and do that. But then that gets us the same results as the first thing did. But then all I remember is you're smacking me for each thing. So it's like, what? You just get adults that just grow up, not knowing, that just don't... It just has so many other effects in terms of that, the way they are, the way they respond to things, their personalities, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like the conversation thing is really, I feel like that needs to be bigger. That needs to be bigger when it comes to discipline.
I think that's definitely something that our generation will start to improve upon.
Yeah, I hope so.
You know what I'm saying?
I see it more and more with my friends.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's good.
But like being back home, as much as it was, I guess, maybe like new territory and all that.
Were you sent back home?
You mean? I mean, you know I was, though, innit?
Ask a silly question.
Yeah, but I didn't know.
Right? Precisely.
How long was you sent away for?
Connect.
About 2-3 years.
Say connect. You're so annoying.
No, you're just sitting there trying to move like you can't relate. And
I'm listening. It's not about me.
To be fair, he's interviewing the people, so
Exactly.
fair.
But I guess I went earlier than you. I went like about 11,
So
What did you do to
bad
get
at
you sent
11,
back?
or you had other siblings?
allegedly.
What did you do?
Allegedly, you know.
So this is why Brent, what did you do?
No, it wasn't even what she was up to. That's the worst thing about it.
But that's what I like. Like something you got to nip in the
Then
bud.
again, wait. Was it?
Do you remember your science class being bad? About was it?
Pembury, innit?
What were you doing that got you sent back home?
Nah, I mean, nothing.
I'm gonna meet your mum one day.
can't say
I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna ask her.
I think she just thought long term it'll be better for me.
The way you're going is not looking right.
Basically, I mean,
His mother used to be like, Sir, I can't. He said, sir, I can't. I've given up. I don't know what to do.
Oh, really?
At
What are you
11?
doing?
Yeah, 11.
What are you doing? I don't know why you're trying to rewrite the past. I actually don't know why you're trying to rewrite the past.
I don't know what you're talking
We can get Steve on the phone.
So basically, my father was his teacher at some point.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, we had a close relationship. So they were kind of like now friends, kind of. So myself and him were friends since young. Well, he was in my younger brother's classroom. So I'd see him all the time. So his mother obviously went to my father to basically try to talk some sense into him as a teacher. And then when I say that she was like, I don't know what to do. It's because that's the only person that she thought she could talk to. So that's all I know. I wasn't privy to all the conversations on as to why is he being sent back. I don't know. But obviously,
11 though, that was wild.
That's a decision and a half, right?
That's a big decision. 11.
But sometimes they do it because they just think it's coming and you're
Yeah,
only
you
getting
got
older,
you got to
so
have
this
foresight.
needs to be it needs to be now, otherwise it's going to be in secondary, and then that's just so I feel
I
like
feel like 18 is the
sometimes
cut-off
it's a
date
bit
as
of a
well.
prevention. Like,
Yeah.
we just get it
Because they're adults now.
After a certain time, it's too late.
Yeah, after 18,
Yes,
because that's the adult now. Now they're being told they've got rights and whatnot.
they'll
So,
just
you know.
they'll just get a plane back.
No, literally, word.
With
Literally.
what money?
Well, you say that, but that's not even.
You say that, but all you have to do is get your passport and go to the British Embassy.
That's what we tried
That's
to
all
do.
you got to do.
The way they locked the door, and we were there trying to kick this door down, and when we finally kicked it, they've now put the passport somewhere else.
It's
So
giving
we
parent trap.
tried. Sorry.
You guys' story is giving parent trap.
Listen, that's probably what it was. We tried. We really tried to get our passports, and even then, when we got the passport, when we did try to get the passports, and we realised that wasn't going to work, and we thought, let's run away. Once
you
I
went
looked
to?
outside,
Yeah, right.
this real, like I saw them burning some guy with a tire.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I said, where am I going to go? Like, where are you going to run away to? And we looked so, like...
So out of...
Yeah, like
stuck at
Oyinbo people, like, we proper looked like we were from the abroad.
don't even go here.
It just didn't, it's not as easy, I think, to try and leave.
Yeah.
It's hard, it's hard.
I want to ask you, do you feel like you was born with music inside of you? Because for you to start writing at 6.
I think so.
That's amazing.
I think so. But everyone in my family can write and sing.
Oh, serious?
Yeah.
What, even like mum and dad even?
I don't know about them. Sometimes I hear my mum going, "This is love, this is-" That doesn't sound like singing to me. It sounds like something, but I don't know if they can sing, but I think they're very musical. I think our taste in our early years had come from them. Like, all that music was from them. My mum, particularly, and my mum's brother, and my cousin Manny's dad. So they really loved their music, and it is me and my first cousins, all the boys, that are very musical as well. So me, my sisters, and the boys. So yeah, I think so. I think so.
So was you singing in Sele as well?
I was a bit young, so I wasn't really singing in the choir. I think my sister and the older ones were singing, but singing in Sele is hard because one auntie, Jesus is it, singing.
Sorry, the answer is
Yeah,
screeching, man.
it's
It's not even singing.
Screaming
just making
loud.
noise, disturbing the
Just
heavens.
screeching, and just so it's like it was hard. If anything, I was just laughing. I don't think I was mature enough to sit
seriously.
in the choir and sing with one auntie acting like she could sing, like, and they all thought they could sing. So yeah, I probably wasn't singing in choir. Nah.
Can you tell, like, what led you to say, you know what, I want to try Pop Idol? And then tell the people what happened as well.
I'm gonna try one.
Pop Idol.
Pop Idol.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so I done Pop Idol in maybe 2001, 2 maybe, and I done it because I didn't know what else to do. I was thinking like, I want to sing, I want to make music. It wasn't working, but then I was very early years. So what I thought, the process I thought you would take to get into the music industry versus what it was very, very different. Do you know what I mean? So you just thinking you go and chat to an A&R, you go and hand your demo in and that's it. And actually, sometimes that was kind of what it was like. But yeah, it wasn't really happening. So I saw Pop Idol and nobody liked me at the time. I don't think anyone can find a video, but back in the day, I used to wear like a chops around my neck, a chops around my wrist. So I've gone on this, and I don't think anyone looked like me. I don't think black people or people of colour was going on Pop Idol them times. It was like later. Do you know what I mean? It was like, what are you doing on there kind of thing. And because of the person I was and how popular I was and how naughty I was, I just thinking, I can't go on there. I can't go on. So I done it in secret. I just didn't tell anybody. I was in a hostel at the time. I'd run away from home. I'd left home. I was in a hostel. And I thought, I'm just going to go. And I went for the audition. And when I got through, I thought, I can't tell anybody this now. What am I going to do?
Can you imagine?
Like, and I was just there holding secrets, just secrets. And so, and how they done it, like they filmed it, and I think it came on TV maybe 6 months or something later. So by the time it got on TV, I'd already gone through the second stage.
Okay.
And I'd gotten through the second stage. So it would come on TV, and everyone just knew it was on TV, and it was so bait, and everyone was, oh gosh, everyone was just bothering me. But the second one, Simon Cowell, was it the first one? No, the first one. The first one, Simon Cowell didn't really like me, but everyone else did. I think at the time it was Dr. Fox and Pete Waterman and I think Nicky Chapman. So he didn't really like me.
No.
Liked old. Old, isn't it? Back in the day. And then, so he didn't like me. Done the second one, I sang My Girl, The Temptations. He did like me then. He actually opened, you know what he's like. So I didn't like you then, but I like you now. So I was like, all right, cool. And then on the third audition, they put us in groups to sing. And I was having so much issues with my tummy. And I couldn't do the audition. I couldn't practice. So when we did do the audition, it was just shit. The performance was bad. But that's how I knew about the Crohn's disease even more. It was the Crohn's that I realised. Because I think it was stress, nerves, all those things. It was affecting my tummy. Yeah. And I hadn't noticed that before. So yeah. And Simon cussed me that day because he thought I didn't take it seriously. He didn't know. Because they're not here. The producers are there with you. They go about, the judges, they go about their business. You don't see them. They come back when they're needed. So he was brushing me and I was trying to let him know that, no, I'd been sick. So I was just like, listen, and I just went off like in true Brixton round the way fashion. I just went off. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've done that. But I seen him since and you know, I saw him time ago. I had a chat. He just bigged me up really. And he kind of told me, as did other producers, let me know that they liked me and I was good. And they kind of wanted me to go all the way. But it just shows you how much politics is involved in that show. Because in the end, when I was taken off, I think it was the last 100 or the last 50, and they put the winner who won that was Michelle McManus, which was like a kind of a big woman.
Okay. Do
you remember? Yeah, the big girl.
Gosh.
And they kind of put her through on sympathy.
Oh, really?
Because Pete Waterman was cussing. I'll never forget the cuss that he cussed. He was not happy. So yeah.
Well, after she'd been announced the winner.
Not even from them, but when they were deciding who was going to go through, so they used like your little pictures.
Oh yeah.
And I remember Anton Deck let me listen through, so I was listening through, and they put her through, and it was really just because she was. I wasn't going to say that, but
no, but to be fair, representation matters, isn't it?
it matters. But they didn't put her in because of her voice. They put her in for complete different.
No, because you
reasons.
always hear like with music how the bigger plus size, that's the word. Trying to
There you
think
go.
of a PC word. Plus size people. Yeah, I like your hymns, thank you. Plus size people, like they have a harder time because they want them to look this way and look that way and da. So, could she sing?
Yeah, I think she could sing. She could sing. She had one song.
I was gonna say she had one hit.
One hit. And then one next thing, it didn't really, But again, that's kind of those shows when they're doing it. It's not really about the singer. Let's be honest.
I was gonna say, like, do you believe in? Because there's a whole thing about the winner's curse. Where if you win X Factor, American Idol, whatever, if you're the one that wins, your career is gonna go to shit. But if you're second, like One Direction, they came second, but then look at what happened. So there's always a thing about you rather come second than first, because when you're first, you might be in contract, you might be in this and that, and so your career you might not thrive the way you think you will. Like not many people we've seen actually thrive in the way that people that come second, third, even fourth sometimes thrive.
Yeah, winning is hard, but you're all under contract. Just to be clear,
Okay.
you all kind of get a contract. Like when you go on them shows, you all sign a contract from the beginning. But that when you win, not only is the contract a whole different ball game, but I just think you are the one that they're looking, obviously you're the one they're looking to push. So the other people, you're just doing what you want to do. Do you know what I mean? It's not, the emphasis isn't on you.
Yeah.
The stress isn't on you. So you can kind of do what you need to
Like
do.
that's their money maker, so they need to get their returns.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
exactly. And I think by doing that, that's when it kind of all goes a bit
the
wrong.
hell.
And sometimes they've already got the song before that winner's even won, so you don't even know if that song is
able
in
to-
line with the artist that person's gonna be.
Yeah.
So it's already programmed, it's already decided for you. So you win, and you just, it's like an A&R who signs you, right, and then he gets the sack, and then he gets inherited you as an artist. It's like you're just there, innit? Everything's already been there. So it's a bit hard. I think it can be quite difficult. So yeah, not winning is probably a good shout for sure.
I want you to kind of talk about because obviously you've done a lot of things in the industry, right? In terms of writing for certain people. You did a track with Mayno, right? So yeah, this is what I wasn't too sure about. Did you actually sing on the hook, or did you sing the hook and Macy Gray re-sang it?
So I sung the hook initially for Diamond ATL. She was in, what's that group from Atlanta? I can't remember the name, but I wrote the song originally for Diamond ATL. We were in the studio together.
Okay.
And I don't know what happened with her, but Heatmakers was like, listen, we're going to give the song to Mayno, because Mayno had heard it. So when they called me back to the studio and he put his verse on it, I was going to keep mine on it, but I hadn't done a great demo anyway. And was like, well, who could do it that would be a little bit more? And we explored, I think it was Alicia Keys, which I kind of wanted it to go to. And Macy was an option, and I think someone else. And in the end, Macy done it. I've got backing vocals, I think. I've got BVs on that, on the song still. I can hear them very, very, very lightly. But yeah, I didn't do the full hook, no, she did it. And I just done some BVs.
Okay. But the reason I mention that is because during this whole time, you're trying to manage the Chron disease, right? And also, this was around the same time you almost got signed to Rodney
Jerkins,
yeah. You didn't go into detail about what happened. Are you going to in season 2? Can you say something now?
I mean, I'm never going to go into exactly what happened because
yeah.
I don't want to shit on anybody.
Okay.
This is not really what I want to do. But
you was offered a publishing deal.
I was offered a publishing deal and everything was fine. I was going to accept it. It was, in fact, it was between Rodney Jerkins and was it Hate? It's not, no. I think it was H Money. Was it H Money, I think? There's a few different people. And then a guy called, he done a lot of Jessie J stuff, Claude Kelly. And I wasn't sure who to go with. And the only reason I went with Rodney was because we sat down and he went through all my music. And he just was like, "Rah, no, you can write like on a different level writing. You're not just one genre." I think it was, shit. And so he was comparing me to a girl called Esther Dean, who's a really good songwriter. So I was like, do you know what? He might be the one. So I'd made my mind up. We were walking back and I was like, I'm going to sign with him and let him know in the morning. And the guy who was looking after me at the time, who wanted to manage me, but because I didn't really know him well, I was like, I don't really know you well. I can't just let you manage me. It doesn't really make no sense. But we can keep talking, and whatever comes from this deal, by all means, you take a percentage, and we'll keep talking. And I don't know what happened really. I mean, I do, but he whatever we agreed on, he's gone back and he's switched it a little bit, and he's done it in a way that's made me look like I wanted more from the deal. I didn't. I really wanted an in and out deal. I had already seen a couple of songwriters and producers go over to the States and be locked in a deal for a long time. So for me, asking for the smallest amount of money and getting out of that deal quickly was my mindset. Bearing in mind, I'd already been in the industry, so I'd spent a lot of time in it. I'd done a bit of A&Ring and stuff. So I had an understanding. I didn't want to be in a deal for long. So when I was hearing that I was asking for all these kind of things, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
And did you only find out like years later?
No, I actually found out about a week or two late because Rodney was really chasing me down. Like he was really like, nah, Like the UK, their A&Rs, their publishers, they don't know what's going on. How have they let you say? He was just like, I need to get you quickly. So he went from running me down to being a bit, I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
So I reached out to him on Twitter. All this time I kept on telling the other guy, I was like, well, just do us an email so we're all in. But he always made sure that it was separate. Like he always made sure that I was never talking to Rodney directly unless we were in person, like sitting there in person. So yeah, I reached out to Rodney myself. I just found him on Twitter and just sent him a message. When he broke down what I was asking for, I didn't even ask for that. But at the same time, I didn't want to.
So he was lying about what you were asking for?
He had amplified what I asked for and added some extra stuff, yeah. Like for me, it would have been just bread and keep it pushing.
Yeah.
All this other stuff, I was like, whoa, I don't even need all that. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
So why didn't you, what made you not make that, like say, no, I didn't even ask for all of that stuff?
I did, but you've got to be so mindful in the music industry because you say something, you do something, someone tells someone else, you look crazy, you get blacklisted. Do you know what I mean? So in my head, it was like, I knew that they knew each other, that they had a good relationship. I just didn't want to. I didn't want him to. It's like let's say you lot are brethren, yeah? It's like me saying something about you and you lot are looking, okay, you're looking at him sideways. I didn't want that to happen. Do you know what I mean? I know it's just not my business, but I didn't want that. I didn't want that to happen, but I didn't want to seem messy at the same time.
Yeah, because you professionally.
Yeah, and I was also trying to salvage what was. So I didn't want to go ham. Do you know what I mean? I was still trying to be nice. After I realised I brushed my man, I had to wait. Do you know what I mean? Because you know what it's like, and sometimes you get that typical, black, young, difficult and aggressive, and even I'm dealing with people of colour as well. Still, you need to be careful.
That stereotype,
You need to be quite mindful. So I was trying to be mindful, but I told him in the end I didn't ask for all of those things, and if there was any way to kind of But then it looked messy. It looked like he had done a madness. He had been lying to me. If we go forward, we still need to go forward. Do you know what I mean? I just thought this is long. So we left it on a good note, me and Rodney, but yeah, me and my guy, and you wanted to manage me. I was like, later.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, I have to show off. One of my meetings was pushed forward, so I didn't want to be rude.
All right.
But I just wanted to say sorry.
That's all right. It's all right.
Lovely seeing you again.
You too.
Take it easy.
You're not going to hear about the toad stuff. The licking of the toad.
Yeah, we need to get
She licked
that.
the
Yeah,
toad.
we don't get into it.
What, ayahuasca?
Father of that, bro.
I've got to be
All right.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask something before we get to the top stuff. Yeah, obviously during this whole time you're managing, and obviously you're doing like loads of research, right, into like
We're talking about Crohn's, or we're talking about
about Crohn's. But prior to the Crohn's, obviously you're taking a lot of this like the pharmaceutical, drugs and whatnot, and you believe that led to the next thing, right? Can you tell the people what happens?
What happened, or why I think it led to it?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, what happened? So I'd been diagnosed with Crohn's since 2005, and I'd been taking a lot of their stuff. So when you do have Crohn's, you're given things like TNF inhibitors and things that suppress your immune system, which generally is what happens when you have autoimmune diseases. So autoimmune could also be arthritis and all the gut issues. So how it works is they will give you something so you're not really feeling the pain. But in order for that to happen, that means they have to suppress your immune system. So when if you're taking a steroid or something for some sort of pain and you're like, I'm not feeling the pain, that's good, but it's suppressing your immune system by doing so. That's the only reason why you're not feeling it, which is cool. But we all have sort of cancer cells that they're always growing, but they're never really allowed to grow bigger than the ballpoint of a pen. Because our white blood cells have a job to do. They come in and they go and eat it up immediately. But what happens is when you're taking an immunosuppressant, everything stops. Everything's suppressed. So if you do, or not even if you do, when you are having your cancer cells that are growing like everybody else, it allows it to grow unchecked because it's not being
stopped, yeah.
Exactly. So for me, I think there was an element of me using these immune suppressants, and it's allowing the cancer to grow. That's one. But also because I had Crohn's disease, that's inflammation. So inflammation is just problematic. Anytime we have inflammation is problematic. And we don't always know we have inflammation. But a lot of inflammation is in our gut. That's a big problem. But also in our gut is our immune system. That's where the gut is. I mean, the immune system is. So when things start going mad with your gut, you must understand that there's bigger issues, you know what I mean? So for me, I think that a combination of the inflammation, the drugs they were giving me, one in particular called Humira, that had so many lawsuits in America for cancer. The amount of cancer it caused in America was just crazy. So when I was using it, I'm thinking it was a new drug, but then by the time I got back, it was now upgraded to a black box warning. So they'll put a black box on it, and that sort of indicates how, I don't know if it's strong, lethal, or maybe it's side effects. So I reversed my Crohn's myself. I'd done that within about 6 months, six months plus. And so by the time I found out about the other stuff, I guess I had already had the inflammation, already been taking the drugs that they had given me, already had a lot of stress. And then I've got sickle cell trait, and I didn't think that was an issue, but only recently, when you have a trait or you have the sickle, that's your cells, the sickle anyway, you're carrying less oxygen anyway. So now I just realized all this time I've been probably living on 75% of oxygen.
Hence the anemia.
Because obviously your white blood cells need to carry the oxygen inside it. But as I've been kind of looking at what's going on in my body recently, I started to realize sometimes your body can switch into hypoxia, which is not having enough oxygen. So if your body switches and stays there for too long, it starts to run with less oxygen. But when you run with less oxygen, then again, cancer can thrive because cancer thrives in a body that has less oxygen. So you got to think of the inflammation. You got to think of the not having as much oxygen from the anemia or the sickle cell trait. But all these different things, I think, would have contributed to what I was going through. And this is why in the podcast I say the perfect candidate or the perfect storm, because you really do need all those things to, do you know what I mean? Like people ask me, well, this man, I see him drinking all the time. How come he hasn't got cancer? People always say, how come this person, everything still needs to, the whole body, like the pathways, once something gets up, this is not going to make no sense, but things can get up-regulated or down-regulated. So it just means something can be overexpressed. So a pathway in the body can be, or a gene or whatever could be overexpressed. Those things all need to work like a code for you to end up getting cancer. Do you know what I mean? Unless it's genes, and genes only really account for I think it's less than 5% or something like that. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then obviously that led to the whole, the Bosniaks, right?
Yeah, so that led to the tumour, the finding of the tumour in 2017.
Your right kidney?
Yeah, my right kidney. I was going to Atlanta to do some writing, and then I hadn't been experiencing much Crohn's disease issue for some time since I'd done the aloe vera and changed my diet, because that's really what it was. It was changing my diet. So to anyone who's kind of got Crohn's or IBD or any of those irritable colitis, changing your diet and doing a diary is so important. Like just doing a food diary of what you're eating and what's causing you issues. Because once you can see it, then you can sort of navigate around it. Do you know what I mean? And then I stopped eating after a certain hour, just so that I'm not going to bed with, because food takes ages to digest and you're eating heavy at night time. So that's a problem. Then alcohol kind of limited that because that was hot and causing issues in my belly as well. So once I realized all that and kind of focused on that and got it to reverse, I was cool. But then something told me just go to the hospital. Go to the hospital and show off. I wanted to show off. I wanted to say, listen, after you lot gave me all these drugs and all these injections, I done it myself. And I did do it myself. But not only did I do it myself, I found out that there was a tumour in my kidney. And so it took some time with the tumour because we didn't know what it was for sure. I'd done an MRI, the Crohn's was gone. Then they made me do a ultrasound. And then we could see something in the kidney, but we didn't know what it was. And I could go on.
No, so I was just going to say, and you were obviously against the biopsy as well.
Yeah. I was against the biopsy. The reason I'm against biopsies is because biopsies, just think about it in general. Like, imagine you have a ball, a balloon, or something that's filled with something. Mm-hmm. You know them little chocolate mini eggs? I haven't had sweets for so long. You know the little Cadbury's eggs?
Oh, mini eggs, yeah.
Yeah, imagine you popped a needle into that and you pull the needle out. Do you think you will see some of the
Cadbury's cream eggs?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I thought you would see that. And that's how I saw the biopsy. So when they told me about a biopsy, I just thought, but if you go with a needle and it does happen to be cancer, when you pull that needle out, surely it's got to go somewhere. And they assured me it doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. But I just didn't believe it. And I went home and I done some reading. And about months later, I saw that it does. It's called needle seeding or needle sac treating, needle track seeding. So what happens is it does go in, it pours out with cancer cells, and that can spread the body. And when I looked at the data of how many people who done a biopsy and then their cancer spread or metastasized, it was a lot. It was a lot. So for them to tell me that, they could have just...
That's scary though, thinking that. Not saying that they lied, but that's scary that...
They lied!
Well, I didn't want to say it.
They lied. You called
That's
someone...
crazy. That's crazy.
Large.
All right.
You know what's so funny, yeah? That's fine, because Nigerians say Nigerian. You know what's so funny? Like, everyone just has different lines in it. So there's certain lines I don't want to cross the medical line. Other lines I'm good with. Oh gosh, no, that's scary, man.
It is scary, and I don't know whether they lied. To be honest, that person might not have known, because something I am finding out is not everybody know. Like, I'm talking to doctors about stuff.
Exactly. Listen, when I go to the doctors and they're out there on Google like me, I know you don't. I don't know what they teach you in medical school sometimes. But it ain't it.
You are also on Google, like what?
Yeah, I've had a doctor say like, "Is that what it looks like on Google Images?" I said, first of all, they're white and black. No, it's not what it looks like. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, man. So yeah, that was crazy. That was really crazy. And just to think of the amount of people that are doing biopsies
sadly
every day without knowledge of what can happen. And what's interesting is when it comes to cancer, when you have a tumour, I think the tumour is, in a way, sort of keeping the cancer cells contained. Like, we don't think about it like that, but I think that's what it's doing, because you're looking, and then you want to go and poke it. So you're looking for so it's keeping it contained because that's where the blood supply is going. Whereas even if you remove that tumour, sometimes the cancer's now thinking, I need another blood supply. So it's going to find another way to have a blood supply. So even removing your tumour sometimes is hard work. I had my whole kidney removed, my right kidney, and it's called a radical nephrectomy. So I had the whole thing removed. Whereas in my current kidney, my left kidney, where I have a tumour now, them cutting it is difficult because you can cut it. Not only do I need to think about spread, but then you've got to think about infection, you've got to think about sepsis.
And you have the one kidney.
And exactly. And then it's really, really difficult. But then the flip side is they're not giving me much options with what to do.
That's the thing.
Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's a tough one.
I know you mentioned obviously on the podcast that the doctors kept saying we just need to wait. So yeah, like, well, what's your mindset like right now dealing with it?
Now I'm in a better space, but I'm in a better space because I've been dealing with it for so long. And like with go ahead.
So I was going to ask that, what is the time difference between what we've heard on the podcast and now and today? So how long ago?
So the end of the podcast, did you? No, you didn't hear. You said you didn't hear 8.1 or 2, or did you?
No, I
hear
heard 8.1 and 2.
So 2. So So that was COVID.
Yes,
Yes.
COVID. Oh, yes.
So then you think about now, yeah. So a couple of years.
Yeah.
A couple of years. Your initial question, you asked me what do I, how am I
How are
doing
you
now?
doing that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think like with anything in the world, if you are dealing with something that's not so good, initially it's difficult, it's hard to process, it can be difficult to maneuver, to deal, to accept. But it's been 7 years now, and I always feel as though as long as I'm in the driver's seat of my journey, like my healing journey, mentally and emotionally, I'm on top of it, doing what I can do. I can only do what I can do.
Absolutely.
So that's when it comes to eating my food, try not to stress, trying to do research, like keeping sugar out my diet, all those things, exercise, and that's the things I know I can do. So because I am doing it, I feel all right. But I do know that I'm an exception. I don't think I've met other people, other cancer patients, and it's tough. It's really difficult for them. But me being my own doctor, like I've read every single day since 2017. The only day I've missed was Christmas, 2 Christmases ago when I was helping my friend at these at the Brixton Soup Kitchen. That's the only time I've not read about cancer. Like I've read every single day. And I'm not talking about just reading on Google. Like I don't even do that. I'm reading like PubMed. I'm reading proper clinical trials and proper clinical stuff. So I think when you're doing everything and you know you're doing everything, you almost have to, you force yourself to be all right because you know you're doing everything. I think it's different when you're not doing enough. And then you almost guilt trip yourself kind of thing. So I think I'm all right. I'm okay. But I still need help. Do you know what I mean? And this is kind of why I've done the podcast. It's to try and get the message out, create the awareness to other people so they know what kind of signs they need to be looking out for, what measures they can do and what they can take. But also I want to try and get this podcast to help me get in the rooms that I can't get into the rooms and the spaces and conversations that I can't get into just because I'm just a regular person, because sometimes that's how it works. And now that the podcast is there, I'm starting to have conversations and people starting to listen to me.
That's good.
And that's what I need, because I haven't seen my doctor for 2 years. I haven't seen my doctor's face for 2 years. I don't know what's going on, but like I do scans twice a year and the nurse calls me to tell me, give me an update.
Stuff,
But the doctor doesn't call. When I have questions that my nurse can't even answer. So I know I need help. I need support. So hopefully this podcast will get me in the, do you know what I mean, in the right spaces, in the right places. But how do I feel about it? Do you know what?
Can't come and give myself, innit?
Exactly. I feel like I'm all right. And I think what makes me handle this better, I think it's because when I wake up in the morning, my parents are still alive. My parents are alive. My siblings are alive. My cousins are alive. My niece and nephews. I've got running water. And these things sound really trivial, but actually,
big deal, man.
when you think about it, when you wake up in the morning, if you can switch on your light, you've got light. You can go to your tap, you've got water. You know, I don't drink it, but do you know what I mean? You've got running water, you've got heating. Those are the things, like I can wake up and I can switch off my alarm. Someone somewhere can't do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I think those things allow me to manage this better than maybe someone else does, because the level of gratitude is completely different. And what's so funny is that trip to Nigeria, that taught me, it gave me a different kind of outlook on struggle, on hardship, that it might be one of the reasons that is helping me today. It might be that same Nigeria, do you know what I mean? That being taken like that. So yeah, I just think, because I know that there's still stuff I can do and I'm still doing it and I'm still enjoying myself, then I don't need to be stressed all day long. That's not to say that I don't have times where I'm down. Of course
absolutely,
I am.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
That's perspective.
Exactly, because it's hard. Cancer's hard. Cancer
man.
is complex. It's difficult. It's
Scary.
It's scary. And we all see people that look like, we know what we think
cancer
cancer
patients should
looks
look
like.
like.
Yeah. And I know that I'm mindful that I don't fit into that. But also because I don't fit into that, I always feel like sometimes I get overlooked because I don't look unwell or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man, I just feel like I'm here, man. I'm here. It's been 7 years and I haven't had any treatment. I don't get treatment, you know. They told me to watch and wait, literally watch and wait. So I've not had, apart from my kidney being removed, I've not had any treatment from them. Everything I've done myself. And that's hard. Yeah.
What are the scans for that you do twice a year?
The scans are to monitor progression.
And all is well with that?
I mean, not in the last 3 weeks. Last month, it's gotten pretty bad.
Really?
It's progressed a lot, but yeah, I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. I think I've kind of gone back to whatever I was doing a few years ago, like when it was a bit more stable. Because it's hard, you don't know, because it can reroute itself. Cancer's so clever. Like most people hear that it eats sugar, which it does, but it also, when you block sugar, which is what I do, I do like a metabolic sort of protocol. Because when we talk about cancer, people just think it's a tumor and that's it. But actually, it's a metabolic disease. So when I'm eating, I might block sugar, as much sugar. I don't have refined sugar, but block as much sugar as I can. But when you block sugar, because cancer's so clever, it will rewire and take fat. And when you block fat, it will rewire and take protein, glutamine. So it's very, very, very clever.
Fed somehow.
It's very clever. And even when you starve, a lot of people go fast, fast, fast. And fasting is good. But in a normal body, if you guys were to fast and your body, you're fasting so long that your body is experiencing autophagy, which is like where your cells are all renewing and stuff like that. In my body, in a cancer patient's body, it should be a good thing, but the breakdown of waste from you not eating is also food for the tumor. So it's like a scavenger. It's very much like a scavenger. So it's just hungry. So it will find a way to eat everything. So fasting is good for me, but at the same time, it's good for the tumor, you know.
No, honestly, big up you, because your your mindset, your perspective is very, very wholesome. Like very, very wholesome.
I appreciate that.
And God willing, things will get better.
Amen.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
In the podcast, you mentioned that you had gone to see somebody who had cured or reversed cancer. And I think it was 3 months that you had to wait for an appointment. But it's been 2 years now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I've seen that doctor, Dr. Calaboo. He's the late.
How do you say so?
He's the late doctor. He's the late Dr. Calaboo.
Okay.
He actually passed away. So he passed away, I think, 2022. I think. I think so.
I think you said that in the
I think
podcast.
so, yeah. So he passed away. I did get to meet him. We did get to talk, and he gave me a lot of information. But yeah, he passed away, so he hasn't obviously not been able to see my progress. But he was responsible for reversing some tumours. But tumours, they're so complex. It's just so complex, man. There's so many different things. For some people, it could just be a change of your diet and you're good to go. And some other people, it's just not that simple, you know. But I did get to see him, and I still practice a lot of the stuff that he shared with me, definitely.
do you get exhausted talking about like possible solutions and treatments and whatnot?
I don't get exhausted. I think because the desire is to live, unless you're tired of living. Because for some people with cancer or any major chronic disease, or whether it's depression, whatever it may be, people get tired of living. They get tired of doing it because they don't know what else to do. But I don't feel like that. I feel like, yes, I don't know what to do sometimes, but I trust that my ability to research is I'm that girl still.
Next to none.
I can't lie. I can't lie when it comes to research, because it's not the same as when I was researching for my dissertation. That is very, very different. Like this when you're doing this kind of, it's like it's serious. But I trust my ability to understand it, to keep going, and to and to find ways that can help me. And if I can't do that, still just to enjoy my life and just have a good time and stay grateful, appreciate it, you know.
Is mummy still helping you research?
Yeah, she's still helping. Yeah,
That's really sweet, you know.
she's still reading. She's still reading. She's a G for that. Like, she's a G for that. But you know, I couldn't do it. Like I'll be high all day long, walking around the house, stomping, like just looking crazy with all these books. So my mum, you know, she done the mum thing and came through.
So, sorry, Brent. I'm so sorry. I've got to go. Wait for delivery.
Right.
I'm really annoyed about this. But
Okay.
sorry. It's lovely to meet you. Let's see you again.
You too.
So is it Buffo or Boffo?
Bufo.
Was that you want to ask?
Was that in pursuit of a solution or a healing? Why did you go there?
The thing is, like, so I go to the States often anyway.
Yeah.
So it was part of my normal. Take it easy. It was part of my normal trip. But my friend Troop, he does a lot of ceremonies, whether it's cacao, whether it's.
So I'm blocked in.
Oh,
Is that- What should I just get up?
You can move, yes.
Yes.
What, isn't it not recording?
Oh, no, it's live.
we could talk to the
I'll speak
script.
to Dani.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry,
you talk to me
everyone.
for 5 minutes and we get back
It's
to
not
you.
even it's not even me.
Sorry, y'all. My bad. It's me.
Somebody that is living.
Somebody that's living. It's not my parcel, you know. I'm fuming. Anyway.
Yes. So
So, what do you want to know?
So how did you meet anyway?
We met because and the producer at the time of it, Bernard Champong from Unedited, yes, very much so. He knows I was a writer. There was the 10 projects, and he was like, "They're gonna need writers, so can I put them in touch with you?" So I was like, "Cool." Spoke to 3 of them, and one of them was G. One of them, no. The other one, I was like, it's beautiful, but I don't think I'm the right writer for it.
Okay.
So I was like, you need a writer that, I won't say what the idea is, but you need a writer that's more in that field. That would be acquire me to do too much research, whereas someone could just know that and be a lot easier and could probably help you with ideas because they're from that demographic. And then I spoke to G. And as soon as I spoke to him, we must have spoke for like half an hour, 45 minutes, and I was like, it's you.
Yeah.
I knew when we got told this isn't gonna work and that we're not gonna win, I was like, don't need you.
Yeah.
Actually, this is so amazing, and she is so amazing. It's fine. But obviously, then they were like, oh no, hold on a second, we were wrong. Yeah, you were wrong. So yeah, and I think I have a good knack for knowing when things are good. I thought that about Brothers in the Game. I thought that about Dreaming Whilst Black, and I thought that about this, and I haven't been wrong. So, thank you.
What does like a script editor do though? Like
Everyone always likes that, yeah. So a script editor, literally, in the terms of what it is, it edits a script, but it's also like making sure it makes sense, making sure we're still sticking to the focus of what the point of the episode was supposed to be, restructuring things. G knows her story, but I don't.
Yeah.
So there'll be things that she just knows, and I'm like, yeah, but you need to explain that a bit more because me from the outside doesn't understand it. So I'm this audience, the majority audience that's going to be listening to this, that's not from a West African family, that's not, I mean, I grew up in South, but certain things that I didn't know, certain slang, all that sorts of stuff. So I'm that outsider. And so things that she would just know and be like, oh yeah, because it's this. It'd be like, oh, well, it's not like that to me. So you're that peripheral to make sure it makes sense. And also just like anything that she might touch on, I'm like, well, can we hear more of that? And also advocating for her, because we had exec producers and stuff that wanted stories that G was like, I can't make this up. This is my story. Or they wanted to edit things out. And again, she was like, no, because this is my story. So being that go-between, all right, they're going to want to change 10 things. We can probably get 6 of them. So let's pick which ones you don't mind too much, but the ones we really, really want, let's... And we had to be allies for each other and had to make sure that she was happy because I didn't want her to have... This is her life. So she has to be careful that she's not saying things that are going to upset people or that isn't true. And not that she wouldn't say it wasn't true. Obviously, it's her version of events. So sometimes you're just like, actually, I don't. If you want to know this from this type of story, then I don't want to talk about that story because I don't want to go into it. And it's like, cool. So we don't talk about that. There's something else that we can bring in, that sort of stuff.
Okay, because I was just about to ask, like, what were some of the things, or one thing that was kind of left out of the story, that if it was entirely your way...
we can't, surely we can't say if it was
exactly.
No, well, actually, there was something that we took out because I talked about someone I went to school with.
Oh,
Do you remember?
Yeah. And what happened to them? And
Like me, because I think in the story, I was trying to show that I wasn't always naughty. Like I wasn't always just getting in trouble. I was good as well. So I remember someone I knew who is well known went to my school, and I remember them getting into a madness and me kind of protecting them. And then it was like, oh, I'm not sure if we should put this in because I was naming someone else. But which is weird because I could name other people, but
if it wasn't, I guess if it wasn't in a bad light, then it was okay.
Yeah.
But if it would seemingly be in a bad light, or they might not appreciate it.
yeah, we
best.
wasn't sure if they might feel like, what, you're trying to say man was moist at
Yeah,
school?
exactly.
Like,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
actually
yeah.
at school
Step
at
in.
the time, I wouldn't say they were moist, but
That's what she said.
they were.
That's what she
They
said.
did. They could get into a little bit of madness, and I was popular at school, and so I definitely protected them. What other kind of things? We stripped a lot out.
We stripped so much.
We stripped so much.
And also, like, with the producers and stuff, there were certain things that you medically wanted to say that they were like,
yes,
"Oh,
yes.
we legally, we
yes.
shouldn't." And
Okay.
Gia was just like, but I know. And she's like, but we also may have a lawsuit, so we don't want to. So, but again, that's why we're talking about in terms of you having a book or
Exactly.
then there's things that you can put in there because that's
Exactly.
fine.
And the thing is, you should be able to say your experience. You should be able to say, but when you talk about things like cancer specifically, the amount of laws and regulations around what you can and can't say about cancer is enough to let you know that it's bigger than what we think. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not allowed to say you've cured cancer. People go to prison for saying they've cured cancer. Ordinary saying that I reversed Crohn's disease, I got no evidence of disease. That is reversing it. I've had a few people say, well, I'm not really sure if you can say that. But we learned, because we had legal go through the stuff. If I'm saying freedom of speech.
Yeah, freedom of speech.
If it happened to me, it happened to me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I don't know why we have to change it. I get it on their side, but I think for freedom of speech, I should be able to say certain things. And when I think about some podcasts, I'm not shaming any podcast, but a lot of things are said on a lot of podcasts, like a lot of stuff. And I don't know if there is legal to check it and everything, but we had legal. And even then, they were still trying to get me to tweak certain things. I was thinking, but this is my real story. This is real stuff that happened to me. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I think when it comes to other people, it's other people's interests. When it came to doing it ourselves, which we done halfway through the podcast, we only done that because the funding, I guess, kind of stopped.
Yeah.
And
it took us 3 years
I know.
to make this. Yeah, it took us 3 years.
There was a bit of a chunk so it was like we got the pilot, we won. Then it was a long time before they hit me up with a contract because I had written the music and I'd done things and I was going to narrate. I was doing a lot of it. I think the contracts were a bit different to what maybe they were going to give other people had they had their pilot commission. I think because I had done so much.
Yeah, because you were a writer, you were essentially a exec producer. You was also a writer of the songs and producing the songs. Like
Everything.
Yeah, one person band. So it was just like, it's not like, here's the writer, that's the contract for that. Like for me, it's scriptwriter, contract, done. But it was that, your licensing of your music, all of this stuff. It was
quite a lot. It was a lot. So that took quite a long time. And then me and my lawyer was going back and forth with Spotify because this is my life. I'm talking about my life in the podcast. If I was talking about, say, trainers, for example, it would have been easier because Spotify had it in my contract that I couldn't talk about this anywhere else, but it was my life. It wasn't just a pair of sneakers or trainers I was talking about. So I could go around and I could manage how I spoke about that. But when you're talking about your life, all it takes is for someone to say, "How are you?" I'm talking about my life.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I thought that was really, 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 really difficult. But yeah, it was cool in the end. So we stopped, the funding stopped and we finished it ourselves. We could be a little bit more flexible with what we wanted to say, how we wanted to do it. And I think that was quite helpful. In the beginning, though,
There was a lot of
the
cooks.
stuff. Yeah. In the beginning, when we stripped stuff, we stripped it because of obviously their guidelines, because of things that I was saying. I didn't want to get myself in trouble and other people in trouble. But ultimately, a lot of it was their own guidelines. So then come episode 4 or 5, it was like, well, we could do it our way now. And then we kind of got to be a bit free.
So Spotify doesn't own it then?
No, I own it.
Okay.
I think that was, so like I said, it was like a competition, so it was an initiative. And I think one of the key things was that if the winner, it don't make no sense if you win and then we own your stuff. I think that was one of the key characteristics in it. Like, the winner should own their stuff. Yeah. But in their contract, it would have been a Spotify original. And I think if they had done a second one, that would have automatically, it would have been a Spotify, what do they call it? Like one of their own. And then I think it would have maybe not have been mine anymore, I think. If I remember correctly how I done the contract, I think so. No. So in the end, it was kind of good because that we kind of went separate ways. And it wasn't under no beef or anything like that.
It was cool.
Like, we got their blessing and I still speak to some of them. It's all love. I just think it just didn't work. It was getting too big for what they were trying to do. And I think we've done it the right way, right?
Yeah, the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, I think the way it's supposed to be and the way it was intended. We've done it. And also, like, if we didn't do it ourselves in the end, I'm not sure if we would have done the BBC live listening the way that was. So it's
they would have been in charge of how to promo.
Yeah.
I mean, the promo probably would have been bigger
good.
And all this sorts of stuff, but I don't know if it would have reached the people that we wanted it to reach and
not sure
how much say that we would have had in it. And that's the thing, like, even with, I'm sure with music, like you were saying about artists, like you get into these big corporations, you're getting this big money, but then you have less control.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it better? And it's hard and it takes longer when it's by yourself, but then it's yours. And you can stand behind that and know everything you did and said, you can stand by it.
Exactly. And so I feel like I'm in a position now to kind of decide what I want to do and where I want the podcast to be seen and what kind of audience we're looking for and what I would like to collaborate with. Because even when we were talking to Spotify, I remember when they were saying about the adverts, I was like, please don't put the podcast, don't advertise it next to any smoking or any alcohol or any McDonald's fast foods, because those are things that I believe in terms of my lifestyle. So I wouldn't want to be associated to those kind of things. And I don't know what would have happened, do you know what I mean, if they were kind of doing it. I'm sure they would have been mindful, but you don't really know. You have no clue.
You want to go back to the frog?
Before. Yeah. On the actual podcast, I don't think you mentioned how long you was... I don't even know.
I think I did. I think I said 40 minutes or something.
Was it 40 minutes?
Oh, did you say it felt like 40 minutes?
Yeah.
It felt like 40 minutes.
So
and to me, if it felt like 40 minutes, then it was 40 minutes.
Okay.
That's if it felt like it. But my boy Troop, he never really said how long it was. We talked about it once. I feel like he said 20, 30 minutes. I don't even know if he knows, because he was supposed to hold space for me. So hold space is like, you're the one doing the ceremony, whatever. And whatever journey you're about to go on, you need people around you who can just really hold that space for you. Do you know what I mean? And he was supposed to be doing that. But because of my response and my reaction, he couldn't do that. He had to come and help. And they had to hold me. It was so bad that the place that we...
So it's what do you mean by he couldn't do that? So what's the difference between holding the space and coming to help you?
I think holding space is you're just there, your presence. So you're whatever all the madness I'm doing, I think you're just, that energy's coming to you. You're kind of receiving it. It's coming away from me and you're kind of receiving it. You're managing. But he couldn't do that. He had to come and physically hold me because I was just, I was moving mad. And the venue that we used, it was supposed to be his new place where he was supposed to be doing ceremonies. So the girl who owned it, she was there for the first time, was watching me, my experience, to guide her into what she's going to do. She didn't even, after that, she's like, later.
Wow.
I made my boy lose the place because my she was, I think she was like, she's like, nah, later. My response was just crazy. It was just so crazy because, like, so initially the I don't know if I should call her a shaman because I don't know if she calls herself that, but she checked my chakras, she cleared all that. I was good to go, and they told me how to take it. So you smoke it, bit like a crackhead, yes. You smoke it and your arms are out and you're like, but when I done that, I just slowly, I just saw myself, I just saw everything slowly go down. I was like, oh my, and I was like, I don't want to do it. Think about psychedelics and how it sounds.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to do this anymore, guys. I think I want to, everything was just moving. And then I was like, no, I don't want to do it. I just was going crazy because I saw, it was like,
Yeah.
I got to see my life just like, I was like, I don't want to do it. It was just way too late. I don't know why I thought I could not do it after I'd already smoked it. I don't know why I thought that was possible, but anyway, the way that I thought that I was dead, I thought I was dead. Like, I cannot explain to you as much, like the way I want to explain how I was dead. I was so dead. Like, I was gone. Like, and I think that first part, it seemed, I'm not particularly religious, but that first part almost felt like hell, and the aftermath felt like heaven. That's the only way I can describe it, and I'm not religious. So that's just, it was just so bizarre. It was such a bizarre experience. And yeah, and they say you only experience, I think with DMT, which is what is the main, I think, molecule or used in it. By that DMT, they talk about you experiencing that only when you're twice in your life, when you're born, you come into this world, and when you die. I said it's the only 2 times you experience that. So here I am experiencing the same, I don't know if it's euphoria, I don't know what you'd call it, when I'm going through this thing. So to me, that's why I feel like heaven and hell, because if you only experience it when you come into this world and when you leave this world, that's surely what I experienced, no? Some sort of death or ego. Well, I know I experienced ego death, but yeah, that was the craziest. It was the craziest.
What entities did you see?
I don't know if I saw any entities. I saw my gran. I believe I saw my gran's face. I saw, stay with me now. I saw, I think you'll say I think they were my ancestors. I think they were my ancestors. It's what was happening to them. I could feel it. I could see it, but I could feel exactly what was happening to them. And that's what made me think it had to be my ancestors. It was clearly in my line, very obviously in my line. It was going back, but it wasn't going back over there. It was going back in me. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, I believe it was my ancestors. They were screaming and they were really shouting, and it just sounded quite horrific. Whatever was happening to them was horrific. And I just saw, I remember seeing 3 monkeys, which is so weird because I watched what's it, Something's Journey. Who is it? The winner, I can't remember, but I watched something and they show the same monkeys and they talk about psychedelics as well. So I don't know if that's something you see. But then after that, I think I saw Mary, Mother Mary.
I ain't really see that.
What, Jesus' mother?
I think it's possible, but not. It just felt like a picture of her, It was just bizarre, man. That was so bizarre. And when I tell you, ego death is very serious. Like everything you think you are, just imagine everything you think you are, everything you know you are to be now. Imagine, and you didn't know anything, and you just went outside fresh, didn't know anything. That's what it felt like. It felt like everything I'd known about myself had just been stripped away, and that's hard because you're trying to hold on to it. I was trying to hold on to it as if to say, if that goes, then I die, and that's kind of what was happening. And I think that's kind of what you need to happen for your experience to be what it's supposed to be. You need to let go. And I couldn't do it for so long. I was fighting because I thought if I let go, I'll just die. Oh, yeah. So I kept fighting, holding it back. But that was making the journey even harder. And then when I finally just succumbed, it was nice. It was colourful, all the psychedelic colours. There was sounds. It was incredible. And then I came back around, and I tell you, when I came back around and I was in that room, and I realised I think I was in Jersey City. In New Jersey, and I was just so happy to be alive still. I was so happy, and the way I grabbed up my boy's face, boy. Then he pulled off his beard. I scratched him on his chest. Like, I was so pleased to be here. But yeah, that was insane, man.
So you said there was another experience that you went through that you didn't cover on that like series. Is it going to be in series 2?
What was it? What was
Was that the Cambo?
Was that Cambo?
Something that sounded like that. Yeah.
So yeah, Cambo. I did it. I did do it. Did I not? I didn't talk about it, Cambo. Interesting. So yeah, Cambo is also from a frog, but with
You licked 2
Cambo.
frogs.
Pardon me.
You licked 2 frogs.
I didn't lick any of
Any
them.
frogs?
It's also from Cambo, but with Cambo, I'm not going to take off my clothes, but right, I've got like 12 or 15. They burn the poison into your body. So I've got the 15 scars here. It's normally like 7 ago, but I've done it twice. So they burn that into your body and you literally purge. Like the amount of, it's like a cleanse or detox. It's poison, isn't it? So your face is going to be swollen. My face was swollen. I was just purging everywhere, vomiting. And then she gave me some bufo, but to microdose it.
Okay.
That just made it a little bit more, just amplified your experience. But yeah, Cambo was just more detoxing, just to really get everything out of my body, just to really cleanse me. And going back to bufo, because I think you asked it earlier, with bufo, I didn't do it. I didn't know what I was doing. My friend mentioned it, and I think my friend's father had died of brain cancer. And so I just think for him, he was just trying to help me understand what I was going through, be at one and not have that fear, because I've always had a fear of death. I don't really know why, but I think of like when Aaliyah died, I didn't like planes for a minute. Like, I just think because I don't understand what happens with death, I think it's just a natural fear. So he was like, I should do bufo, and I really tried to read about it. That didn't really help me, because by the time I was in it, I just, oh my gosh, what have I done? What have I done to myself?
So it wasn't in the pursuit of a cure?
No, because I wasn't aware that it could cure. I don't know if it does do that, but I do think psychedelics in general, I think they serve as just opening a different portal in our brain that we don't use every day. And I think when we have access to that, I think we're more clearer with life and our purpose or what we're doing here and who we are. I think everything else is a bit of a distraction. It's very loud, do you know what I mean? We're very overstimulated, I think. So I think when it came to bufo, it was more like, let me address this fear, even though I didn't know that. But when I done it, I got it, that he was trying to show me to do it, to address the fear, but also to see if there was a message in there, if there was something he was trying to tell me. Whereas if I do it again now, I wouldn't say a cure. I think it would be to try and help me navigate what I'm dealing with. I'm not sure if I got the full message last time. But then the lady eyeballed it for me, so I don't know. I might have gotten way more than I was supposed to.
What do you mean eyeballed it?
Like, she didn't weigh it on the scales. She just eyeballed it.
Oh, okay.
Normally, you should really weigh it on the scale.
So when you work in a bar, you can free pour. You can use
yeah.
measurements.
She just thought like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Nice. So the Cambo was to just detox the purge.
Yeah, detox, purging.
And you've done that twice.
I've done that twice, yeah.
But what are you detoxing and purging? Is it like a physical thing where things from your body come out, or is it like a spiritual thing that is leaving you?
I mean, someone might say both. You never know. Someone might say it's both. But for me, even before you start any treatment with cancer, but not conventionals, pardon me. So when I mean not conventional, I mean not radiation and chemo. But when you're doing any other kind of protocol for your well-being, you want to start off with a detox, because you need to get the crap out first anyway. You can't just layer on the rubbish. Do you know what I mean? You've got to. So that was a detox to just clean out all the rubbish that was in my body. But before that Cambo, you kind of fast anyway. So there's not much coming out. It's just a lot of bile. It's a lot of bile. And then you need to be ready to do the bufo. You need to be clean. You can't drink. There's a lot of things you can't do leading up to bufo. But yeah, so we done it to detox, to get me ready to purify me, clean me. And I don't know, maybe spiritual is a thing too. Because when you vomit, you have to keep that vomit. You wrap it up, and then you have to put it in one of the four corners of the trash cans outside, like when you go outside. So that sounds almost quite spiritual to me in some ways. So I don't know. You might say something different. I just saying for some people it might be, because when you think about psychedelics, it's people do that. Use it in their religion. I think some people.
100%. So, have you ever looked to pursue any alternative, like medicinal solutions, like African spirituality stuff?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
2 toads.
You and the licking.
I haven't done that. I haven't, but everything I've been doing for the last 7 years is alternative.
Yeah.
It's alternative. They call it functional medicine or integrative medicine. So I have been doing that. Obviously, my parents are my dad will make me drink one thing. That's
one tonic.
One, basically. So yeah, and then you've got, my auntie made me come and pray and all that. So yeah, there's that kind of stuff, but nothing beyond that. Nothing deeper but you know what? I think when you're trying to save your life, you kind of would do anything, which I allude to in the podcast.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm kind of up for it. Sort of almost. I've kind of done a lot, but yeah, sort of anything. Sort of.
I hear you. All right, Emmanuel. The last, because I could talk to this young lady.
All right, so we typically ask all our guests certain questions, right? Tell us something people are usually surprised to learn about you.
About me? Probably how old I am. I don't know why I even said that, but yeah. I'm not going to tell you how old, but yeah. Probably
No, I'd say the same thing.
See.
I agree.
But then it doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly.
It
Since
helps.
we don't know.
It doesn't matter.
You have to go again. That doesn't count because you're not going to tell us. your
I've
age.
already said I've done Pop Idol when the
We know
old
that,
school
though.
people. So that means I've got to
Yeah, they
be
can
of a
gauge.
decent age. Like
Yeah, that's like what, 20 plus years ago, innit?
Listen,
Don't try and work
what
out
are you
there.
trying
Let's not
to
try to do that. Don't try
I
it.
will walk out now.
All right, what would you say is your biggest life lesson?
My biggest life lesson. It's probably to show up. I'll say show up. I haven't many, but showing up is the reason why I'm here probably. Do you know what I mean? I think everything starts with showing up. You have to show up. If you show up, then half the job is done. If there's an interview or if there's a thing you're trying to do, you have to at least go. And then the magic is from them. But you need to show up. It's not going to work from in your house. When I was speaking about all the things I want to do, the podcast had to be done for me to have those conversations. And some of the things that's happening now, it's only happening because I've showed up. I've done the podcast. So yeah, I think showing up. About you, Dani?
I mean, so many things. So many things. What was the question again?
What would you say is your biggest life lesson?
Biggest life lesson. Sharing. I would say. I think sometimes we think that we can solve things by ourselves and that we don't need anyone and we don't need help. But I actually think that when we do share, it's crazy how many times, even when you said to me, like, do you know anyone that does it? I'm like, no, I don't know anyone. And then I'll be like, no, but I'll put it out. And then someone goes, oh yeah, I can do that. I'm like, oh, okay. And so, yeah, so sharing, you just never know who's going through what you're going through, who knows someone that's gone through what you're going through, or who might be on the journey further down that you surpassed, so then you can help someone. So I think sharing in humanity is a simple one.
Okay. And basically, we get all our guests here to ask a question for the next guest.
Okay.
And so the guest before you has left this question. If there was anything you could go back and change, what would it be?
If I could go back and change anything, I would change can't really. I would change this cancer diagnosis. I would change all the things that led up to it, that were potential signs or signals. I would change that. I don't regret it because I don't think there's anything I could have done. I didn't know, but yeah, if I could change anything, I would reverse that. Yeah, that didn't happen. But at the same time, if I'd reversed that, then I couldn't share the wealth of information I can share to people today, and I know that's going to change lives, save lives. So it's a difficult one, but yeah, I would change that. I think.
I don't want to sound, what's the word, insensitive in any way, right? But do you feel like in some way that was a task for you, where you're able to carry that burden? It's tough, of course, but if it may be somebody else.
Listen, I'm about to cry any minute now. I think we need to start looking for tissue. Do you know what? It's not an insensitive question, but I've said it myself, and I said it just recently. I know so many people who could be in this position and not manage it. And it's not, I'm not rating myself or bigging up myself to say
I am.
to say that I'm managing it or anything. It's not
Thank
like
you.
that. But what I do know is that if I had to choose out of my siblings and my first cousins who got this, I wouldn't pick any of them. I would probably pick me just because of my mindset and just because of my ability to navigate through things, how I see things, how I deal with things, the way I look at things. So yeah, it's just weird because I've heard people say, oh, them getting cancer saved their life because it made them do things differently. And I don't think I'm ever going to say that. But I do know that me being in this position, it's not just, oh, you got this and you're going to die. It's going to be, you've got this, you're going to learn about it, you're going to share, you're going to teach, you're going to show everybody else, you're going to put other people on, and maybe that is your calling or that is your purpose. Yeah, so it's a difficult one. But yeah, I do think that.
You have literally been on the surgeon's table and you have like bared yourself to the world. This podcast is so forensic with the detail.
The way he loves this podcast.
It's crazy because every single aspect of it, you've bled. This is all you. So obviously you're going to be living to 101, yeah? But
Amen to that.
even after you've gone, I can see so many people stumbling on this and being able to not just like exist, but to thrive with what it is that you've basically looked to choose to basically do. And I love how when it is that they said, no, you're not going to get chosen, you're like, okay, okay, what does that mean? Because this, I didn't know I was going to basically love this so much. And I'm looking forward to season 2 because you still have so much more to basically share.
Absolutely.
There's so much more, so much value still left to give. I'm thinking, why did you cut this short?
And can I also say, to add to that, that when we had the live listen at BBC, one of the people that came to see it, Paige from Texture Talks, just a little plug, she said that she had a fear of getting cancer, and the fear was, I'm going to die. That's it. And so listening to the podcast, she's now like, I don't think that's the end anymore. Actually, I think there's more. And had you not done the podcast, she would never have known that. And Paige isn't going to be the only person that's going to think that. We all think that. Even when it was still being edited and stuff, and I'm listening to things, and I'm looking at Coke cans a little differently, and I'm looking at my microwave like, I'm kind of like that. Do you know what I mean? It's making me look at things a little bit different now, not taking certain things for granted that I usually would. And so it's little things like that sometimes, just planting those seeds in people, and even my other friend that I said that then had her diagnosis, and you were able to send things to her, like, it's so important.
Yeah, man.
And it affects us all. It doesn't matter your ability, your sex, your gender, your race, cancer is coming. And it's 1 in 2 now.
Yeah, it's very
So,
very serious, man.
yeah.
It's very serious. And I feel like there's not in our community. I don't want to make it about that, but in our community, like I was at a seminar for repurposed drugs. The repurposed drugs, I mentioned it in the podcast, but it's drugs that the patent has gone, the patent has expired, and so those drugs can be generic, anyone can make them. But those drugs have been used, they've been repurposed for other illnesses or diseases. So one is cancer. So there's a drug called metformin, which most people know because it's a diabetic drug. But in cancer, they're using it as well. So it's a repurposed drug. So once the patent goes, it's cheap. It's dirt cheap. You can get it in Niger, you can get it in Singapore, everywhere. It's super cheap. Here, it will still be expensive and prescription. But like, there's a lot of people that don't know about those things at all. And when I went to this seminar the other day, I looked around the room and there's probably about maybe 4 or 5, including me, people of colour. For me, my podcast, I need to be speaking to the people that look like me, they're in the community, they're in a city, or they might not be able to tap into Yes to Life, which is an organisation. That might not come on your radar, but this might come on your radar. Journeys of Grace might come on your radar, and you might look at me and think, "Raw, she speaks like me," or "She's from around the way," or "She's got kicks that I like." You might find something that you identify with that's going to let you listen to that, because you might need it. 1 in 2 is not a joke. Like when you check 1 and 2 stats, and I looked at what it was like for the future, that's a lot of children. That's a lot of children. So this is something that we all need to be listening to. We all need to be paying attention to. Like all these little gems that I may talk about, stressing less or eating more fibre or going for a walk after you eat your food. These are things that will just cooking with turmeric, curcumin. These things might save your life. Do you know what I mean? And I think a lot of us, the platforms that might talk about, we're not going to follow them. We're not going to tap into them. But if you can follow this, you can tap into this, then you might save your life, man, honestly. So it's really important to be able to share it with all these people. So, yeah.
People, Journeys with Grace, make sure you listen to that, man, and spread the word as well, man. Brent's not exaggerating, it's a brilliant project.
Yeah.
Tell them why it's brilliant, please.
All right, cool. So, correct me if I'm wrong. All of the tracks on there, you had some input in it.
Crazy,
right? Crazy. So I was giggling because Imran got sent back, right? So I had some experience with somebody who came back from being sent back. So I too wanted to basically run around with my bare foot on, was it red sand? What was the colour of the ground in your school?
I don't know, like normal, isn't it? Like,
Well, I don't know what normal is because I've never been. I've never been there.
like, what's the colour of the ground outside? I'm not asking a silly
cement.
question.
That's cement.
Yeah, there's cement in it.
Oh, I cement over there.
Of course.
I thought you like there was red like soil.
I mean, to be fair to you, there is obviously, because obviously you get the sand from the Sahara, innit? Blowing down. So you do get like sandy soil.
Yeah.
If that's what you're talking about, yeah.
I just tried to remember like how he like detailed stuff because I was so interested in how did he send you there? Like how? Because that didn't ever happen to me. Do you understand? And I don't know if it's because like I didn't misbehave like he did, but that never happened to me. So what it is, I heard that story, and I also wanted to know, like, you mentioned that your father played a role, right? But your older sister left, and I don't think you clearly kind of explored the reasons why you and your father kind of had like contentiousness. But obviously, it's your family history, innit?
I took it out.
And that's cool. So you protected his image in some form of fashion, right? So I was there thinking, I want the unabridged version of this, right? So I'm like, when she comes on, can I ask on air or do I have to wait until afterwards? But it was so gripping. I was there, right? I was there through everything. Your oratory skills, beautiful. Articulation, your oratory skills.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing. But obviously you're not foreign to a microphone, so it makes sense to me. It was well written. it wasn't like I was reading a book or listening to a book. It was though you were basically sharing your experiences with me. And obviously, each time I hear something to do with psychedelics and whatnot, I'm like, all right, cool. What else are you getting into? Obviously, you've been in the industry. Is that why is it you went down a particular path? But I'm thinking you have this particular disease and there is no cure to it. And I have a friend who has Crohn's, and I've lived through what that means to just make everything, your entire identity, about this particular thing. But yet there was so much that you gave us outside of that it was a full array of an offering, right? So I'm there listening to I'm thinking there's so much joy in your voice whilst you're detailing this, yet you are living through something that is incurable. And that was powerful enough to be like, this particular offering to the world, that in itself is amazing. That's beautiful. And this needs to be amplified to the nth degree, even if it's just one person that it reaches that needs this particular thing. And to hear you say that, yeah, I'll continue until I don't have a zealousness to live, that in itself, you're still pouring out this particular thing. Absolutely. So whilst you still have this, why not? Why not to do it? And I love the fact that it is that you are still saying that you haven't given up. And even though there may be seasons where it is tough, like whatever is in you, whatever spirit, and that's why Emmanuel asked, do you think this was put on you to basically give this to the world? Because I guess nobody else could basically could do that. And all of that. I just think it's a fantastic podcast. It's not just a bloody series. It's powerful. That's why I said I want it in animation. I want it in comic book form. I want it because there's so much in it. Yeah. And it could relate to so many people. Like so many people. Even the people that, the friends that you grew up with that you found out, okay, now they're doing a stretch. They too were part of this particular journey. Do you understand? And they too might even have people in the family who could basically benefit from what it is that you're sharing. So there's so much here. There's so much here. And the fact that you exist and there's so much wealth to basically pluck from you whilst you're still here, hey, resources just can be thrown at you. And
yeah, that's dope. Thank you so much. That's a lovely overview and feedback.
It was powerful, man.
I love it when people give feedback because it shows they're listening, but it also shows that we're impacting and we're reaching people and I think there's so much that's happened in my life and in the story, but there's so many lessons to learn.
Exactly.
And it's not just about health. It might be about music, it might be about football, it might be your relationship with your parents, but there's so much lessons. And we just need to pay attention and tap in because just in life in general, there's always someone's mistake that we can learn from, but we choose not to. And so I want people to really just use this as a resource and a tool to make better decisions. Do you know what I mean? Make better decisions for themselves, their loved ones, their children, particularly their children, because really they're the future, really, isn't it? For sure. And so if we're not eating well, we're not managing stress well, then what do we teach them? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So. And we need them to continue the fight when it comes to chronic disease, whether it's Crohn's, whether it's cancer, because the information's out there. A lot of the stuff that I came across, I wasn't the first person who came across it. It's there. Yeah. It's so there. And you only have to ask yourself why our doctors aren't doing anything about it. They're under so much different strict guidelines and all this stuff. There's things they can't even say and do. But we're not. We don't have that restriction. It's our duty, really, to go and learn about this stuff so that we are our own doctors, but we are the doctors for our family, our loved ones. That's how it should be, because they're not going to do that. They've got 5 minutes, 10 minutes to see you in and out. They don't care. I'm sure they want to care, but it doesn't allow them to.
Exactly.
And so I'm not even angry with them. It's just like, listen, this is our life. These are the measures we can do today. Yeah. And I always ask people if tomorrow was your wake-up call, if you found out tomorrow was your wake-up call, and the last 3 months determined whether you were going to live, would you live? And the last 3 months based on whether you ate well, whether you were stressing, whether you slept well or not, most people will die.
I'm telling you.
Most of us will die. And so I just feel like, and it's not like I've done anything wrong. It's not like I was living, eating anyhow. No, I didn't do anything particularly wrong. Sure, I could have made changes, but I didn't do anything particularly wrong. And none of us are really just thinking like that. But actually, what we put in our body, how we sleep, how we manage our stress, the level of exercise we get, like what we put on our body and in, is so important. So important. And I don't want anyone to wake up and it's your wake up call and you don't get a chance to turn it around. I've had 7 years. I know it's difficult for me, but at least I had 7 years. I didn't have no pain. I didn't feel anything, had no symptoms. So it was an accident. Whereas for some people, I just met a girl and she said she's stage 4. She found out at stage 4. So that's not to say that stage 4 can't be reversed, because it really can be. But most of us, if we find out tomorrow, if our wake up call is tomorrow, a lot of us we're not making it, because the last 3 months have been nonsense, and we just need to just start adding things. Yeah. If you have to add one thing, add turmeric, add curcumin to your cooking. Just add lots of it. Do you know what I mean? If you have to, like, just honestly,
with the black pepper.
There you go. He knows. That's what helps it. That's what helps it go into the body properly. But yeah, these are just things that we all can do, and we spend so much time looking great, looking amazing, and wearing nice clothes. And I've got the latest crepes and this jacket and this watch or this whatever. But we're never ever thinking about how we look on the inside, and we really, really need to. We really, really, really need to. Like, people are going and getting work done on their body before they worry about their inside.
Yeah.
It's so, so serious. So, yeah, I don't want to be the one to preach because I'm going through it, but I really do think we just need to just make better decisions and eat better. Anytime you go in that supermarket, stay on the outside. That inside is rubbish. Crisp, biscuits, snacks, sweets, candy. But I mean, just all in moderation. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong but moderation. And I feel like when it comes to food now, we're so like, everyone's so. It's not the right way. It's not the right way at all. So yeah, man.
I love that. You don't sound bitter. You know what I'm saying? And you just know that there's many people that could be in that position that would just sound angry at the world, and you know what I mean, like. Yeah. And you don't get that feeling in the podcast at all. Yeah,
I don't know if it's like, I don't want to lie and say like I've never been upset. Of course, that when I first was diagnosed, I was so upset with my doctors, because I thought to myself, because I looked at my paperwork and I could see where my white blood cells had changed and nobody said anything. So I was upset. I could see where my vitamin D levels had dropped, but no one said anything. So of course, at some point there had to be some anger at them. Yeah. But I'm also of the school of thought where I know a lot of people who are angry with their parents. But once you left your parents' home, you've been by yourself. Now, you still got traumas and stuff, which I can accept. Yeah. But for me, like, I can't blame my parents for some of the stuff they done when I left. I've already left now. Yeah. I've been living my own life. So I feel like I've got a certain amount of responsibility to address that, whether it's with them, whether it's the stuff that I'm concerned with my life. And that's how I feel with the doctors. Like, I do think they're responsible to some degree, but I've got to be accountable for my body and for what I'm going to do to try and help myself, and things that maybe I did overlook, or things that I could have done better. So I can't be angry. And also, to be angry, who does that even hurt? Exactly. It hurts me, and you can't maneuver through this illness and be angry with anybody. You really can't. You can't be stressed. You can't be angry. You can't be blaming. You just have to be like, do you know what? It is what it is. It's difficult. It's not nice. But I'm still here, and what can I do? And I think that's just the way that I deal with it. I can't be angry every day. Like, it just doesn't help me. And I feel like that even by itself can block your healing. Do you know what I'm saying? 100%. It will definitely block your healing. So yeah, man, listen, I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm still alive. So exactly. I don't even know what to be angry about. I'm like, of course I know what I can be angry about, but I'm alive. I'm here, and I feel all right, and I look all right for the most part. And I've got people that check for me and care about me. And I've got this sick podcast out there. That's right. And we've got work to do. We've got to get people hearing this, listening to this. We've got to adapt it to screen. We've got to adapt it to TV. We've got to do courses. That's what we need to do. You know what I mean? So this is going to support me.
Where there's life, there's hope, man.
Exactly.
And I love how you kind of end the podcast when you said, lost time doesn't get found.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So people, be mindful,
Exactly.
basically. You know what I'm saying? You got to take your own life and destiny into your own hands, man. Can't rely on anybody.
100%.
I need to ask you to leave a question for the next guest.
Me or Dan?
No, you.
Me.
This whole thing's about you. I'm here holding space.
I would ask the question I asked earlier. If tomorrow was your wake up call, would your last 3 months, how you lived your last 3 months, would that kill you? Or keep you alive?
Okay. Love it. Appreciate you, Gigi, for coming in.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Dani, for coming as well.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Journeys with Grace. Check it out, people, on all streaming
available
platforms.
on all streaming platforms, or you could check it out on my website, jwgstory.com.
Who was you looking at that point? It's your
Or
website. Who's
on
gonna
my
know?
Instagram, there's a little bit of information there. At jwgstory, I think.
It's
But
under the thingy there.
There you go.
underneath
It's
the-
there. It's there. It's there. It's there. So yeah, man, check it out, man. It's really good. And I've often told people that I think it is the audio equivalent to the hype we saw with Top Boy and Supercell. Just in terms of the hype, like, oh my gosh, this new thing. I feel like this is the audio version. And when they make a screen, when we adapt it to screen, that's what people are gonna be saying. But for now, it's the audio version. You can get into it, lock into it, man. It's good. It's dope.
This is just a random thing. We'll talk off air if it is relevant.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
is
Family.
oh no.
Yeah. Basically, she mentioned somebody on the podcast that passed away. Yeah. So when I heard the name, I was like, what? Then obviously the time, and yeah. But anyway, we'll talk after. But yes, thank you very much, Brent. I think it's time for reaction.
Yeah, we'll do Ask Friend tomorrow then.
Oh, I didn't even see one, did they?
You did too.
Okay, yeah, let's do it tomorrow then.
All right, okay. Where's the audience?
Yeah,
Is
that's
right?
on me, don't worry. All right, people. So yesterday there were some games. This is from the FIFA World Cup South American region. Paraguay beat Venezuela 2-1. Uruguay drew with Ecuador 0-0. Argentina beat Bolivia 6-0. Brazil beat Peru 4-0. Canada played Panama and they won 2-1. And Mexico beat United States of America 2-0. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the reaction, you know. I was going to ask Miles the question about AJ and if he deserves the rematch. Yeah,
Could ask that tomorrow, but
yeah, but
of course he deserves a rematch.
Oh, you feel so?
Of course, man.
Okay. Why though?
Every time he gets knocked out, everyone wants a rematch. When everyone else, everyone's like, yeah, he won, deal with it. It's like,
There you go, see?
Yeah, but he's asking, does he deserve it?
Rematch is always in the clause now.
Not always though. Sometimes it is, but apparently this wasn't in the clause.
I thought it was. I thought
that's what they said.
Eddie Hearn was saying that it was in the clause.
Apparently it's not there though.
not to say that
So-
I don't think Joshua's amazing, because he is amazing.
Too late.
I'm just saying.
Listen, he's from Shagamu, which is where in Nigeria my dad would let you know. Yeah, Femi is from Shagamu. I know it's, you know, this father is, so you know. Yes, daddy. But yeah, so you got support. But I thought it was. I actually thought it was.
I
in
did
the
hear that
clause.
though. Actually, it might be, but I did hear from another source how it's not in the clause. But because of how big AJ is, it will be easy to kind of make the
I
fight.
thought that it would have been in the clause just because of how big he is, just in case he lost anyway. Just to give him a chance to be able to. Do you know what I mean?
But because he didn't have the belt, say he was a champion.
Yeah, he did
You know what I'm
have the
saying?
belt, that's true.
Then it would definitely be in the.
so
you know what I
true.
mean? But he was a challenger.
But Eddie Hearn was saying it like on the deck as if it
Exactly, I
was.
know.
But these people, there's money. They can. It's not hard to just.
This is it. But yeah, do you feel like he deserves it?
Definitely.
Why?
Because he needs the opportunity to basically prove to the world that he isn't finished. I don't like how it is that they've talked about him since he got accidentally hit in the first round.
They're cheeky. Like, he got hit.
Definitely hit. Sorry. Did
He never
trip
recovered
and
from that
fall
first
into his
round.
fist?
He never
I
recovered.
think a rematch clause is important though. You always, otherwise.
Yeah, we need to see if it's an accident.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't know who his next challenger would be, or who's who's like, you know, when you with someone like a mandatory, but you might as well. Otherwise, you got to man. You got a rematch.
Yeah, because you want to know that this wasn't a fluke or he wasn't unwell. Or
like
it wasn't,
you
do you know what I mean? Whereas if it happens again and you lose again, then we can.
Exactly,
But he wins, and then it's like. But then does that mean that the other guy will want to have another?
That's the thing. Like, how many rematch clauses can you do? I think it's. I think. What's my man's name again? Daniel.
Yeah.
Maybe we were underestimating him. I'm not sure, because I've seen another fight of him, and I just thought, whatever. You see, from the first round, and I saw the smoke he was on. I said, really? Like, that's when I just knew immediately, yeah, he's ready. And I don't even think AJ, whatever plan AJ had, it went out the window, because you just didn't expect Daniel to come with that much. What? Yeah. I feel like he was going to try to take him to like the 4th or 5th round and then show up. But yeah, my man was ready from the beginning. He just give him any time to. And another thing that I've noticed, that AJ was not, his hands weren't up. I was really
he wasn't protecting his face.
I didn't understand what was going. What happened? He knows better. Like, I just feel like it just. I don't know if they knocked it out of him. I don't know what happened, but he very early he don't do that. That was very bizarre. That was really bizarre. But yeah, man, that was a good fight though.
Fixed? What, the fight?
Yeah, not fixed.
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, nah.
Because you're saying he didn't put up his hands. I'm like, that's one of the first things you learn.
Well, I feel like I feel like you can forget that. Like, it's like when I played football, everything's good, and then you concede. You're winning, and you concede. Everyone starts panicking.
Yeah,
the shape, the shape, your tactic. Everyone just starts doing rubbish. And I think if you've gone in there with a plan, like, right, I'm gonna just jab a few, boom, 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 and then maybe 4th, 5th, I'm gonna turn it up on him, and then he comes out fighting in the first round. I think that's got to discombobulate you completely. Like, I feel like.
But do you also not think he's experienced enough to know that you should have a couple of plans? Don't just be coming with the one plan. Because also people have watched your fights and seen how you fight and what your strategy probably is. And you've had enough years in the making or months to be having a couple of...
I think sport doesn't work like that, man. I feel like you can have a plan, or you can have what you have, but you never know what the opponent's plan is going to be.
True.
And so you might think, I'm going out to, like, do it in football all the time. You feel like you're going to, like, I'm an Arsenal fan. So, like, you're trying to play against City, and you know how City you're going to play. So you're trying to, but then what if they use a false 9 or so? You're like, huh? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
but then that's why I appreciated Dennis Rodman, because when he was working for Chicago Bulls, he would, whatever team he was going to play against, he would watch their games, and the guy that he was going to be on, he'd watch what he did, how he moved his hand, where he usually go, like how many times, like that's because you're getting paid that big money. So do the research. I'm paying you big money for your experience and your knowledge of the game.
But that's almost suggesting
I'm not boxer.
that AJ didn't do that. And I'd imagine, I mean, I know his cousin, so I feel like they wouldn't. I've heard him say, like, no, they do all this kind of stuff. So I feel like you're watching fights, and depending on what technique you're using, whether you're using whatever you're using, you just don't know what that person's going to do on the day. And I think an individual sport, obviously, you don't have the teammates. So if you're slacking and he's on it, that might galvanize you. But when it's you by yourself, the only time you're going to get any guidance is from your team when there's a break. Other than that, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm losing. I'm getting hit. Yeah. What's my strategy? And then you got to think about the blows to the head. That's that. Yeah. I don't even know how coherent you're thinking if you've just been slapped in your box in your head.
I was gonna say,
real, and it's not even small. It's real. It's very, very serious. So I just think maybe he just, I don't know, man. And you know what? Only one person can win.
Yeah,
it's not a draw. And that's why it frustrates me sometimes when I watch football and they talk about someone missing the penalty. If you hit the target, the penalty was saved. I think it's very different from if you don't hit the target and the ball goes into the stands. To me, that is you miss the penalty.
Yes.
But if you saved it, there's only one outcome there. Do you know what I mean? You're going to save or you're going to score. And I think it's very harsh to paint people with the same brushes. You missed the penalty when you actually were on target. So I feel like it's similar with boxing. Like, it's just you and my man in the ring, and boy, like if you get knocked, someone's got to get knocked down. Someone, that's the
name of the game.
That's the name, right? But big up AJ, man. Like, let's not discount or
No, I'm not
what
discounting
he's
him at all
done, because
people
people are really are, and we don't know what's going on in his world. We don't know what's going on, and also Daniel might have just wanted it more. He's the underdog. He's the underdog.
For sure.
He was sitting there like, yeah, watch, I'm gonna come, and the way I'm gonna come through,
and he was probably getting enough people telling him, like, AJ, really, you're not gonna. Do you know what I mean? So he had something to prove.
Exactly, and he used it. And I feel like if you're the underdog, sometimes the underdog has a different kind of
Him.
completely. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes I don't want to say that AJ is what's the word, complacent.
No.
But if someone's really trying to win and they're really that hungry, unless you're as hungry, you might not be able to do anything. You might not be able to outfight them, outbox them in that case. And my man was hungry, boy. Whew. He was hungry. That was a good fight, though.
Yeah, it was.
It was a really good fight. I enjoyed that.
I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but at the same time, I don't want to say it again because I feel like AJ will be in trouble. It would be more the same, if I'm being honest.
Well, that's just your lack of faith in him now, you know? And maybe that makes him the underdog. So maybe he'll have that vim.
Where do you think he went wrong, though, in that? Do you think was it a mentality thing? Was it technique?
It's everything. Mentality, I think he underestimated Daniel Dubois.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, though, because the last 2 or 3 fights of Daniel Dubois have been serious fights. He's won, the underdog in all of those fights, even against Miller, against, what's his name? Hergovich. All these fights that he wasn't meant to win. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know why.
Have they sparred or anything before? Do you know?
Yes, Daniel Dubois hurt him. In fact, funny enough, that's how Daniel Dubois got signed to Frank Warren. Because there was rumours about inspiring Daniel Dubois, like, really hurt AJ. And then when that got out, that Frank Warren was like, okay, cool, this could be the next star. Signed him when he was 18. So they've known each other for a while. But obviously, what happens in sparring should stay in sparring.
Yeah, exactly.
But obviously, when the news got out, that's what happened. So yeah, there's that history there. And I don't know, I just feel like he underestimated him. And also, I just feel like he's a bona fide millionaire. I don't think the hunger's there like it was when he first started. This AJ is not going to beat Klitschko like he did when he did it. Like, how many years ago was that now? 7 years ago. So, like, he's a different guy. You know what I'm saying? He's thinking about other things in life. And I don't think you can have that distraction in the ring.
But if I've heard the hungry argument, and people say it about City as well, like whether they're gonna, but I don't know why that should make you. Okay, no, that's a lie. I'm not saying it shouldn't make you hungry anymore. I feel like if you're no longer hungry, why are you doing it? Yeah. Because you've got the money. You can get money from, like, can get money from loads of different other stuff anyway. We know that he's the poster boy for boxing in the UK, and he's making so much money from so many different avenues. I like to think that he knows, if I'm not hungry anymore and I don't have the capacity to do this anymore, why? I don't think he would do it.
But there's the
like,
love. But there's
because
the
of
love
his,
of it as
the
well.
reason I'm saying yes, because of love, but also because I'm thinking about his legacy. If you know your legacy can get wiped just like that, because you're no longer hungry, why are you doing it? I feel like he wouldn't. Why would you do it?
Remember, what was in the line was he could potentially be one of the few boxers who's become 3 times heavyweight champion of the world. So
if he had beat,
if he had won, yeah. So he's already there with Lennox Lewis, and you know what I'm saying. So for anyone who would have doubted AJ's resume, that's there. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was there for him. That was that one thing he wanted to achieve. And also, like you said, he loves the sport. You can see he loves it. But also, 8-week training camp.
8 weeks?
So let's just say it's like 8 weeks training camp, plus the fight. And he's earning probably over £10 million. I think that's enough of an incentive. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people,
He's
a
already
lot
earned
of
10 mil
people.
Yeah, but an extra 10 mil? Is it really?
But in comparison to your ego and I know that's a lot of money, but I don't think anybody would take that money over the disrespect and that he's probably getting and the way people are just and the way he went out in that fight. I don't know if someone like him who loves boxing the way he does, who is the poster boy, who wants to be the third time, would still do it knowing the flip side of how they're gonna finish him. Because remember that last time when they finished him, I know that hurt him. So knowing that, I just feel like, would you really do that just to, even if you did, you would still put on a fight. He couldn't. It's almost like he couldn't.
Yeah.
He didn't have it in him.
Exactly.
And for me, that's got to be, you've doubted yourself. That's confidence. That's confidence. That's not I'm not a good boxer. You've just lacked confidence right now. Yeah. And the person that you're fighting has got all the confidence, his and yours. He's got all the confidence right now. And you're seeing it, and that's hard. To imagine being in the ring or being with someone and you know this person's going to pack you in and you've got everyone looking at you and you're AJ and then you've still got to fight, you still got to find technique, you still got to keep your arms, your arms up, your fists up, but then you know that you're getting packed in.
But I think that's why I think credit is due to him as well, because he didn't really give up.
He didn't.
And even at the end, just before he got knocked
round,
out,
I thought he was. I was like, right, he's coming back. I was like, he's coming back.
He almost got it back.
He was.
And that's a true
almost
champion.
There. Yeah,
that's a true champion. So I don't know. With boxing, I feel like sometimes you figure it out in the ring that this is no longer for you. You know what I'm saying?
You was like,
I think so.
Like it was going somewhere positive. Like, yeah. He was like it's no longer for us. Like, oh my gosh.
No, I kind of agree. Sometimes you got to be in it to be like, nope, not me. Not me anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe. I still feel like he's got it in him. I still feel like he's got it in him
to be world champion.
I'm not saying that
to
is
beat
his
Dubois.
story.
I mean, Dubois, yeah, I think he can, but we don't. The thing is, we don't know what. Okay, that loss would have been more of a blow, obviously, for him. It's gonna give my man more juice because so even if they fight again. He's coming in with even extra juice. I sunned you, basically. I finished you.
Yep.
And then you've got to come in with the knowledge that you lost, who you are, the last fight, what you're trying to achieve now. So I think that is difficult. But I do think he has the mentality. Like we forget that he has the mentality to have gotten this far in the first place. The boxing mentality, that drive. He used to be naughty as well. Like so, it's not like he doesn't have it in him, but. Just, I don't know, maybe it's not his thing anymore. It's possible, like it's possible. And if that's the case, then you want to find out sooner rather than later. You don't want to go in and then, I remember watching when I was young, I think it was Eubanks and
Watson.
I remember being so small and not understanding what was going on, but you don't want to end like that. So if you think it's done time for you, then keep it pushing. But I just don't think that's it. I just feel like he got outboxed.
Yeah.
They outsmarted him and he just didn't know how to get it back. And sometimes that can happen. Sometimes. And just think about just your life in general. Something's happened and you're thinking, I need to rectify it, and you don't know how to rectify it. You know it needs rectifying, but you don't know how to rectify it. And I feel like he's in that space too. So I mean, I'd like to see that. I like to think he's hungry and he's ready to come back, but Daniel looks like
Well,
didn't you say that he should hang it up after the first Louise bout?
What?
Didn't you say that he should hang it up after the first Louise bout?
Who said that?
Yeah.
Oh, not at all.
Serious?
Wait, who said that about him?
Iman.
I would never say that. Not at all.
All right.
Because I feel like he threw that one away.
I think that he was complacent with this one as well.
I don't think so, man.
But he didn't even put his hands up.
I know, because I don't know why.
That's complacency.
Do you think he was hurt early? Like, I didn't go back and watch it. Did
100%
you see anything
he was
with
hurt.
that it was hurt early in the round? Because he looked so tired. He looked tired.
Yeah. Everything just
He
didn't
looked
look
leggy.
right.
He looked tired.
We're not factoring in the spiritual component here.
Sorry.
Which is?
Iman has information that he didn't share with the community. What did that? guy actually do? His father, Dubois' father, isn't he?
Yes, apparently.
Don't say apparently, because
No, because we don't know. We don't know.
that's what was said
Go
on
on,
the.
what is
What
it?
is
What
it?
did
What
he
is
do?
it?
Apparently, Dubois' dad delves in in juju, right?
Oh,
And
where they from?
Dubois, I think he's Caribbean,
Okay.
But yeah, apparently he did the equivalent, right? And that's probably what made Daniel win the fight.
Oh, stop! That's
Yeah.
taking, that's taking away from
I
the person. That's
I
not
don't
nice.
really
Don't
believe
do that.
all of that stuff anyway. But I'd like to think that if he won on his own merit because he's good at what he's done, no matter what anyone was trying to do. I don't know if it would have worked, because if that's the case, then
We could all be doing that.
AJ could have been doing his own one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I just feel like it wasn't his day, and it's gonna only be one person's day. When you win in boxing, it can only be one person's day, and it just wasn't his. So it's either you come back proper, or you keep it pushing.
Well, we may be getting a rematch in February. I think the date's already been set by Turkey Al Sheikh,
All right, let's
probably in Saudi somewhere.
see that. He's got that training camp needs to be for real though. I don't want to see no just relaxing, jogging.
He needs to relax at some point. He can't
Yeah,
be-
but
Now.
that's the relaxing is now. Then you would do your training camp, but you need to come through, because you can't. I'm not sure how you come back from a second defeat from. I'm not sure
you wouldn't.
what
You
that's gonna look like. I think that's really okay. We got to leave it
100%.
where it is, and that will be difficult for him, I think.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Well, all the best to him, man. All the best to him. But yes, Brent, I think we can
You
wrap it
definitely
up
don't mean
there.
that. You definitely don't mean that.
Okay.
So you definitely don't mean that.
Well, all the best to him.
Empty words from you. You want him to retire.
I like AJ a lot. That's the reason why I wanted him to retire.
No section.
What is going on?
But this is just a wrap up.
This is just
so
a wrap
wrapping
up.
up.
Rap, go.
Thank you guys for tuning in. You know what I'm saying? Thank you to Gigi coming in. Thank you, Dani, for coming in. I appreciate you guys blessing us with your presence. Journeys with Grace. Please, people, check it out. Support. Everything that we're saying, believe what I'm saying. It's not an exaggeration. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, really appreciate you coming here. Today we spoke about Liam Payne, of course, him passing away, sadly, at the age of 31. We spoke about Keir Starmer facing backlash from senior ministers over cuts to the department's spending and all that sort of stuff that's going to be planned in the budget. For our topic of the day, we spoke about a potential double standard between how the public kind of treated Hugh Edwards and Phillip Schofield, right? Seemed like there might have been a similar sort of thing there, but people are kind of seeing Phillip Schofield in a different light to Hugh Edwards. But anyway, we also spoke about the strikes as well. That's imminent as well. Remember, guys, on the 7th and the 16th of November, there's going to be some tube strikes, so bear that in mind as well. We spoke about Elon Musk donating $75 million to help Trump get back into office.
This is so sad.
We spoke about Diddy as well, now asking the judge for the identities of his accusers to be disclosed. They're saying they need it to plan their case.
Well, I
You're
think
not.
no, that's right though. Study criminology. I think that's actually good. You should do that.
Okay, well, some people may say, well, it means he might be able to get to them.
Exactly. That's
I
know what I
hear
mean?
that,
So-
but what if you're lying?
True indeed.
Do you know what I mean? Like if.
with everything that he's done.
But it
though.
doesn't mean that some people might not use it as an opportunity to lie. People do that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, everyone's doing it. Let me do it. I'm not just saying that he's not done it. We know that you've done these things, at least some of them. But is it possible that more people are saying you did stuff like that and you didn't do it to them? That's possible.
True, but then also what you don't want is then him to discredit or find people, and then the whole case gets thrown out, and then nothing happens.
They
to everything.
can't throw
Yeah,
the
I
whole.
don't think they can throw
They
it
can't
out.
throw the whole case out. Like if he goes and tries to get to anybody, then I think the smart thing would be to do is when you if they do release the names or let people know who it is, then those people are kind of
Protected,
watched and do you know what I mean? So you can see what he's doing and stuff, how he's doing it. But it also allows his legal team to rule out people. It's like, no, that person. Then you can be like, whatever. We need to focus on these people.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, you're going to be focusing on people that were lying, at the same time. You want to be able to focus on the people that, these are the people, yep, you definitely did.
Yeah.
And this is what you need to be focused on.
Yeah.
It's a hard one though, isn't it? It's a difficult
I'm
one.
just waiting for the
Because
documentary from 50 Cent.
it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, we also spoke about Israel and how they've launched a new series of missile strikes on Lebanon. We spoke about the Met
Disgrace.
policewoman as well that was accused of basically a lot of offensive messages on social media, and how she didn't disclose her close association with a female jihadi that is now living with ISIS. So yeah, she's basically facing a misconduct hearing. And we spoke about Italy as well and how they're delivering the first migrants to Albania under this new, I guess, their version of the Rwanda scheme. But yeah, guys, once again, appreciate you for tuning in. We're going to be here again tomorrow, of course, 8 on the dot. Thank you once again to our wonderful guests. Appreciate you guys coming in.
Thank you.
And again, for the last time, if you don't mind, can you tell people where they can listen to Journeys with Grace?
Hey, so it's Gigi, and Journeys with Grace is available to stream on all platforms. So check it out.
And what's the website as well?
jwgstory.com, and Instagram is jwgstory. Yeah, that's it.
Wonderful.
It's out now. Check it out.
All right, people. Take care tomorrow.
Yay.
Peace.